in the bustling heart of Tokyo, where neon lights painted the night sky in electric blues and reds, casting their artificial glow across millions of faces, hurrying through their evening routines. Ryota Nakamura sat hunched over his desk in a glass tower that seemed to scrape the very heavens. The city below pulsed with endless energy, a living organism of concrete and steel that never truly slept, where millions of souls rushed through their daily existence like water through a narrow channel, each person carrying their own invisible burden of dreams, fears, and obligations. But for Ryota, perched high above this urban symphony, the view from the 42nd floor felt more like a prison than a privilege, a gilded cage that separated him from the humanity he once felt connected to. His fingers moved mechanically across the keyboard, each keystroke echoing in the empty office space around him, processing reports that would determine the fate of countless employees in the corporate restructuring he was overseeing. The documents spread across his multiple monitors told stories of real people, families who depended on their jobs to pay mortgages, send children to school, and care for aging parents. Each decision carried weight that seemed to settle deeper into his chest with every passing hour. Each recommendation would ripple through families and communities in ways that his analytical mind could calculate, but his heart struggled to fully comprehend. Yet somehow, despite the magnitude of his responsibilities and the trust placed in him by both superiors and subordinates, everything felt hollow, as if he were playing a role in a drama whose meaning had been lost somewhere along the way. The numbers on his screen blurred together as exhaustion clouded his vision once again. The familiar sensation that had become his constant companion over these past months of endless work and sleepless nights. The financial projections and efficiency metrics that once excited him now seemed like abstract symbols, divorced from the human reality they were meant to represent. He rubbed his eyes, feeling the gritty sensation that came from staring at screens for too many hours, and tried to refocus on the task at hand. But his mind kept drifting to questions that had no place in quarterly reports and strategic planning documents. It had been 3 months since he had slept through the night without waking in a cold sweat, his mind racing with endless loops of worry and calculation that seemed to feed on themselves, growing stronger and more insistent with each passing day. The promotion to senior management had come with promises of fulfillment and success, painted in glowing terms by executives who spoke of leadership opportunities and the satisfaction of making meaningful contributions to the company's future. But instead of the anticipated sense of achievement, it had brought a burden that seemed to grow heavier with each passing day, like a weight that increased imperceptibly but relentlessly, until he could barely remember what it felt like to move through the world without its constant pressure. His apartment, once a sanctuary where he could retreat from the demands of professional life, now felt like just another office where he continued working late into the night, surrounded by the ghosts of unfinished tasks and mounting expectations. The expensive furniture he had carefully selected, the state of the art entertainment system, the view of the city that had once filled him with pride, all of it now seemed like props in a life that belonged to someone else. Even in his most private moments, the voice of professional obligation whispered in his ear, reminding him of emails that needed responses, presentations that required refinement, and decisions that could not wait until morning. The reflection in his computer screen showed a man he barely recognized, a stranger wearing his face, but carrying none of the vitality that had once defined him. Dark circles had taken permanent residence beneath his eyes, speaking of nights spent staring at the ceiling while his mind churned through endless scenarios and possibilities. His once confident posture had given way to the slumped shoulders of someone carrying invisible weight, and the easy smile that had once come naturally now felt forced and artificial when it appeared at all. His colleagues spoke of him with respect, praising his analytical mind and decisive leadership. But Ryota felt like he was performing a role rather than living his life, delivering lines from a script he had never consciously memorized. During his lunch breaks, which he rarely took anymore, choosing instead to eat hurried meals at his desk while continuing to work, he would sometimes stand by the window and watch the people far below moving through their lives like ants following predetermined paths. From this height, the individual struggles and joys of the masses below were invisible, reduced to patterns of movement that spoke of a collective purpose he could observe, but no longer felt part of. He wondered if they felt the same emptiness that had settled into his chest like a cold stone, if they too questioned the meaning of their daily routines and the ultimate purpose of their striving. The thought both comforted and terrified him, suggesting that his suffering might be universal while offering no clear path toward relief. The success he had worked so hard to achieve felt meaningless when viewed from this height, both literally and figuratively, like a mountain climbed only to discover that the summit offered no better view than the valley below. The corner office, the executive parking space, the invitations to high-level meetings, all the markers of professional achievement that had once motivated him now seemed like elaborate distractions from questions he was afraid to ask. What was the point of optimizing processes and maximizing profits if the cost was his own humanity? What did it mean to succeed in a system that seemed designed to consume the very qualities that made life worth living? His phone buzzed constantly with messages from superiors, subordinates, and clients, each notification adding another layer to his stress like sediment accumulating at the bottom of a lake. The device had become an electronic leash, keeping him tethered to a world of constant demands and expectations that followed him everywhere he went. Even during the few moments when he tried to relax, perhaps while taking a shower or preparing a simple meal, his mind would automatically drift back to pending projects and looming deadlines, as if rest itself had become a form of betrayal of his professional responsibilities. The technology that was supposed to make work more efficient had instead made it inescapable, creating a 24-hour cycle of availability that left no space for genuine solitude or reflection. He found himself checking emails compulsively, even when he knew there was nothing urgent waiting for his attention, driven by an anxiety that something important might slip through the cracks if he allowed himself even brief periods of disconnection. The boundary between work and life had dissolved so completely that he could no longer remember what it felt like to simply exist without the constant hum, professional obligation in the background. The weekends offered no respite either, transformed from periods of rest and renewal into extended work sessions that simply took place in different locations. While others enjoyed time with family or pursued hobbies that brought them joy and fulfillment, Ryota found himself unable to disconnect from the mental churning that had become his constant companion. Like a machine that had forgotten how to shut down, he would sit in his apartment, surrounded by the material rewards of his success, yet feeling more isolated than ever before. Cut off from the simple pleasures that had once given his life texture and meaning. The expensive furniture and high-end electronics felt like props in a play he no longer wanted to perform in. Beautiful objects that spoke of taste and prosperity, but offered no comfort to a soul that had forgotten how to find peace. The silence of his apartment was not the peaceful quiet of contentment, but the hollow emptiness of a space where authentic living had been sacrificed for the pursuit of external validation. Even the act of coming home had lost its meaning, becoming simply another location where the same internal struggles continued to play out against a different backdrop. One particularly difficult evening, as rain drummed against his office windows with increasing intensity, and the city lights blurred into abstract patterns that seemed to mock his attempts at focus. Ryota found himself questioning everything he had built his life around. The quarterly reports spread across his desk seemed to mock him with their cold precision, reducing human lives to numbers and statistics that could be manipulated and optimized without regard for the flesh and blood reality they represented. He realized that somewhere along the path to success, navigating the complex maze of corporate advancement and professional achievement, he had lost touch with the very humanity he was supposed to be serving. The irony was not lost on him that his job, ostensibly focused on human resources and organizational development, had gradually stripped him of his own humanity, leaving him feeling like a sophisticated machine designed to process information and generate recommendations without regard for the emotional and spiritual cost. The people whose lives he affected through his decisions had become abstractions, data points in spreadsheets rather than individuals with hopes, fears, and dreams of their own. This dehumanization had crept up on him so gradually that he had not noticed it happening until the process was nearly complete. The memory of his grandfather surfaced unbidden, bringing with it a wave of unexpected emotion that caught him off guard with its intensity. The old man had lived simply, tending a small garden behind their family home and finding joy in the smallest details of daily life that others might overlook or dismiss as insignificant. He would spend hours watching clouds drift across the sky, reading their shapes like pages in a book written by nature itself, or listening to the sound of wind through bamboo leaves with the attention most people reserved for important conversations. At the time, young Ryota had thought such activities were a waste of time, the indulgences of someone who had given up on achieving anything meaningful. But now he longed for even a fraction of that peace and contentment. His grandfather had possessed a quality that Ryota now recognized as presence, the ability to be fully engaged with whatever was happening in the current moment without the constant mental commentary that had become the soundtrack of his own existence. The old man could spend an entire afternoon watching ants carry crumbs across the garden path, finding in their industrious activity a teaching about persistence and community that no business school had ever offered. He spoke rarely, but when he did, his words carried a weight that came from deep reflection rather than quick cleverness. The contrast between his grandfather's way of being and his own current existence felt stark and painful, like comparing a gentle stream to a raging torrent. Where the old man had moved through life with deliberate grace, Ryota felt constantly rushed and pressured, always behind schedule and struggling to catch up with demands that seemed to multiply faster than he could address them. His grandfather had often spoken of balance, of the importance of finding stillness within motion and silence within sound, concepts that had seemed abstract and impractical to Ryota's ambitious young mind. But now they haunted him with their wisdom and relevance. These philosophical insights had seemed like the quaint observations of someone who had never faced the pressures of modern professional life. But now Ryota understood that his grandfather had possessed something far more valuable than career success or financial security. He had found a way to live that honored both achievement and contentment, productivity and peace. The old man had worked hard in his own way, tending his garden and caring for his family with dedication and skill, but he had never allowed external pressures to disconnect him from his own center. He remembered the old man's gentle smile and the way his presence could calm even the most chaotic family gatherings, bringing a sense of peace that seemed to radiate from somewhere deep within him. There had been something in his grandfather's eyes, a depth of understanding that Ryota had never fully appreciated until now, when its absence in his own life had become so painfully apparent. the old man had seemed to possess a secret knowledge about how to navigate the challenges of existence without losing one's essential humanity in the process. The corporate world demanded constant acceleration, endless growth, and perpetual optimization, operating according to principles that seemed designed to extract maximum value from human resources without regard for the sustainability of such extraction. But his grandfather had lived according to different principles, ones that valued being over doing, presence over productivity, wisdom over mere cleverness. The contrast between these two philosophies now seemed stark and irreconcilable, representing fundamentally different approaches to the question of what it meant to live a meaningful life. Ryota felt caught between two worlds, unable to fully embrace either one without betraying important aspects of himself. The professional world offered external rewards and social recognition, but at the cost of inner peace and authentic connection. The contemplative path represented by his grandfather's example promised fulfillment and serenity, but seemed impractical in a society that measured worth primarily through material achievement and professional status. The challenge was finding a way to honor both impulses without being torn apart by their apparent contradiction. As the weeks turned into months, the weight of his internal conflict began to manifest in physical symptoms that could no longer be ignored or rationalized away as temporary stress. His appetite diminished, transforming meals from sources of pleasure and nourishment into mechanical necessities that he fulfilled with minimal attention or enjoyment. His sleep became even more fragmented, interrupted by dreams filled with endless corridors of cubicles and conference rooms, where he searched desperately for exits that always remained just out of reach. A persistent tension settled into his shoulders and neck, creating a constant low-level pain that served as a physical reminder of his psychological distress. The mirror in his bathroom began to reflect changes that alarmed him, showing a face that seemed to be aging at an accelerated pace, as if the stress were literally consuming him from within. His skin had taken on a grayish pallor that no amount of expensive skincare products could address, and his eyes had developed a haunted quality that he recognized from photographs of people who had endured prolonged hardship. The successful executive that others saw was increasingly a facade maintained through sheer force of will, while underneath, something essential was slowly dying. Colleagues began to notice his declining appearance, though none dared to comment directly, bound by the unspoken rules of professional courtesy that discouraged personal observations in workplace settings. The mask of professional competence he wore each day required increasing effort to maintain, like a performance that demanded ever more energy while providing ever less satisfaction. He found himself studying other executives, wondering if they too were struggling with similar internal battles, or if he was uniquely unable to find fulfillment in the rewards that corporate success offered. During a particularly challenging board meeting, where heated discussions about layoffs dominated the agenda and voices were raised in debates about efficiency versus compassion, Ryota found himself observing the proceedings as if from outside his own body. The voices around the table seemed to come from a great distance, filtered through a strange emotional numbness that made everything feel unreal and disconnected. He felt like he was watching a play about corporate decision-making rather than participating in actual choices that would affect real people's lives. The words coming out of his own mouth surprised him with their cold professionalism, as if someone else was speaking through him while his true self remained trapped somewhere deep inside, screaming silently against the decisions being made in his name. The recommendations he presented were logical and well-researched, supported by data and analysis that left little room for argument. But they felt completely divorced from his own values and beliefs about how human beings should treat one another. It was as if he had become a sophisticated algorithm designed to optimize organizational efficiency without regard for the human cost. The meeting concluded with handshakes and expressions of confidence in the difficult but necessary decisions that had been made. But Ryota left feeling like he had participated in something fundamentally wrong, a betrayal of principles he had once held dear but could no longer clearly articulate. The elevator ride down from the executive floor felt like a descent into a deeper level of hell, each floor marking another step away from the person he had once hoped to become. That night, alone in his apartment, with the city sprawling endlessly below, like a circuit board of electric lights and human dreams, Ryota made a decision that surprised even himself with its suddenness and clarity. He began researching meditation retreats and spiritual practices, something he would have dismissed as nonsense just months earlier. The kind of self-indulgent navel-gazing that weak people used as an excuse to avoid the real challenges of professional life. But desperation had a way of opening the mind to possibilities that pride and certainty had previously excluded. The internet offered countless options, from weekend workshops promising instant enlightenment to month-long intensives that claimed to revolutionize participants' entire approach to existence. Most of the offerings felt commercialized and superficial, designed more for stressed executives seeking quick fixes than for genuine seekers of wisdom and transformation. The websites were filled with testimonials from successful professionals who claimed to have found the secret to work-life balance through various techniques and practices. But something about the marketing language and glossy presentation made Ryota skeptical of their authenticity. But one listing caught his attention, standing out from the others through its very simplicity and lack of hyperbolic claims. It was a basic description of a temple nestled in the mountains several hours from Tokyo, presented without the elaborate graphics and persuasive copy that characterized most of the other options. The Temple of Serenity, it was called, and unlike the others, it made no grand promises or guarantees of transformation, offering instead only space for those seeking to understand themselves more deeply through contemplation and practice. The description mentioned a master Hakuin, a teacher who had studied both Eastern and Western approaches to inner development, bringing together ancient wisdom and modern understanding in ways that honored both traditions without being bound by either. There were no testimonials or marketing materials, no before and after stories of dramatic personal transformation, just a phone number and an address accompanied by a simple statement about the temple's purpose and approach. Something about the absence of salesmanship made it feel authentic, like a genuine offering rather than a product designed to extract money from desperate people. Perhaps it was the simplicity of the presentation that resonated with Ryota's exhausted spirit. Or maybe he was simply ready to grasp at any opportunity for change that didn't feel like another form of performance or achievement. The temple seemed to offer the possibility of stepping outside the competitive framework that had defined his adult life, entering a space where different values and priorities might be explored without judgment or pressure to produce measurable results. The decision to contact the temple felt both terrifying and inevitable, like standing at the edge of a cliff and knowing that the only way forward was to jump, trusting that something would catch him before he hit the ground. For weeks, he stared at the phone number written on a piece of paper tucked into his wallet, taking it out during quiet moments and studying it like a talisman that might hold the key to his salvation. Each time he reached for his phone to make the call, doubt would creep in, whispering questions about practicality and professional responsibility that seemed designed to keep him trapped in his current situation. What would he say to his colleagues, his superiors, his family, all the people who had invested in his success and expected him to continue climbing the ladder of professional achievement. How could he explain that the successful executive they all admired was falling apart inside, that the very success they celebrated felt like a form of spiritual death? The words seemed inadequate to convey the depth of his internal crisis, the sense that he was losing something essential about himself in the pursuit of external validation. But the internal pressure continued to build, like steam in a kettle with no release valve, threatening to explode in ways that might damage not only himself but everyone around him. The sleepless nights became more frequent, filled with anxiety dreams, where he wandered through endless mazes of corporate hallways, searching for an exit that always remained just out of reach. The sense of disconnection from his own life grew stronger, as if he were watching someone else's existence unfold, while his authentic self remained locked away in some inaccessible inner chamber. The breaking point came during a presentation to the company's board of directors. A high-stakes meeting where months of analysis and planning would be distilled into a series of recommendations that would shape the organization's future direction. As he stood before the room full of powerful individuals, each one representing years of professional achievement and accumulated authority, explaining the rationale behind his latest recommendations with charts and graphs that reduced human complexity to manageable data points, the words felt hollow and meaningless. The presentation materials he had spent days preparing seemed like elaborate fiction, beautiful constructions of logic and analysis that bore little resemblance to the messy reality of human experience they were meant to represent. He could hear his own voice, as if it belonged to someone else, delivering carefully crafted arguments with professional polish, while his inner self recoiled from every word. The disconnect between his public performance and private experience had never felt more complete or more disturbing. Midway through his presentation, as he was explaining the projected cost savings from the proposed restructuring, he paused, overwhelmed by the surreal nature of the moment and the crushing weight of what he was actually recommending. The board members waited expectantly, assuming he was gathering his thoughts for emphasis or preparing to deliver a particularly important point. But Ryota was experiencing something far more profound than a strategic pause. In that moment of silence, he saw his life with startling clarity, as if a fog had suddenly lifted to reveal the landscape he had been traveling through without truly seeing. He was successful by every external measure that society offered, respected by his peers and rewarded by his organization, yet internally he felt like he was dying a slow death, suffocating under the weight of expectations and obligations that had somehow become more important than his own humanity. The recognition hit him with such force that he almost staggered, physically overwhelmed by the intensity of understanding that flooded through him. The successful executive was a character he had been playing so convincingly that even he had forgotten it was just a role. Somehow, drawing on reserves of professional discipline he didn't know he still possessed, he managed to complete the presentation, though he could barely remember what he said in those final minutes. The words seemed to emerge from some automated part of his consciousness, while his deeper self reeled from the revelation that had just occurred. The board approved his recommendations with their usual efficiency, nodding sagely at his analysis and congratulating him on the thoroughness of his preparation. But their praise felt like it was directed at someone else entirely. Colleagues congratulated him on another job, well done, as the meeting concluded, shaking his hand and making comments about his expertise and leadership that once would have filled him with pride, but now felt like cruel jokes. He had become so skilled at playing the role of the successful executive that even he had forgotten who he really was beneath the performance, like an actor who had been in character so long that he could no longer remember his original identity. The elevator ride back to his office felt like a journey through different layers of reality, each floor representing another level of the elaborate construction he had built around his authentic self. By the time he reached his desk, he knew with absolute certainty that something fundamental had to change, that he could not continue living this way without losing whatever remained of his essential humanity. That evening, without allowing himself time to second, guess the decision or construct elaborate justifications for his choice, Ryota finally made the call to the Temple of Serenity. His hands shook slightly as he dialed the number, and his heart pounded as if he were about to confess to a crime rather than simply ask for help. The voice that answered was calm and unhurried, belonging to someone who seemed to have all the time in the world and no agenda other than genuine presence and attention. When Ryota explained his situation, stumbling over words as he tried to articulate his inner turmoil in language that felt inadequate to the task, the voice listened without judgment or interruption, offering the kind of patient attention he had almost forgotten was possible. There was no attempt to sell him on the temple's approach or convince him that he had found the right solution to his problems, just a quality of listening that made him feel heard in a way he hadn't experienced in years. Master Hakwin, for it was he who answered the phone, asked only a few simple questions that revealed a depth of understanding about human suffering that surprised Ryota with its precision and compassion. He did not inquire about Ryota's job title or achievements, nor did he seem impressed by the corporate credentials that usually opened doors and commanded respect. Instead, he asked about sleep patterns, about dreams, about moments of peace or joy, about the last time Ryota had felt truly alive and connected to his own experience. The questions were so different from anything Ryota was accustomed to in his professional or personal life that he found himself answering with unusual honesty, sharing details about his internal experience that he had never spoken aloud to anyone. The conversation created a space where his vulnerability was not a weakness to be hidden, but a doorway to understanding, where his confusion and pain were met with compassion rather than advice or judgment. The conversation lasted only 15 minutes, but it felt like the most genuine interaction Ryota had experienced in months, perhaps years. A reminder of what authentic human connection could feel like when freed from the performance and positioning that characterized most of his relationships. Master Hakwin explained that the temple welcomed serious seekers, but warned that the path to inner peace required commitment and patience, a willingness to face uncomfortable truths about oneself and to sit with uncertainty rather than rushing toward quick solutions. There would be no quick fixes or instant transformations, no weekend workshops that promised to solve problems that had been years in the making. The work would be internal, often difficult, and always deeply personal, requiring a kind of courage that had little to do with professional boldness or competitive success. It was the courage to face oneself honestly, to sit with discomfort without immediately trying to fix or change it, to allow old patterns to dissolve even when their absence felt frightening and unfamiliar. Something in the master's tone conveyed both compassion and strength, a combination that Ryota found deeply reassuring after months of feeling like he had to choose between kindness and effectiveness, between caring for others and achieving results. Here was someone who understood suffering without being consumed by it, who had found peace without retreating from life's challenges or responsibilities. The possibility that such balance was achievable filled Ryota with the first genuine hope he had felt in months, like a small flame kindled in a darkness that had seemed absolute. The practical arrangements were surprisingly simple, free from the complicated application processes and extensive documentation that characterized most significant decisions in his professional life. The temple asked for no advance payment, No extensive application process, no letters of recommendation or proof of serious intent. Master Hackwen simply provided directions and suggested that Ryota arrive on a Friday evening, prepared to stay for at least a week, bringing only basic necessities and an open mind. The only requirement was genuine intention to engage with the teachings and practices offered, a willingness to participate fully in the temple's rhythm and routine, without trying to control or modify the experience to suit his preferences or expectations. This simplicity felt both liberating and terrifying to someone accustomed to complex negotiations and detailed contracts, but it also suggested an authenticity that was increasingly rare in his experience. As Ryota hung up the phone, he felt a mixture of excitement and terror that reminded him of childhood experiences of adventure and discovery, emotions he had not felt in years of carefully managed professional advancement. He was about to step off the carefully constructed path that had defined his adult life, venturing into territory that was completely foreign to his analytical mind and strategic thinking. Yet beneath the fear was a deeper knowing that this step was not just necessary but inevitable, the natural result of pressures that had been building for months. His soul had been calling for this change long before his conscious mind was ready to hear it, sending signals through sleepless nights and anxiety dreams. Through the growing sense of disconnection and meaninglessness that had gradually consumed his enthusiasm for professional achievement, the decision to seek help felt like finally listening to a voice that had been trying to get his attention for far too long. Like answering a phone that had been ringing insistently in the background of his consciousness. The next morning brought the familiar routine of shower, breakfast, and commute, but everything felt different, as if the world had shifted slightly on its axis while he slept. The city sounds seemed less harsh, the crowds less oppressive, the usual irritations of urban life somehow more manageable. It was as if making the decision to seek help had already begun to shift something inside him, creating space for a different way of experiencing the same external circumstances. The problems at work remained exactly the same, the deadlines just as pressing and the decisions just as complex, but his relationship to them had subtly altered in ways he was only beginning to understand. They were still challenging, still requiring his full attention and expertise, but they no longer felt like matters of life and death, no longer carried the existential weight that had made every professional decision feel like a referendum on his worth as a human being. His assistant noticed the change immediately, commenting that he seemed more relaxed, despite the ongoing pressures of the restructuring project that had been consuming his attention for months. Ryota smiled at the observation, realizing that for the first time in months, he was not carrying the full weight of his responsibilities on his shoulders alone. The knowledge that relief was possible, even if still days away, had created space for a different way of being. Like knowing that rescue was coming even while still trapped in a difficult situation. The week passed in a strange suspension between his old life and whatever was to come. Like the pause between lightning and thunder when the world holds its breath in anticipation. He completed his work with unusual efficiency, as if the prospect of stepping away had clarified his priorities and eliminated the mental static that had been interfering with his focus. Tasks that had previously consumed hours of anxious deliberation were handled with swift decisiveness, freed from the perfectionism and second guessing that had paralyzed him for months. It was as if he had been holding his breath for months and was finally beginning to exhale, allowing natural rhythms to reassert themselves after a long period of artificial tension and control. The approaching retreat created a deadline that paradoxically freed him from the endless procrastination and revision that had characterized his recent work habits, forcing him to make decisions and move forward rather than endlessly analyzing and optimizing. On Thursday evening, as he packed a simple bag for his journey to the temple, selecting only basic necessities and leaving behind the electronic devices and luxury items that usually accompanied his travels, Ryota reflected on the path that had brought him to this moment. The successful career, the financial security, the respect of his peers, all of it had been built on a foundation that was slowly crumbling, not because of external failure, but because of internal contradictions he had been unwilling to acknowledge. But perhaps that crumbling was not a failure, but a necessary clearing away of what no longer served him, like a forest fire that destroys old growth to make room for new life. The structures he had built around his identity were impressive from the outside, but they had become prisons that prevented him from experiencing the fullness of his own humanity. The prospect of their dissolution was frightening, but it also held the promise of freedom he had almost forgotten was possible. He left detailed instructions for his absence, citing personal health concerns that required immediate attention, a description that was more accurate than his colleagues could possibly understand. His colleagues accepted the explanation without question, perhaps recognizing signs of burnout they had seen in themselves or others, or maybe simply respecting the privacy that executive privilege afforded. The corporate world was familiar with such casualties, though it rarely acknowledged them openly or examined the systemic factors that created them. The train journey from Tokyo to the mountains began in the grey light of early morning, as the city slowly awakened to another day of commerce and ambition. As the urban landscape gradually gave way to rice fields and then to forested hills, Ryota felt layers of tension beginning to peel away like old paint. Each mile of distance from the city corresponding to a degree of relaxation he had not experienced in months. The rhythmic sound of the train on the tracks became a kind of meditation, lulling his overactive mind into a state of quiet observation that felt both foreign and familiar. Fellow passengers read newspapers or worked on laptops, their faces reflecting the same driven intensity that had characterized his own life for so many years. The expression of people who had forgotten how to simply exist without constantly striving towards some distant goal. But now he was moving in a different direction, both literally and metaphorically, following a path that led away from achievement and toward understanding, away from doing and toward being. The mountain air that began to filter through the train windows carried scents of pine and earth, a sharp contrast to the recycled air of office buildings and urban apartments that had become his normal environment. These natural fragrances awakened something in him that had been dormant for years, a recognition of beauty and aliveness that existed independent of human ambition and construction. The simple fact of breathing this cleaner air felt like a form of nourishment he had not realized he was missing. The final leg of the journey required a bus ride through winding mountain roads that climbed steadily upward, leaving behind the last vestiges of urban development for a landscape that operated according to older and more fundamental rhythms. The other passengers were mostly locals, their weathered faces speaking of lives lived close to the natural world, in harmony with seasons and weather patterns that city dwellers experienced only as minor inconveniences or aesthetic variations. An elderly woman sitting across from him smiled warmly, and he found himself smiling back without the calculated politeness that usually characterized his interactions with strangers, responding instead with a spontaneous warmth that surprised him with its naturalness. The exchange was brief and wordless, but it carried a quality of human recognition that had been absent from his life for far too long, a reminder that connection was possible without agenda or performance. As the bus climbed higher, the landscape became increasingly wild and beautiful, untouched by the human desire to improve and optimize that had shaped his professional world. Ancient trees lined the narrow road, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dancing patterns that seemed to pulse with their own inner life. Streams tumbled down rocky slopes, their sound audible even through the bus windows, speaking of forces and cycles that had existed long before human civilization and would continue long after it had passed. This was a world that operated according to rhythms far older than the quarterly reports and annual budgets that had dominated his thoughts for so long. A reminder that there were other ways of measuring time and value than the metrics that had become his obsession. The beauty was not designed or constructed, but simply present, offering itself freely to anyone willing to receive it without trying to possess or improve it. The Temple of Serenity appeared suddenly as the bus rounded a sharp curve, its traditional architecture seeming to grow naturally from the mountainside, rather than being imposed upon it. Unlike the imposing religious structures Ryota had visited in the past, monuments to human ambition disguised as spiritual devotion, this temple felt humble and welcoming, integrated with its environment in a way that suggested harmony rather than domination. Its wooden buildings were weathered to a soft grey that echoed the colors of the surrounding rocks and tree trunks, and gardens flowed seamlessly into the surrounding forest, creating transitions so gradual that it was difficult to determine where human cultivation ended and natural growth began. The overall effect was one of belonging rather than intrusion, as if the temple had been discovered rather than built, revealed rather than constructed. As he stepped off the bus with his simple bag, feeling the solid earth beneath his feet, after hours of mechanical transportation, Ryota felt the weight of the mountain silence settle around him like a blanket. The absence of traffic noise, of electronic beeping, of human voices raised in urgency or frustration, was almost startling in its completeness, creating a space where subtler sounds could emerge and be appreciated. In this quiet, he could hear sounds that had been masked by urban chaos. For years, the whisper of wind through leaves, each tree species contributing its own note to a symphony of rustling that spoke of life and movement without hurry or strain. The distant call of birds, their songs carrying messages he could not understand but somehow found comforting, like a language that bypassed the analytical mind and spoke directly to something deeper. The gentle murmur of running water, promising refreshment and renewal, speaking of cycles of evaporation and precipitation that connected this mountain sanctuary to the vast web of planetary life. A figure approached from the temple grounds, moving with the unhurried gait of someone who had nowhere else to be and nothing to prove, each step deliberate and conscious rather than rushed or automatic. This was Master Hakuin, though he looked nothing like Ryota's preconceptions of a spiritual teacher, formed by movies and books that portrayed such figures as either austere ascetics or exotic mystics, draped in elaborate robes and mysterious symbols. He was neither young nor old, his age somehow irrelevant to his presence, neither austere nor indulgent in his appearance or manner. His clothing was simple but well made, chosen for function and comfort, rather than to make any particular statement about status or philosophy. His face carried lines that spoke of both laughter and deep contemplation, suggesting a life that had included both joy and sorrow, both engagement with the world and withdrawal from it, integrated into a wholeness that radiated quiet authority without arrogance or pretension. The master's greeting was warm but not effusive, acknowledging Ryota's arrival with the same calm presence that had characterized their phone conversation, creating an atmosphere of welcome without performance or ceremony. There were no elaborate rituals or formal introductions, no attempts to impress or overwhelm the newcomer with the temple's importance or the master's credentials, just a simple welcome and an invitation to follow him into the temple grounds. The lack of fanfare was oddly comforting to someone accustomed to the performative aspects of corporate culture, where every interaction carried subtext about status and positioning, where even simple conversations were opportunities to demonstrate competence or gain advantage. Here, it seemed, people could simply be present with each other without constantly calculating the implications or managing impressions. As they walked along a stone path bordered by carefully tended gardens that somehow looked entirely natural despite their obvious cultivation, Master Hakwin spoke softly about the temple's history and purpose, his voice blending with the sounds of wind and water to create a kind of spoken music. The buildings had been constructed over a century ago by craftsmen who understood that architecture could either support or hinder inner development, that the spaces we inhabit shape our consciousness in subtle but profound ways. Every detail, from the placement of windows to the choice of materials, from the proportions of rooms to the flow of pathways between buildings, had been considered for its effect on the human spirit, designed to encourage contemplation without forcing it, to support inner work without dictating its direction. The result was an environment that felt both purposeful and natural, structured yet organic, like a garden where human intention and natural growth had found perfect balance. The guest quarters where Ryota would stay were spartanly furnished but somehow complete, containing everything necessary for comfort without anything superfluous or distracting. A simple bed with clean white linens, a low table suitable for writing or eating, a cushion for sitting in meditation, and a small alcove with a single flower in a ceramic vase. Its beauty made more striking by its solitude and the attention it naturally commanded. The room's most striking feature was a large window that looked out over a valley where a stream wound its way between moss-covered rocks, creating a constantly changing tableau of light and shadow, movement and stillness. The view seemed to invite contemplation rather than demand attention, offering itself as a support for inner reflection rather than a distraction from it. The sound of the water provided a gentle background that masked any remaining traces of human noise, while creating a natural rhythm that seemed to slow breathing and quiet mental chatter. Master Hakwin explained the temple's daily rhythm with the same unhurried cadence that seemed to characterize everything about this place, describing a schedule that honored both structure and flexibility, discipline and spontaneity. Morning meditation began before dawn, taking advantage of the natural stillness that preceded the day's activities, followed by simple work in the gardens or buildings that allowed for the integration of contemplative awareness with practical activity. Meals were taken in silence, allowing for mindful attention to the act of nourishment, transforming eating from a mechanical necessity into an opportunity for gratitude and presence. Afternoons were devoted to study and reflection, with time for individual contemplation, as well as optional discussions about the teachings and their practical application. Evenings offered opportunities for questions and gentle guidance, creating space for the kind of deep conversation that was rare in ordinary social settings. The schedule was structured yet flexible, designed to support inner development without becoming rigid or oppressive, like a river that had carved its channel through consistent flow rather than force. Unlike the corporate world, where every minute was accounted for and optimized for maximum productivity, the temple operated on natural rhythms that honored both effort and rest, engagement and withdrawal, the active pursuit of understanding and the receptive allowing of wisdom to emerge. The concept of productivity was redefined here as the cultivation of wisdom and compassion, rather than the accumulation of achievements or the completion of tasks. Measuring progress in terms of inner development rather than external accomplishment. This shift in values felt both liberating and disorienting to someone whose entire adult life had been organized around conventional measures of success and efficiency. As evening approached, Ryota found himself sitting by the window of his room, watching shadows lengthen across the valley below as the sun began its descent toward the western mountains. The silence was profound, but not empty, seeming full of potential rather than absence, pregnant with possibilities he could not yet name, but could somehow sense hovering at the edges of his awareness. For the first time in months, his mind was not racing ahead to the next task or worrying about undone obligations, not calculating potential problems or rehearsing future conversations. He was simply present in this moment, in this place, experiencing the novel sensation of existing without agenda or purpose, beyond the immediate reality of breath and awareness, and the beauty visible through his window. The temple bell rang softly, its tone pure and clear in the mountain air, calling residents to the evening meal without urgency or demand. As Ryota made his way to the dining hall, following the stone path that wound between buildings and gardens, he noticed how different his body felt without the constant tension he had carried for so long. His shoulders had dropped, his breathing had deepened, and his steps had slowed to match the peaceful rhythm of his surroundings. The change was subtle but unmistakable, like the difference between swimming upstream against a powerful current and floating with the natural flow of the water. The chronic pain in his neck and shoulders was beginning to ease, and the tight knot in his stomach, that had become his constant companion, was slowly starting to relax. Even his vision seemed clearer, as if the stress and exhaustion had been creating a kind of fog that was finally beginning to lift. The dining hall was lit by soft lanterns that cast warm pools of light on low wooden tables, creating an atmosphere of intimacy and reverence that transformed the simple act of eating into something approaching ceremony. The other residents, perhaps a dozen in total, moved with the same unhurried grace that seemed to characterize everything at the temple, their movements deliberate and conscious, rather than automatic or rushed. They were a diverse group, ranging in age from young adults to elderly seekers, representing various backgrounds and life circumstances, united not by demographics or shared history, but by a common intention to understand themselves more deeply. Some had the appearance of professionals, taking a temporary retreat from demanding careers, while others seemed to be making more fundamental life transitions, but all carried themselves with a quality of presence and attention that spoke of serious engagement with inner work. The meal itself was simple but exquisite, each dish prepared with obvious care and attention that elevated humble ingredients into something approaching art. Vegetables from the temple gardens, their flavors intense and pure from careful cultivation and immediate harvest, rice grown in nearby fields by farmers who understood their craft as a form of spiritual practice, and tea brewed from herbs cultivated on the mountainside, according to traditional methods that honored both plant and preparation. Eating in silence allowed Ryota to truly taste his food for the first time in years, to notice flavors and textures that had been lost in the hurried consumption that characterized his urban meals. Each bite became an opportunity for mindfulness and gratitude, connecting him to the earth and weather and human labor that had brought this nourishment to his table. The simple act of chewing slowly and thoroughly transformed eating from fuel consumption into a form of meditation. As he ate with deliberate attention, Ryota became aware of how eating had become just another task to be completed efficiently in his previous life, squeezed between meetings or consumed while reading emails, reduced to mere fuel for productivity rather than an opportunity for nourishment and gratitude. The contrast was striking and somewhat painful, highlighting how many simple pleasures he had sacrificed in the pursuit of professional efficiency. The simple act of paying attention to the food transformed it from mere sustenance into something approaching communion with the natural world that had produced it, creating a sense of connection and interdependence that his urban lifestyle had obscured. He could taste the sunshine and rain that had nourished the vegetables, sense the care of the gardeners who had tended them, feel gratitude for the complex web of relationships that had brought this meal into being. After dinner, Master Hakwin invited the residents to gather in a circular room where cushions were arranged around a small fountain whose gentle trickling provided a soothing background for conversation and reflection. The sound of water created a natural rhythm that seemed to slow breathing and quiet mental chatter, while the circular arrangement of seating suggested equality and mutual respect, rather than hierarchy or authority. The master began to speak about the nature of seeking and finding, his words simple but profound, addressing the universal human longing for peace and meaning without resorting to complex philosophical terminology or abstract concepts that might confuse rather than clarify. His teaching style was conversational rather than professorial, inviting questions and discussion rather than demanding passive acceptance of doctrine or dogma. He spoke of the mind as being like water, naturally clear and still when not disturbed by external forces, a metaphor that immediately resonated with Ryota's experience of mental turbulence and his longing for inner peace. The problems that brought people to the temple, the master explained, were not flaws to be fixed or enemies to be defeated, but rather disturbances to be understood and released. Like muddy water that clears naturally when allowed to settle, the goal was not to eliminate thoughts and emotions, which would be neither possible nor desirable, but to change one's relationship to them, to find the stillness that exists beneath even the most turbulent mental weather. This perspective offered a completely different approach to the anxiety and depression that had been plaguing Ryota, suggesting that the solution lay not in fighting or suppressing difficult feelings, but in learning to observe them with compassion and detachment. The metaphor resonated deeply with Ryota, who had spent months feeling tossed about by mental storms of his own creation, caught in cycles of worry and rumination that seemed to feed on themselves and grow stronger with resistance. The idea that peace was not something to be achieved through effort, but rather something to be uncovered through understanding felt both revolutionary and obvious, like a truth he had always known but had forgotten in the complexity of adult life. It suggested that the solution to his suffering lay not in changing his external circumstances, though those changes might eventually follow, but in transforming his internal relationship to those circumstances, learning to find stability and calm regardless of what was happening around him. This was a radical departure from his usual approach to problems, which involved analysis, planning, and action designed to control outcomes and eliminate sources of difficulty. As the evening gathering concluded and residents began to make their way to their rooms, moving slowly and quietly through the temple grounds under a canopy of stars more brilliant than any visible from the city, Ryota felt a sense of homecoming that surprised him with its intensity. He had been at the temple for less than a day, yet already it felt more like home than his expensive Tokyo apartment ever had, more authentic and nourishing than any environment he had inhabited in years. The difference, he realized, was not in the physical surroundings, though they were undeniably beautiful and peaceful, but in the quality of presence and attention that pervaded this place. The sense that here people were engaged in the most important work possible, the cultivation of wisdom and compassion, the development of inner resources that could not be taken away by economic downturns or corporate restructuring. Lying in his simple bed as mountain darkness settled around the temple like a protective blanket, Ryota listened to sounds he had forgotten existed, natural rhythms that spoke of cycles and processes far older and more fundamental than the artificial urgencies that had dominated his recent life. The gentle hoot of an owl somewhere in the forest, its call both mysterious and comforting, speaking of nocturnal wisdom and the beauty of darkness. The rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, each species contributing its own voice to a symphony of movement and stillness that required no human conductor or audience, existing purely for its own sake. The distant trickle of the stream that wound through the valley, carrying mountain water toward the sea in a journey that connected this remote sanctuary to the vast circulation systems that sustained all life on Earth. These natural rhythms seemed to slow his breathing and quiet his mind in ways that no amount of conscious effort had been able to achieve in the city, creating a sense of belonging and rightness that he had almost forgotten was possible. His body began to release tensions he had been carrying for so long that they had become part of his identity. Like armor that had grown so familiar, he had forgotten he was wearing it. For the first time in months, sleep came easily and deeply, uninterrupted by the anxiety dreams and restless turning that had characterized his nights for so long. His dreams were filled not with spreadsheets and deadlines, not with endless corridors of corporate responsibility and professional obligation, but with images of flowing water and ancient trees, landscapes of natural beauty that seemed to represent possibilities for his own inner development. He saw himself sitting by a stream, watching leaves float past on the current, understanding without words that this was a teaching about the nature of thoughts and the possibility of letting go, of allowing mental contents to arise and pass away without grasping or resistance. The dream carried a quality of instruction that bypassed his analytical mind, conveying wisdom through symbol and sensation rather than concept and argument. The temple bell that woke him before dawn was not jarring but gentle, like an invitation rather than a demand, calling him to participate in practices that promised renewal rather than depletion. As he made his way to the meditation hall in the pre-dawn darkness, following a path lit by subtle lanterns that provided just enough illumination to guide his steps, Ryota felt a sense of anticipation rather than the dread that had characterized his morning routines for so long. He was about to begin a different kind of work, one that promised to heal rather than deplete him, to connect him with sources of wisdom and strength that existed beneath the surface turbulence of his ordinary consciousness. The meditation hall was lit by a single candle, its flame steady and bright in the darkness, creating a focal point that naturally drew attention inward rather than scattering it among external distractions. The other residents sat in silent rows, their forms barely visible in the dim light, but their collective presence created a field of concentration and intention that was almost palpable. Master Hakwin took his place at the front of the room, his presence somehow both commanding and utterly peaceful, embodying the possibility of authority without aggression, leadership without domination. As the silence deepened, broken only by the gentle sounds of breathing and the distant murmur of the stream, Ryota felt himself being drawn into a stillness that seemed to exist at the very heart of existence itself, a place of peace that had been there all along, waiting patiently for his return. The first formal meditation instruction came with the dawn, as Master Hakwin's voice emerged from the silence like water finding its natural course through stone. His words were simple, but carried the weight of centuries of practice, each syllable placed with the precision of a master craftsman setting stones in a foundation that would support the weight of transformation. "Sit as the mountain sits," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, yet somehow filling the entire hall with its presence. The morning light filtered through the tall windows of the meditation hall, casting long shadows across the worn wooden floors, where countless practitioners had walked the path of awakening before them. Not rigid like a soldier at attention, but stable like the earth itself, rooted yet reaching toward the sky. Your spine is the axis around which the world turns, neither straining upward nor collapsing downward, but finding that natural dignity that belongs to every human being when they remember who they truly are. Ryota adjusted his posture, feeling for the first time in years a sense of rightness in his body, as if he were remembering how to inhabit his own skin with grace rather than tension. The cushion beneath him seemed to offer just the right amount of support, neither too soft nor too firm, allowing him to settle into a stability that felt both grounded and alert. Around him, the other practitioners made subtle adjustments to their own postures, a quiet symphony of bodies, finding their natural alignment without force or strain. The hall itself seemed to participate in the meditation, its wooden beams settling with occasional soft creaks that punctuated the silence without disturbing it. The architecture of the space had been designed to support contemplative practice, with proportions and acoustics that naturally encouraged inward attention. Even the quality of light seemed different here, softer and more stable than the harsh fluorescent illumination of his former office environment. "Now place your attention on the breath," Master Hakuin continued, his instructions unfolding with the unhurried pace of natural revelation. Not the breath you think you should have, not the breath you wish you had, but the breath that is actually present in this moment. Do not try to control it or improve it or make it deeper or slower. Simply notice what is already happening, as if you were a scientist observing a fascinating natural phenomenon. The instruction seemed almost too simple, yet as Ryota began to follow it, he discovered layers of complexity he had never suspected. His breath, which he had taken for granted for 32 years, revealed itself to be a constantly changing river of sensation, sometimes smooth and even, sometimes choppy and irregular, sometimes barely perceptible, and sometimes surprisingly deep and full. Each inhalation brought with it a subtle sense of renewal and energy, while each exhalation carried a gentle release of tension he had not even realized he was holding. The texture of each breath was unique, he discovered, influenced by his emotional state, the temperature of the air, the position of his body, and countless other factors that operated below the threshold of ordinary awareness. Some breaths felt cool and refreshing as they entered his nostrils, while others felt warm and humid. The rhythm varied naturally, speeding up slightly during moments of mental excitement, and slowing down as his mind settled into deeper states of calm. "When the mind wanders," Master Hakuin's voice came again, anticipating the very experience that was beginning to unfold for Ryota. "And it will wander, for that is what minds do. Simply notice where it has gone and gently return your attention to the breath. No judgment, no criticism, no sense of failure. The wandering mind is not the enemy of meditation, but its raw material, the very substance that will be transformed through patient and gentle attention." Within moments, Ryota understood exactly what the master meant. His mind, which had seemed relatively calm and focused when the instruction began, quickly revealed itself to be a bustling marketplace of thoughts, memories, plans, and concerns. One moment he was following his breath with what felt like perfect attention. The next he was mentally reviewing a conversation from the previous week, planning his approach to a work project that no longer existed, or worrying about whether he was meditating correctly. The variety and persistence of these mental distractions was remarkable. Some thoughts arrived with great fanfare, demanding immediate attention like urgent news bulletins. Others slipped in quietly, so subtly that he would find himself lost in elaborate mental scenarios without any clear memory of how he had gotten there. Still others seemed to hover at the edge of consciousness, not quite formed enough to be called thoughts, but present enough to create a background buzz of mental activity. Each time he noticed his mind had wandered, he felt a small surge of frustration, a sense that he was failing at something that should be simple. His business training had taught him to view mistakes as problems to be solved and eliminated. But Master Hakuin's words echoed in his awareness, reminding him that this very noticing was not a problem, but the essence of the practice itself. The moment of recognizing that the mind had wandered was actually a moment of awakening, a return to present moment awareness that was the goal of the entire endeavor. This shift in perspective was revolutionary for someone whose entire adult life had been organized around the pursuit of perfection and the avoidance of error. In meditation, he was learning there were no mistakes, only opportunities for deeper understanding. Each distraction became a teacher, revealing something about the habitual patterns of his mind that had been operating unconsciously for decades. As the minutes passed, marked by the steady rhythm of his breathing and the gradual lightening of the sky outside the meditation hall windows, Ryota began to develop a different relationship with his mental activity. Instead of being swept away by each thought, as if it were an urgent message requiring immediate attention, he began to see thoughts as temporary visitors in the space of his awareness, arising and passing away like clouds across an infinite sky. The metaphor of sky and clouds became increasingly meaningful as his practice deepened. His awareness, he began to understand, was like the sky itself, vast and unchanging, while thoughts and emotions were like weather patterns that moved through this space without fundamentally altering its nature. Even the most intense mental storms were temporary phenomena that would eventually pass, leaving the sky of awareness clear and spacious once again. Some thoughts were persistent, returning again and again like familiar melodies that played on repeat in the background of consciousness. These were often related to unresolved concerns from his former life, worries about financial security, regrets about past decisions, or anxieties about an uncertain future. Others were fleeting, barely registering before they dissolved back into the silence from which they had emerged, like brief ripples on the surface of a deep lake. Some carried strong emotional charges, bringing with them waves of anxiety, excitement, sadness, or anticipation that seemed to color his entire experience. These emotional thoughts were particularly challenging to work with, as they tended to trigger cascades of associated memories and projections that could occupy his attention for extended periods. Others were neutral and mundane, simple mental notes about physical sensations or observations about the environment that came and went without much impact on his overall state of mind. The instruction to return gently to the breath became a kind of refuge, a reliable home base to which he could always return, no matter how far his mind had wandered or how complex the mental territory it had explored. The breath was always there, always available, always present, offering a direct connection to the immediate reality of this moment, rather than the imagined realities of past and future that dominated so much of his mental life. This quality of reliable presence in the breath began to reveal something profound about the nature of the present moment itself. Unlike thoughts and emotions, which were constantly changing and unreliable, the breath connected him to something stable and trustworthy. Not that the breath itself was unchanging, but that it was always happening now, always available as an anchor for attention that wanted to drift into abstract mental territories. As the formal meditation period drew to a close, marked by the soft sound of a small bell that seemed to emerge from the silence rather than disturb it, Ryota felt both surprised and disappointed. Surprised because the time had passed much more quickly than he had expected, and disappointed because he felt he was just beginning to understand something important about the nature of his own mind and the possibility of relating to it differently. The sound of the bell itself became an object of meditation, its pure tone seeming to hang in the air long after the physical vibration had ceased, gradually fading into a silence that was somehow richer and more alive than the absence of sound. This transition from sound to silence mirrored the transition from formal meditation back to ordinary activity, but with a quality of continuity that suggested the meditative awareness need not be abandoned just because the official practice period had ended. The transition from sitting meditation to walking meditation happened with the same natural flow that characterized everything at the temple. Without words or formal instruction, the residents rose from their cushions and began to move in a slow, deliberate procession around the meditation hall. Their steps were synchronized, not through external coordination, but through a shared attunement to the rhythm of mindful movement. Master Hakwin demonstrated the walking meditation by example rather than explanation, his feet making contact with the wooden floor with a quality of attention that transformed each step into a meditation in itself. His pace was slower than normal walking, but not artificially slow, finding a rhythm that allowed complete awareness of the process of lifting, moving, and placing each foot. There was something almost ceremonial about his movement, not in a formal or ritualistic sense, but in the way that complete attention to any activity could transform it into something sacred. Following this example, Ryota discovered that walking meditation was in many ways more challenging than sitting meditation. While sitting still, the body provided a stable container for awareness, but in movement, he had to maintain mindfulness while coordinating the complex physical process of walking. Each step required a delicate balance of intention and surrender, effort and relaxation, planning and spontaneity. The instruction for walking meditation was even simpler than for sitting. To place complete attention on the physical sensations of walking, feeling the weight shifting from one foot to the other, the muscles engaging and releasing, the contact between foot and floor, the subtle adjustments of balance that happened automatically, but could be brought into conscious awareness through patient attention. As with sitting meditation, Ryota's mind wanted to wander to other concerns, but the physical activity of walking provided a different kind of anchor for attention. The rhythm of his steps became a moving meditation, each footfall a return to the present moment, each completed circuit of the hall a small journey from distraction back to awareness. The repetitive nature of the circular path created a kind of moving mandala, a sacred geometry that supported contemplative attention through physical movement. He began to notice subtle aspects of the walking process that had been completely unconscious in his ordinary life. The way his weight shifted from heel to toe with each step, the complex coordination required to maintain balance while moving forward, the way his arms swung naturally to counterbalance the movement of his legs. Even the simple act of lifting his foot off the ground revealed itself to be a minor miracle of muscular coordination and spatial awareness. The walking meditation naturally flowed into the morning work period, where the principles of mindfulness were applied to practical tasks around the temple grounds. Ryota was assigned to work in the gardens, where an elderly monk named Brother Kenji introduced him to what he called meditation with dirt under your fingernails. And Brother Kenji had been at the temple for over 20 years, and his relationship with the garden reflected decades of patient attention to the subtle needs of plants and soil. He moved through the garden beds with the same quality of presence that Master Hakwin brought to formal instruction, treating each plant as if it were a teacher offering lessons about growth, patience, and the art of nurturing without controlling. The monk's weathered hands told the story of countless hours spent in intimate contact with the earth, their calices and stains badges of honor earned through decades of devoted service to the growing things under his care. His knowledge of the garden was encyclopedic, but worn lightly, shared through demonstration and gentle guidance rather than lengthy explanations. He seemed to know instinctively which plants needed water, which were ready for pruning, and which required protection from the changing weather. The garden is a perfect teacher, Brother Kenji explained as he demonstrated the proper way to thin seedlings, his weathered hands working with surprising gentleness among the delicate green shoots. It shows us how growth happens naturally when conditions are right, but it also teaches us that we cannot force the process. We can provide water, nutrients, and protection from pests, but we cannot make a plant grow faster than its natural rhythm allows. The parallel to meditation practice was obvious but not heavy-handed. Brother Kenji allowed Ryota to discover the connections himself as they worked together in comfortable silence, their hands busy with the practical tasks of weeding, watering, and transplanting while their minds settled into the focused attention that manual labor could provide when approached with the right attitude. The garden itself was a masterpiece of practical beauty, with vegetables, herbs, and flowers arranged in patterns that were both aesthetically pleasing and functionally efficient. Tall plants provided shade for more delicate species, while ground covers helped retain moisture and suppress weeds. Companion plantings created natural pest control systems, with certain flowers attracting beneficial insects that kept harmful species in check. Every element seemed to serve multiple purposes, creating a complex ecosystem that required minimal external intervention once its natural balances were established. Ryota found that working with his hands created a different quality of mental stillness than sitting meditation. The physical activity seemed to satisfy his mind's need for engagement, while allowing deeper levels of consciousness to emerge naturally. The repetitive motions of pulling weeds, the tactile satisfaction of working with soil, the visual beauty of healthy plants responding to careful attention, all combined to create a state of relaxed concentration that felt both productive and deeply peaceful. The work also connected him to something primal and essential that had been missing from his urban professional life. The direct relationship with the sources of food, the intimate knowledge of seasonal cycles, the satisfaction of nurturing life through patient attention, all awakened capacities that seemed to be hardwired into human nature, but rarely exercised in modern technological society. As the morning progressed, he began to notice subtle aspects of the garden that had escaped his attention initially. The way different plants responded to varying amounts of sunlight and shade, the complex ecosystem of beneficial insects that helped maintain the health of the garden, the intricate relationships between soil composition and plant vitality that Brother Kenji had learned to read like a master musician reading a complex musical score. Each plant, he discovered, had its own personality and requirements. The tomatoes were vigorous and demanding, requiring strong support structures and regular feeding to reach their full potential. The lettuce was delicate and quick, growing, preferring cooler conditions and consistent moisture. The herbs were generally hardy and self-sufficient, but each variety had its own preferences for soil type, drainage, and harvesting methods. Mindfulness in the garden teaches us about timing. Brother Kenji observed as they paused for a drink of water in the shade of a large oak tree. Every plant has its season, its natural rhythm of growth and rest, flowering and dormancy. When we try to force plants to grow out of season, we create stress and weakness. When we work with their natural timing, they flourish with minimal effort from us. The lesson extended beyond gardening into the broader territory of human development and spiritual growth. Ryota began to see how his previous approach to personal change had been characterized by impatience and force, trying to transform deeply ingrained patterns of thought and behavior through willpower and determination, rather than through the patient cultivation of conditions that would allow natural transformation to occur. In his business career, he had approached personal development like a military campaign, setting aggressive goals and pushing himself relentlessly toward predetermined outcomes. This approach had produced certain kinds of success, but it had also created enormous stress and prevented the kind of organic growth that Brother Kenji was demonstrating in the garden. The plants that thrived under the monk's care were not forced into unnatural shapes or rushed through their developmental stages, but were given optimal conditions and allowed to express their inherent potential at their own pace. The garden work also introduced him to a different understanding of effort. In his business career, effort had meant pushing harder, working longer hours, overriding fatigue and resistance through sheer determination. In the garden, effort meant paying careful attention to what was actually needed in each moment, responding appropriately to the conditions that were present rather than imposing a predetermined agenda on the natural world. Some days, the garden needed intensive work, clearing overgrown areas or preparing new beds for planting. Other days, the most helpful action was simply observing, allowing recently planted seeds to establish themselves without interference, or watching for subtle signs of pest problems or nutrient deficiencies that could be addressed before they became serious issues. The key was learning to read the garden's needs accurately and respond with appropriate action, rather than habitual business. This more nuanced understanding of effort began to influence his approach to meditation as well. Instead of trying to force his mind into states of calm concentration, he began to experiment with creating favorable conditions for awareness to naturally stabilize. Instead of fighting with distracting thoughts, he learned to provide them with the same kind of patient attention he gave to garden pests, acknowledging their presence without being overwhelmed by them, and taking appropriate action when necessary without declaring war on the natural processes of his own mind. The afternoon meditation sessions built on the foundation established in the morning, but with subtle variations that kept the practice fresh and prevented it from becoming mechanical. Sometimes Master Hakuin would introduce different objects of concentration, such as the sounds of the environment or the physical sensations of the body. Other times, he would guide them through loving kindness meditation, cultivating feelings of goodwill and compassion toward themselves and others. The variety of meditation techniques revealed the richness of the contemplative tradition that had been preserved and refined over centuries of practice. Each method was designed to develop specific qualities of mind and heart, like different exercises in a comprehensive fitness program for consciousness. Concentration practices developed mental stability and focus. Mindfulness practices cultivated clear awareness of present moment experience, and loving kindness practices opened the heart to greater compassion and connection. One particularly powerful session involved what Master Hakuin called choiceless awareness, where instead of focusing on a particular object like the breath, practitioners were instructed to simply observe whatever arose in consciousness without trying to control or direct their attention. This practice revealed the constant activity of the mind in a way that was both humbling and liberating, showing Ryota how much mental energy he typically spent trying to manage and control his inner experience. In choiceless awareness, thoughts, emotions, physical sensations, and sounds were all given equal status as objects of mindful attention. The practice was not to get rid of any particular type of experience, but to develop the capacity to remain present and aware regardless of what was happening in the field of consciousness. This was perhaps the most challenging form of meditation Ryota had encountered, requiring a level of mental flexibility and non-attachment that he was only beginning to develop. The practice demanded a fundamental shift in his relationship with his own experience. Instead of being the editor and director of his mental movie, constantly trying to improve the plot and eliminate unwanted scenes, he was learning to be the audience, watching whatever appeared on the screen of consciousness with interested detachment. This shift was subtle but profound, creating space around even difficult experiences that allowed them to be present without overwhelming his entire awareness. During one such session, a memory from his childhood arose with unexpected vividness and emotional intensity. He was 8 years old, standing in his family's kitchen, while his parents argued in the next room about money and work stress. The memory brought with it all the confusion and helplessness he had felt as a child, unable to understand or influence the adult conflicts that created such tension in his home environment. The memory was remarkably detailed, including sensory information he had not consciously recalled for decades. He could smell the coffee his mother had been brewing, feel the cool linoleum under his bare feet, see the pattern of morning sunlight streaming through the kitchen window. Even more vivid were the emotional textures of the experience, the knot of anxiety in his small stomach, the desperate wish that he could somehow make his parents stop fighting, the confusing mixture of love and fear that characterized so much of his childhood relationship with his family. In his previous life, such a memory would have triggered a cascade of associated thoughts and emotions, leading him into extended periods of analysis, regret, or anxiety about family relationships and their ongoing impact on his adult life. But in the context of choiceless awareness meditation, the memory was simply another phenomenon arising in consciousness, no more or less significant than the sound of birds outside the window or the sensation of his breath moving in and out of his body. This shift in perspective was subtle but profound. Instead of being lost in the content of the memory, he was able to observe the process by which memories arise and pass away, noting the emotional charge they carry and the way they can temporarily color his entire experience of the present moment. The memory was still there, still emotionally significant, but it no longer had the power to completely hijack his attention and drag him into unconscious reactivity. The experience revealed something important about the nature of psychological healing. Rather than needing to analyze or resolve every difficult memory from his past, he was learning to change his relationship with the process of remembering itself. Painful experiences from childhood could arise in consciousness without automatically triggering the same patterns of emotional reactivity that had been established decades earlier. As the weeks passed, this capacity to observe his own mental processes with some degree of objectivity began to extend beyond formal meditation periods into his daily activities. While working in the garden, eating meals, or participating in the simple social interactions that comprised temple life, he found himself increasingly able to notice the arising of thoughts and emotions without being completely identified with them. This growing self-awareness revealed patterns of mental activity that had been completely unconscious before his arrival at the temple. He began to see how certain types of thoughts tended to cluster together, how particular emotional states created predictable chains of association, and how his mind had developed habitual responses to various types of internal and external stimuli. One pattern that became particularly clear was his tendency toward what Brother Kenji called mental time travel. Instead of remaining present with whatever activity he was engaged in, his mind would constantly jump between memories of the past and projections about the future, rarely settling into full engagement with the immediate reality of the present moment. This pattern had been invisible to him in his previous life because it was so constant and pervasive, like the sound of traffic in a city that residents no longer consciously hear. But in the quieter environment of the temple, where external distractions were minimal and internal awareness was systematically cultivated, these mental habits became as obvious as physical gestures observed in a mirror. The recognition of these patterns was not accompanied by self-judgment or attempts at immediate correction. Master Hakuin had emphasized repeatedly that awareness itself was transformative, that simply seeing clearly what was actually happening in the mind was the first and most important step in any process of genuine change. Trying to force the mind to behave differently before understanding its natural tendencies was like trying to redirect a river without first understanding its current flow patterns. This approach required a fundamental shift in his relationship with his own psychological processes. Instead of being the judge and controller of his mental activity, he was learning to become its witness and student, approaching his own mind with the same kind of patient curiosity he was developing toward the plants in the garden. The evening discussions with Master Hakwin provided opportunities to explore the insights and challenges that arose during formal practice. These conversations were unlike any educational experience Ryota had encountered, characterized more by mutual exploration than by one-way transmission of information. Master Hakwin would listen carefully to descriptions of meditation experiences, asking questions that helped clarify what had actually happened rather than what the student thought should have happened. The master's study was a sanctuary of contemplative learning, its walls lined with texts in multiple languages representing centuries of wisdom from various spiritual traditions. The rooms smelled of incense and old paper, creating an atmosphere that naturally encouraged deep reflection and honest inquiry. A single oil lamp provided gentle illumination that seemed more conducive to inner exploration than the harsh brightness of electric lighting. "Tell me about the quality of your attention during this morning's sitting," Master Hakwin might ask, and then listen with complete presence as Ryota attempted to put subtle inner experiences into words. The master's questions were never judgmental, but always precise, helping to distinguish between actual experience and conceptual interpretation, between genuine insight and spiritual fantasy. These conversations gradually revealed the sophisticated understanding that lay behind the apparently simple meditation instructions. What had seemed like basic techniques for calming the mind were actually precise methods for investigating the nature of consciousness itself. Tools for exploring questions that philosophers and contemplatives had been examining for thousands of years. The process of putting meditation experiences into words was itself a form of practice, requiring careful attention to the difference between what had actually been experienced and what the conceptual mind wanted to make of that experience. Ryota discovered that his initial attempts to describe his practice were often colored by expectations and interpretations that had little relationship to what had actually occurred during meditation. What is the relationship between the observer and the observed? Master Hakwin asked one evening as they sat in his study, the room lit by a single oil lamp that cast gentle shadows on the walls lined with ancient texts. When you are watching your breath, who is doing the watching? When you notice that your mind has wandered, what is it that notices? These questions opened territories of inquiry that were both fascinating and disorienting. Ryota's initial attempts to answer them revealed how much his sense of self depended on conceptual constructions that dissolved under careful examination. The I, that seemed so solid and continuous in ordinary consciousness, became increasingly elusive when investigated through the lens of meditative awareness. The inquiry into the nature of the observer was particularly challenging because it seemed to create an infinite regress. If there was an observing the breath, then what was observing that observer? And what was observing the observer of the observer? Each attempt to locate a solid center of selfhood revealed only more layers of observation and awareness that seemed to extend indefinitely without reaching any final ground. The question is not meant to be answered intellectually, Master Hakwin explained when Ryota expressed frustration with his inability to formulate satisfactory responses. It is meant to be lived, explored through direct experience rather than resolved through logical analysis. The inquiry itself is more important than any particular answer, because the inquiry keeps the mind open and flexible, while answers tend to create fixed positions that limit further exploration. This approach to spiritual inquiry was radically different from the problem-solving methodologies that had dominated Ryota's professional life. Instead of gathering information to reach definitive conclusions, contemplative inquiry involved maintaining an attitude of open-ended investigation that could accommodate paradox, uncertainty, and multiple levels of understanding simultaneously. The practice of sitting with unanswered questions gradually developed a different kind of intelligence, one that was comfortable with mystery and capable of holding complex truths that could not be reduced to simple formulations. This contemplative intelligence complemented, rather than replaced, analytical thinking, providing access to dimensions of understanding that were unavailable through purely rational approaches. As his second month at the temple began, Ryota noticed that his relationship with silence had undergone a significant transformation. What had initially felt like an absence of sound or activity now revealed itself to be a positive presence, a field of awareness that was rich with subtle information and creative potential. Silence was no longer something to be filled or overcome, but something to be entered and explored. The quality of silence at the temple was unlike anything he had experienced in his previous life. It was not the dead silence of soundproof rooms or the tense silence of uncomfortable social situations, but a living silence that seemed to pulse with its own kind of energy. In this silence, he could hear sounds that were normally masked by the constant background noise of modern life, the subtle rustling of leaves, the distant call of birds, the almost inaudible sound of his own heartbeat. This new relationship with silence extended into his interactions with other people. Conversations became less about exchanging information or maintaining social connection, and more about sharing presence and mutual understanding. Words, when they were used, carried more weight and precision, emerging from silence rather than covering it over. The community life at the temple provided a perfect laboratory for exploring how contemplative awareness could be maintained in social situations. Meals were taken in silence, but this silence was not empty or isolating. Instead, it created a space for mindful eating and shared presence that was often more intimate and nourishing than conversations filled with casual chatter. During these silent meals, Ryota discovered dimensions of the eating experience that had been completely overlooked in his previous life. The texture and flavor of each bite became more vivid when not competing with conversation for his attention. The process of chewing and swallowing, normally so automatic as to be unconscious, revealed itself to be a complex and remarkable coordination of muscular activity that deserved its own kind of appreciation. Working alongside other residents in the gardens or maintenance tasks revealed how much communication could happen without words when people were attuned to each other's presence and intentions. Projects were completed efficiently and harmoniously through a kind of intuitive coordination that emerged naturally when individual egos were not competing for attention or control. This experience of effortless cooperation was a revelation for someone whose professional life had been dominated by competitive dynamics and political maneuvering. Ryota began to see how much energy he had been spending on managing his image and protecting his interests in social situations, energy that became available for more constructive purposes when those concerns were set aside. The temple's approach to conflict resolution provided another model for how contemplative awareness could be applied to practical challenges. When disagreements or tensions arose between residents, they were addressed through a process that emphasized understanding rather than winning, seeking solutions that honored everyone's legitimate needs rather than determining who was right or wrong. Master Hakwin would sometimes facilitate these discussions, but his role was more like that of a skilled therapist than an authoritarian judge. He would help each person express their perspective clearly and listen to others with genuine openness, creating conditions where creative solutions could emerge organically rather than being imposed from above. Witnessing and occasionally participating in these processes gave Ryota insight into how differently conflicts could be approached when the goal was mutual understanding rather than individual victory. The skills being developed through meditation, particularly the ability to observe thoughts and emotions without being overwhelmed by them, proved invaluable in heated discussions where strong feelings and competing interests were at stake. As winter deepened and the garden work became less demanding, more time was available for intensive meditation practice and study. Master Hakuin introduced advanced techniques that built on the foundation of basic mindfulness, including practices designed to cultivate specific mental qualities like concentration, equanimity, and compassion. The concentration practices involved focusing attention on increasingly subtle objects, developing the mind's capacity to remain stable and alert for extended periods. These sessions could last for several hours, requiring a level of mental discipline that Ryota had never imagined possible. Yet the effort required was different from the forced concentration he had known in his business career, more like the patient attention of a scientist observing a fascinating phenomenon than the aggressive focus of someone trying to dominate a challenging situation. The objects of concentration became progressively more refined as his practice deepened. What began with attention to the breath evolved to include subtle aspects of breathing that had been invisible initially, such as the pause between inhalation and exhalation, or the way the breath seemed to move through different parts of the body. Eventually, he was introduced to concentration on purely mental objects, such as visualized images or abstract concepts that required sustained attention to maintain clearly in consciousness. As his concentration deepened, Ryota began to experience states of consciousness that were qualitatively different from ordinary waking awareness. These were not dramatic mystical experiences, but subtle shifts in the quality of attention and perception that revealed new dimensions of mental clarity and peace. Time seemed to slow down or become irrelevant, and the usual sense of being a separate self observing external objects began to dissolve into a more unified field of awareness. In these concentrated states, the constant mental commentary that normally accompanied his experience became quiet, allowing direct perception of phenomena without the filter of conceptual interpretation. Colors seemed more vivid, sounds more distinct, and physical sensations more immediate and alive. It was as if he were experiencing the world through a cleaner lens, one that had been polished free of the accumulated dust of habitual perception. These experiences were both inspiring and humbling. Inspiring because they demonstrated the mind's capacity for states of peace and clarity that far exceeded anything he had thought possible. Humbling because they revealed how much of his ordinary consciousness was characterized by restlessness, fragmentation, and superficiality that he had accepted as normal and inevitable. Master Hakuin was careful to put these experiences in proper perspective, neither dismissing them as unimportant nor inflating their significance beyond what was warranted. Concentration states are like beautiful flowers in the garden of practice, he explained. They are lovely to experience, and they serve important functions, but they are not the goal of cultivation. The goal is the development of wisdom and compassion that can function in all circumstances, not just in special states that require particular conditions to maintain. This teaching helped Ryota avoid the spiritual materialism that could turn meditation practice into another form of achievement seeking, collecting experiences and states rather than developing the fundamental qualities of heart and mind that were the true purpose of contemplative training. The peaceful states that arose in deep concentration were valuable not as ends in themselves, but as tools for understanding the nature of consciousness and developing the stability of attention that would support insight into more fundamental questions. The insight practices that complemented concentration training were designed to investigate the basic structures of experience itself, examining how perception, cognition, and emotional reactivity actually function, rather than how they appear to function from the perspective of ordinary consciousness. These investigations required a different kind of attention than concentration practice, more analytical and questioning, rather than simply stable and focused. Through systematic examination of his moment-to-moment experience, Ryota began to see how what he had taken to be solid and continuous was actually composed of rapidly changing processes. Thoughts that seemed to last for minutes were revealed to be composed of much briefer mental events arising and passing away in constant succession. Emotions that felt like permanent states were shown to be dynamic processes with recognizable beginnings, developments, and endings. The investigation of physical sensations proved particularly revealing. What he had normally experienced as solid sensations, such as the feeling of his body sitting on the meditation cushion, dissolved under careful attention into constantly changing patterns of pressure, temperature, and texture. Even pain, when observed with precise attention, revealed itself to be composed of multiple layers of sensation that were constantly shifting and changing rather than being the monolithic experience it appeared to be from a distance. Even his sense of being a solid, continuous self began to reveal itself as a construction built from constantly changing physical sensations, mental formations, and conceptual elaborations. This was not a philosophical theory, but a direct perception that emerged from careful attention to the actual process of experience, rather than the stories he told himself about that experience. The dissolution of the solid self was initially frightening, challenging the most basic assumptions about personal identity and continuity that had never been questioned. But gradually this investigation became liberating, revealing that the boundaries and limitations he had taken to be permanent features of his identity were actually much more fluid and optional than he had ever imagined. These insights were initially disorienting, challenging fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality that had never been questioned. But gradually, they became liberating, freeing him from the need to defend and maintain a self, concept that was revealed to be much more fluid and optional than he had ever imagined. The liberation that came from seeing through the illusion of a solid, separate self was not a loss but a gain, like being released from a prison he had not realized he was in. The energy that had been tied up in self-protection and self-promotion became available for more creative and compassionate purposes. Relationships became less about managing impressions and more about genuine connection. Work became less about personal advancement and more about contributing to something larger than individual concerns. As his third month at the temple drew to a close, Ryota could feel that something fundamental had shifted in his relationship with life itself. The anxiety and restlessness that had driven him to seek refuge at the temple had not simply been suppressed or temporarily relieved, but had been transformed at their roots through a deeper understanding of their true nature and causes. The transformation was not dramatic or sudden, but had unfolded gradually, like the changing of seasons or the slow growth of plants in Brother Kenji's garden. Each day had brought small shifts in awareness, an understanding that accumulated over time into a comprehensive reorganization of his relationship with experience. What had once seemed like insurmountable problems now appeared as natural challenges that could be met with patience and skill, rather than anxiety and force. The stream that flowed past the temple had become a constant teacher, its voice changing with the seasons and weather conditions, but always carrying the same essential message about the possibility of flowing with life's changes, rather than struggling against them. In winter it moved slowly under a thin layer of ice, still flowing but more quietly and deliberately. In spring rains, it would swell and rush with renewed energy, carrying away the debris of winter and preparing the ground for new growth. Sitting by the stream during his evening walks had become a form of meditation in itself, a way of attuning to the natural rhythms that governed all life and learning to align his own inner rhythms with the deeper currents that moved through the world. The stream never seemed to struggle with obstacles in its path, but found creative ways around or through them, wearing down resistance through patient persistence rather than aggressive force. The stream's teaching was not just metaphorical, but practical, offering a model for how to navigate the inevitable obstacles and challenges that life presented, instead of meeting resistance with greater force, which often created more problems than it solved. He was learning to look for creative alternatives that worked with existing conditions rather than against them. This quality of patient persistence had become one of the most valuable lessons of his time at the temple. Real transformation, he was learning, happened not through dramatic breakthroughs, but through the accumulation of small shifts in awareness and understanding that gradually reorganized his entire relationship with experience. Like water slowly shaping stone, the daily practice of mindfulness was reshaping the landscape of his consciousness in ways that were subtle but profound. The approaching end of his planned retreat brought mixed feelings. Part of him wanted to remain at the temple indefinitely, continuing to deepen his practice in an environment that supported contemplative development so perfectly. But another part recognized that the real test of what he had learned would come when he returned to the complexities and challenges of ordinary life, bringing the insights and skills he had developed into situations that were far less conducive to maintaining awareness and equanimity. The temple had provided ideal conditions for inner development, like a greenhouse that protected delicate growth from harsh environmental conditions. But the ultimate purpose of this protected development was to prepare for transplantation into the real world, where the qualities that had been cultivated would face the test of practical application. Master Hakuin had begun preparing him for this transition, discussing how contemplative practice could be maintained and integrated into the demands of work, relationships, and social responsibilities. The goal was not to create a life that resembled the temple, but to bring the qualities of presence, wisdom, and compassion that he had cultivated into whatever circumstances he encountered. The temple is like a greenhouse, Master Hakuin explained during one of their evening conversations. It provides ideal conditions for certain kinds of growth that might not happen naturally in harsher environments. But eventually, the plants that have been nurtured in the greenhouse must be transplanted into the garden, where they will face wind, rain, pests, and competition from weeds. The test of their strength is not how well they grow in perfect conditions, but how well they adapt to the challenges of the real world. This metaphor helped Ryota understand that his time at the temple was not meant to be an escape from ordinary life, but a preparation for engaging with it more skillfully. The peace and clarity he had discovered were not dependent on external conditions, but were qualities of consciousness that could be accessed regardless of circumstances, though they required ongoing cultivation and protection like any valuable capacity. The practical aspects of maintaining contemplative awareness in ordinary life required careful consideration. How could he preserve the quality of presence he had developed when surrounded by the constant stimulation and demands of urban professional life? How could he maintain the insights into the nature of self and reality when immersed in social situations that assumed and reinforced conventional identities and roles? Master Hakwin suggested establishing a daily practice routine that would provide regular opportunities for returning to the clarity and peace that had been cultivated during his retreat. Even brief periods of meditation, if practiced consistently, could serve as anchors that prevented him from being completely swept away by the momentum of ordinary consciousness. More importantly, he emphasized the possibility of bringing meditative awareness into ordinary activities, transforming routine tasks into opportunities for mindfulness practice. Eating, walking, working, and even conversing could become forms of meditation when approached with the right quality of attention. As he prepared for the transition back to the world beyond the temple walls, Ryota felt a deep gratitude for the teachings and community that had supported his transformation. But more than gratitude, he felt a sense of responsibility to honor what he had received by finding ways to share it with others who might benefit from the same kinds of insights and practices that had been so transformative for him. The tradition of contemplative practice that he had encountered at the temple was not meant to be hoarded by a small community of practitioners, but was intended as a gift to anyone who was ready to receive it. The peace, wisdom, and compassion that could be developed through meditation were not private possessions, but qualities that naturally express themselves in service to the larger community of life. The stream continued its eternal flow past the temple, carrying the melted snow of distant mountains toward the sea, connecting all the places it touched in an unbroken circuit of giving and receiving. Like that stream, he was beginning to understand that his own life was part of a larger flow, and that the peace and wisdom he had discovered were not possessions to be hoarded, but gifts to be shared with anyone ready to receive them. The final days at the temple were spent in intensive practice and reflection, consolidating the insights and skills that had been developed over the past 3 months. Master Hakwin emphasized that leaving the temple was not an ending, but a beginning, the start of a new phase of practice that would test and deepen everything that had been learned in the protected environment of the contemplative community. On his last morning at the temple, Ryota sat by the stream one final time, listening to its eternal teaching about flow, persistence, and the art of moving through obstacles with grace rather than force. The water that passed before him would eventually reach the ocean, joining the vast body of water that connected all streams and rivers in a single, continuous system. In the same way, he was beginning to understand that his individual practice was part of a larger movement of consciousness that included all beings seeking freedom from suffering and the development of wisdom and compassion. As he prepared to leave the temple and return to the world that he had temporarily left behind, Ryota carried with him not just memories of peaceful experiences, but practical skills and insights that could transform his relationship with whatever challenges and opportunities lay ahead. The real adventure was just beginning. The transition from the protected environment of the temple to the complexities of everyday life proved more challenging than Ryota had anticipated. During his 3 months of intensive practice, he had developed a deep appreciation for the clarity and peace that emerged from regular meditation, mindful work, and the guidance of Master Hakwin. The temple had provided a container for his spiritual development, a place where the external conditions supported inner cultivation. Now, as he returned to his former life, he discovered that maintaining that same quality of awareness required entirely different skills. The journey back to the city had been a meditation in itself. As the temple's peaceful grounds gradually disappeared behind him, replaced first by rural landscapes and then by increasing signs of human development, he found himself observing the subtle shifts in his internal state. The silence that had become so natural during his retreat was slowly replaced by the ambient noise of civilization. Traffic sounds, construction equipment, and the general hum of urban activity began to penetrate his awareness, each sound a reminder of the world he was returning to. The taxi driver who picked him up at the train station seemed genuinely curious about his 3-month absence from the city. When Ryota mentioned that he had been at a meditation retreat, the driver launched into a monologue about the stress of his job, the difficulty of supporting his family, and his own occasional thoughts about finding some kind of spiritual practice to help him cope with daily pressures. Listening to this spontaneous confession, Ryota found himself naturally embodying the quality of presence he had cultivated during his temple residency. He offered no advice, made no judgments, simply listened with complete attention to this stranger's authentic sharing about his life struggles. The city that welcomed him back seemed both familiar and strange. The streets he had walked countless times before his retreat now appeared more vivid, as if he was seeing them through new eyes. The sounds of traffic, construction, and human activity that had once blended into background noise now presented themselves as distinct phenomena, each worthy of attention. His enhanced sensitivity to sensory input was both a gift and a challenge, providing richer experiences while sometimes overwhelming his nervous system with information he had learned to filter out during his years of urban living. Walking through his neighborhood for the first time in 3 months, he noticed details that had previously escaped his attention. The way morning light filtered through the leaves of street trees, creating constantly shifting patterns on the sidewalk. The expressions on the faces of people hurrying to work, each carrying their own private world of concerns, hopes, and preoccupations. The intricate architecture of buildings he had passed hundreds of times without really seeing. Even the graffiti on walls and the arrangement of items in shop windows seemed to tell stories about the human beings who had created or arranged them. His apartment, which had remained unchanged during his absence, felt like a museum of his former self. The books scattered across his desk, the unwashed dishes in the sink, the pile of unopened mail by the door, all served as reminders of the person he had been before his journey to the temple. Yet as he moved through these familiar spaces, he found himself approaching even mundane tasks with the mindfulness he had cultivated during his months of practice. Washing the dishes became an opportunity to experience the temperature and texture of water, the weight and shape of each plate and cup, the satisfaction of transforming disorder into order through patient attention. The stack of mail that had accumulated during his absence provided an immediate test of his developing equanimity. Bills, advertisements, and various official communications demanded his attention and response. In the past, such administrative tasks had often triggered anxiety and procrastination. Now, he found himself able to approach each piece of correspondence with calm attention, sorting items by priority and addressing each one with focused presence rather than the scattered, overwhelmed energy that had characterized his previous approach to such responsibilities. Among the accumulated mail was a letter from his employer, expressing concern about his extended absence and requesting a meeting to discuss his future with the company. The formal tone of the letter and the implicit threat it contained would have previously sent him into a spiral of worry and defensive planning. Instead, he found himself observing the arising of familiar anxiety patterns, while simultaneously maintaining enough space around these reactions to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. The first major test of his developing equanimity came when he attempted to resume his professional responsibilities. His work as a marketing consultant had always been demanding, filled with tight deadlines, difficult clients, and the constant pressure to generate creative solutions under stress. Before his retreat, he had managed these challenges through a combination of caffeine, determination, and the suppression of his emotional responses to frustrating situations. Now, with his heightened awareness of his internal states, he found himself acutely conscious of the physical and mental tension that arose when faced with unreasonable demands or interpersonal conflicts. The meeting with his supervisor took place in a sterile conference room that seemed to embody everything about corporate culture that felt antithetical to the values he had cultivated during his temple experience. The fluorescent lighting, the artificial air, the subtle atmosphere of competition and judgment all created a stark contrast to the natural beauty and supportive community he had recently left behind. Yet, rather than feeling overwhelmed by this contrast, he found himself curious about how to bring the qualities he had developed into this challenging environment. His supervisor, a woman named Janet, who had always seemed perpetually stressed and slightly aggressive in her communications, began the meeting with a list of concerns about his absence and questions about his commitment to his career. In the past, such a confrontation would have triggered his defensive mechanisms, leading him to either argue aggressively or withdraw into sullen compliance. Instead, he found himself listening with genuine attention to her concerns, acknowledging the legitimate business needs that his absence had created, and speaking honestly about his experience and his renewed commitment to his work. During his first week back at work, a particularly demanding client became upset about a campaign that had failed to meet their expectations. The client, a middle-aged man who owned a chain of electronic stores, had invested significant money in an advertising campaign that Ryota had designed before his retreat. The campaign had been launched during his absence, and the results had been disappointing. The client was not only frustrated about the poor performance, but also angry about Ryota's unavailability during the campaign launch. In the past, Ryota would have either matched their emotional intensity with defensive arguments or withdrawn into sullen compliance. Instead, he found himself observing the arising of familiar patterns of reactivity, while simultaneously maintaining enough space around these reactions to choose a different response. He listened to the client's concerns without immediately formulating counter-arguments, acknowledged their disappointment without taking personal responsibility for factors beyond his control, and worked collaboratively to develop solutions that addressed their underlying needs, rather than simply defending his original approach. The client's anger was intense and personal, including accusations about Ryota's professionalism and commitment. Each criticism felt like a physical blow, triggering waves of defensive energy that wanted to emerge as counterattacks or justifications. But his meditation training had taught him to observe these internal reactions without immediately acting on them. He noticed the tightness in his chest, the heat in his face, the urge to interrupt and defend himself. He also noticed that beneath the client's anger was genuine concern about his business and fear about the money he had invested. Rather than responding to the surface emotion, he addressed the underlying concerns. He acknowledged that the campaign had not met expectations and took responsibility for aspects of the strategy that could have been improved. He avoided making excuses about his absence, while also not accepting blame for market conditions and other factors that had contributed to the poor results. Most importantly, he focused the conversation on developing a new approach that would better serve the client's actual business needs. The interaction was not perfect, and he noticed moments when his old patterns of defensiveness and anxiety attempted to reassert themselves. But the very fact that he could observe these patterns as they arose, rather than being completely identified with them, represented a significant shift in his relationship to challenging situations. The meditation training had not eliminated his capacity for emotional reactivity, but it had created enough space around his reactions to allow for more skillful responses. By the end of the meeting, the client's anger had transformed into collaborative problem-solving. They spent 2 hours developing a new campaign strategy that incorporated lessons learned from the previous failure. The client left the meeting expressing appreciation for Ryota's honesty and professionalism, and their working relationship actually became stronger than it had been before the crisis. This experience provided powerful confirmation that the skills he had developed during his retreat could be effectively applied to the most challenging aspects of his professional life. This newfound ability to maintain awareness during difficult interactions extended to his personal relationships as well. His friends and family, who had been puzzled by his decision to spend 3 months at a meditation retreat, were curious about what he had learned and how the experience had changed him. Some approached his transformation with genuine interest, while others seemed threatened by the changes they perceived in his personality and priorities. His younger brother, who had always relied on Ryota's tendency toward worry and overthinking as a way of processing his own anxieties, became frustrated when Ryota no longer engaged with his catastrophic thinking patterns. His brother Kenji had always been the more emotionally volatile of the two siblings, prone to dramatic reactions to relatively minor setbacks and a tendency to catastrophize about potential future problems. Before his retreat, Ryota had often found himself drawn into these emotional dramas, either trying to solve Kenji's problems or getting caught up in shared anxiety about situations that were largely beyond their control. Their relationship had been built around a dynamic where Kenji would present his latest crisis and Ryota would either offer practical solutions or join him in worried speculation about worst-case scenarios. When Kenji called him during his second week back from the retreat, complaining about a conflict with his girlfriend and predicting that their relationship was doomed, Ryota found himself responding very differently than he had in the past. Instead of immediately offering advice or getting drawn into analysis of the girlfriend's behavior, he simply listened with compassionate attention. When Kenji paused in his monologue, clearly expecting Ryota to join him in condemning the girlfriend or strategizing about how to handle the situation, Ryota instead asked gentle questions about what Kenji was actually feeling and what he thought might be most helpful for him in the moment. Kenji's response was immediate frustration. He accused Ryota of being detached and uncaring, of acting superior and withholding the kind of support he had always provided in the past. The accusation stung because it contained a grain of truth. Ryota was being more detached, not out of lack of caring, but out of recognition that his previous pattern of getting emotionally entangled in his brother's dramas had not actually been helpful for either of them. But learning to communicate this shift in a way that felt supportive, rather than rejecting required skills he was still developing. The challenge of maintaining his practice while navigating these relationship dynamics required a delicate balance between staying true to his developing understanding and remaining connected to the people who mattered to him. He discovered that his commitment to mindfulness and emotional regulation could sometimes be perceived as emotional distance or spiritual superiority, even when his intention was simply to avoid getting caught up in unnecessary drama and reactivity. Learning to communicate his boundaries with compassion while avoiding the appearance of judgment or withdrawal became an ongoing practice that required as much attention as his formal meditation sessions. His relationship with his parents presented different, but equally complex challenges. They had always been proud of his professional success and worried about his tendency toward anxiety and overthinking. When he told them about his decision to spend 3 months at a meditation retreat, they had been supportive but puzzled, viewing it as an expensive form of therapy rather than a spiritual practice. Now that he had returned, they were eager to see evidence that their investment in his well-being had paid off in the form of reduced stress and improved career prospects. His mother, in particular, had always been a warrior who expressed her love through concern about his health, finances, and future security. She had hoped that his retreat experience would help him become more relaxed and confident, but she was unprepared for the deeper changes in his values and priorities that had resulted from his intensive practice. When he mentioned that he was being more selective about the clients he worked with, choosing projects based on ethical considerations rather than purely financial ones, she became anxious about his career prospects and financial security. Their conversations about his experience often felt like they were speaking different languages. When he tried to explain the value of meditation and mindfulness, she heard it as abstract philosophy that might interfere with practical success. When she expressed concerns about his career and finances, he heard it as attachment to external security rather than trust in his ability to navigate life's challenges. Both of them were coming from love and genuine concern, but their different perspectives on what constituted a successful and meaningful life created tension that required patience and skillful communication to navigate. The physical practice of meditation itself presented new challenges in his urban environment. The temple had provided a dedicated meditation hall with optimal conditions for contemplative practice, including silence, comfortable temperature, and freedom from interruptions. His apartment, by contrast, was subject to the sounds of traffic, neighbors, and construction, along with the constant availability of distractions in the form of television, internet, and the general business of city life. Establishing a consistent meditation practice required not only discipline, but also creativity in adapting to less than ideal conditions. He designated a corner of his bedroom as a meditation space, arranging a simple cushion and a small table with a candle and a stone he had brought from the temple garden. The space was modest compared to the formal meditation hall he had grown accustomed to, but it served as a physical anchor for his practice and a reminder of his commitment to inner development. The challenge was not just finding the time and space for meditation, but maintaining the quality of attention and intention that had developed during his intensive retreat experience. The stone he had brought from the temple garden became a particularly meaningful anchor for his practice. It was a simple piece of granite, smooth and dark, that had caught his attention during one of his walking meditations. Master Hakwin had encouraged students to find natural objects that could serve as reminders of their practice, and this stone had somehow embodied for him the qualities of stability and groundedness that he wanted to cultivate. Now, placed on his simple altar, it served as a tangible connection to the peace and clarity he had experienced during his retreat. The first few weeks of practice in his apartment were marked by frustration and self-criticism. His mind, which had achieved remarkable states of clarity and stillness during his temple residency, now seemed more agitated and distracted than ever. The contrast between his peak experiences of meditative absorption and his current struggles with basic concentration led to doubts about whether he had actually learned anything of lasting value during his retreat. Master Hakwin had warned him about this phenomenon, explaining that the supportive conditions of the temple naturally facilitated deeper states of meditation, and that maintaining practice in the midst of ordinary life required different skills and expectations. The sounds of the city seemed particularly intrusive during his early attempts to re-establish his meditation routine. Sirens, car horns, construction equipment, and the voices of neighbors all penetrated his awareness, making it difficult to achieve the kind of inner stillness he had experienced at the temple. His initial reaction was to fight these distractions, trying to block them out or becoming frustrated when they interrupted his concentration. Gradually, however, he began to remember Master Hakwin's teachings about working with whatever conditions presented themselves rather than waiting for ideal circumstances. Rather than trying to recreate the exact quality of meditation he had experienced at the temple, he began to approach his home practice as an entirely different discipline. Instead of seeking profound states of absorption, he focused on developing consistency and presence within whatever conditions presented themselves. A 20-minute session interrupted by sirens and construction noise became an opportunity to practice maintaining equanimity in the face of disturbance. A meditation period marked by persistent thoughts about work deadlines became a chance to strengthen his ability to observe mental activity without being swept away by its content. One particularly challenging morning, his upstairs neighbor began playing loud music just as he was settling into meditation. His initial reaction was anger and frustration, along with thoughts about confronting the neighbor or finding a different time to practice. But as he observed these reactions arising, he recognized them as just another form of mental activity to be witnessed rather than acted upon. Instead of abandoning his session or getting caught up in resentment, he used the music as an object of meditation, observing how his mind labeled it as pleasant or unpleasant, and watching the way his resistance to the sound created additional suffering beyond the simple sensory experience. This shift in approach gradually transformed his relationship to both his formal meditation practice and his daily activities. He began to see that the real training was not in achieving particular states of consciousness, but in developing the capacity to remain present and responsive regardless of external circumstances. The chaotic environment of the city became a more demanding, but ultimately more realistic training ground for the kind of awareness that could function effectively in any situation. His daily commute to work became another opportunity to practice mindfulness in challenging conditions. The subway system during rush hour was an intense sensory experience, filled with crowds, noise, and the general stress of people trying to get to work on time. Before his retreat, he had typically spent this time listening to music or reading, using these activities to distract himself from the uncomfortable aspects of mass transit. Now he began to experiment with using the commute as a meditation period, practicing awareness of his breath and body while surrounded by the chaos of urban transportation. The integration of mindfulness into his work life proved to be one of the most transformative aspects of his return to ordinary activities. The marketing industry, with its emphasis on manipulation, competition, and the creation of artificial desires, had always created a certain amount of cognitive dissonance for him. His meditation practice had heightened his sensitivity to the ethical dimensions of his professional activities, making him more aware of the ways his work either contributed to or detracted from human well-being and authentic happiness. Rather than abandoning his career entirely, which would have created financial hardship and potentially undermined his ability to maintain his spiritual practice, he began to look for ways to align his professional skills with his developing values. He started seeking clients whose products and services genuinely served human needs, rather than exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. He shifted his creative approach from manipulation to authentic communication, focusing on helping businesses connect with customers who would genuinely benefit from their offerings, rather than creating artificial demand through psychological pressure. This ethical evolution in his professional life was not without its challenges. Some potential clients were put off by his refusal to employ certain manipulative techniques that were standard in the industry. His income initially decreased as he became more selective about the projects he would accept. However, the clients who were attracted to his more authentic approach tended to be more collaborative, more appreciative of his work, and more aligned with his personal values. The quality of his professional relationships improved even as the quantity of his business opportunities initially declined. One particularly meaningful project came from a small organic farm that wanted help marketing their produce to urban consumers. The farmers, a young couple who had left corporate careers to pursue sustainable agriculture, were struggling to communicate the value of their products to customers who were accustomed to the convenience and low prices of conventional supermarket produce. Working with them allowed Ryota to use his marketing skills to support something he genuinely believed in, creating campaigns that educated consumers about the benefits of organic farming while helping the farmers build a sustainable business. The project required him to spend time at the farm, learning about their growing practices and understanding the challenges they faced. This exposure to agricultural work reminded him of the manual labor he had performed at the temple, and he found similar satisfaction in contributing to something that was both practically useful and ethically meaningful. The campaigns he developed for them were successful, not because they manipulated consumer psychology, but because they authentically communicated the genuine value of what the farmers were offering. The financial pressures that accompanied this transition forced him to examine his relationship to material security and success. During his time at the temple, he had lived simply and discovered that his actual needs were far less extensive than his previous lifestyle had suggested. The experience of finding contentment with basic food, simple clothing, and minimal possessions had revealed the degree to which his previous sense of well-being had been dependent on consumption and accumulation. Now, faced with a reduced income, he had the opportunity to apply these insights to his ordinary life circumstances. He began to distinguish more clearly between his genuine needs and his conditioned desires, making conscious choices about where to direct his financial resources. Instead of automatically upgrading his possessions or lifestyle whenever his income increased, he found satisfaction in maintaining simplicity while directing surplus resources toward experiences and activities that supported his continued development. He invested in books, workshops, and occasional retreats rather than consumer goods. He chose to spend money on high-quality, durable items rather than constantly replacing cheaper alternatives. Most importantly, he discovered that his sense of security and well-being was more dependent on his internal state than on his external circumstances. His approach to food became a particularly clear example of how his values had shifted. Before his retreat, he had often eaten hastily and unconsciously, grabbing convenient meals without much attention to their nutritional value or the circumstances of their production. At the temple, meals had been simple but prepared with great care and consumed in silence, allowing for full appreciation of the nourishment being received. Now, back in the city, he found himself naturally gravitating toward fresh, locally produced foods and taking time to prepare and consume meals mindfully. Shopping for groceries became a meditation on the interconnectedness of all life. He found himself considering the conditions under which his food had been grown, the people who had been involved in bringing it to market, and the impact of his choices on both his own health and the well-being of the broader community. This awareness led him to seek out farmers' markets and local producers, even when their products cost more than conventional alternatives. The additional expense was offset by his reduced consumption of processed foods and restaurant meals, and the quality of his nutrition improved significantly. The social dimensions of his transformation created both opportunities and challenges in his personal relationships. Some friends were genuinely interested in learning about meditation and mindfulness, asking him to share techniques and insights that might help them deal with their own stress and dissatisfaction. These conversations allowed him to deepen his own understanding by articulating what he had learned and adapting the teachings to different personalities and life circumstances. He discovered that explaining meditation to others required him to understand it more clearly himself, and that teaching, even in informal contexts, was a powerful way of strengthening his own practice. His friend Marcus, a fellow marketing professional who had been struggling with anxiety and insomnia, became particularly interested in learning basic meditation techniques. Marcus had initially been skeptical about Ryota's retreat experience, viewing it as an expensive form of self-indulgence. But when he noticed the positive changes in Ryota's demeanor and stress levels, he began asking questions about how meditation actually worked and whether it might help with his own difficulties. Teaching Marcus the basics of mindfulness meditation required Ryota to break down concepts that had become intuitive for him into simple, practical instructions. He had to remember what it was like to be a complete beginner, struggling with the basic challenge of observing the breath without getting lost in thought. The process of guiding Marcus through his first meditation sessions reminded Ryota of his own early struggles and helped him appreciate how much he had actually learned during his intensive training. Other relationships were strained by his changing priorities and perspectives. Friends who had bonded with him over shared complaints about work, relationships, and life circumstances found his new equanimity frustrating or alienating. Social activities that had previously provided entertainment now seemed hollow or even harmful to his mental state. He found himself less interested in conversations focused on gossip, criticism, or the endless analysis of problems without any intention of finding solutions. This shift in his social preferences sometimes led to feelings of isolation and uncertainty about how to maintain meaningful connections while staying true to his developing understanding. His friend group had traditionally gathered for weekly happy hours that typically devolved into sessions of complaining about their jobs, relationships, and various life frustrations. These gatherings had previously provided a sense of camaraderie and mutual support. But now Ryota found himself feeling drained, rather than energized by the constant focus on problems and grievances. When he tried to steer conversations toward more positive topics or suggest practical solutions to the problems being discussed, he was often met with resistance or accusations of being unrealistic or unsympathetic. The challenge of maintaining relationships while undergoing personal transformation required him to develop new skills in communication and boundary setting. He learned to listen with genuine compassion to friends who were struggling without getting drawn into their emotional dramas. He practiced offering support and perspective when asked, while avoiding the tendency to give unsolicited advice or to try to fix other people's problems. Most importantly, he worked to embody the qualities he had developed through meditation, such as patience, kindness, and equanimity, rather than talking about them or trying to convince others of their value through intellectual arguments. One evening, his friend Sarah called him in tears about a conflict she was having with her supervisor at work. In the past, he would have immediately jumped into problem-solving mode, offering advice about how to handle the situation or joining her in criticizing the supervisor's behavior. Instead, he simply listened with full attention, occasionally asking gentle questions that helped her clarify her own thoughts and feelings about the situation. By the end of the conversation, she had talked herself through to a clearer understanding of her options and a sense of confidence about how to proceed. Sarah later told him that this conversation had been more helpful than any of their previous discussions about work problems, even though he had offered very little direct advice. She said that feeling truly heard and supported had given her the space she needed to access her own wisdom about the situation. This experience taught him that sometimes the most valuable gift he could offer to friends was simply his presence and attention, rather than trying to solve their problems for them. His romantic relationships presented particularly complex challenges, as intimate partnerships require a level of emotional vulnerability and mutual adaptation that casual friendships do not demand. The woman he had been dating before his retreat initially welcomed his increased emotional stability and presence, appreciating his greater capacity for listening and his reduced tendency toward anxiety and reactivity. However, as the relationship deepened, she began to feel uncertain about his spiritual interests and concerned that his commitment to meditation and personal development might interfere with their shared goals and activities. Lisa had been attracted to him initially because of his intelligence and ambition, qualities that had seemed to promise the kind of successful, stable partnership she was seeking. His decision to spend 3 months at a meditation retreat had puzzled her, but she had supported it as a form of stress management that might help him become more focused and successful in his career. When he returned with a fundamentally different perspective on success and life priorities, she began to worry that he was becoming someone she might not be compatible with in the long term. Their first serious conflict after his return arose when he declined an invitation to a networking event that could have been beneficial for his career. In the past, he would have attended such events even if he found them personally draining, viewing them as necessary investments in his professional future. Now, he chose to spend the evening in quiet reflection and preparation for an important project, recognizing that his mental state and energy levels were more important for his work quality than making superficial professional connections. Lisa interpreted his decision as a lack of ambition and commitment to their shared future. She had been hoping that his retreat experience would make him more confident and socially engaged, not more selective about his activities and priorities. Their argument about the networking event revealed deeper differences in their values and expectations that required honest examination if their relationship was going to survive his transformation. The tension between individual spiritual development and intimate partnership forced him to examine his motivations and priorities more deeply. Was his spiritual practice a form of self-centeredness disguised as personal growth? Could he maintain his commitment to inner development while also being fully available for the demands and compromises that healthy relationships require? These questions did not have simple answers, and working through them required both partners to communicate more honestly about their needs, fears, and expectations than they had previously been willing to do. Through patient dialogue and mutual exploration, they gradually found ways to integrate his spiritual interests with their shared life without either person having to abandon what was most important to them. She began to appreciate the ways his meditation practice made him a more attentive and emotionally available partner, while he learned to maintain his commitment to personal development without using it as a way of avoiding the challenges and responsibilities of intimate relationship. The process was not always smooth, but it deepened their connection and provided both of them with opportunities for growth that neither could have achieved alone. Lisa eventually became interested in meditation herself, not as a spiritual practice, but as a practical tool for managing the stress of her demanding job as a financial analyst. Ryota introduced her to basic mindfulness techniques, and she found that even short periods of meditation helped her maintain clarity and composure during difficult workdays. While she never developed the same level of interest in contemplative practice that he had, she came to respect and support his commitment to it as something that made him a better partner and a happier person. The physical challenges of maintaining a spiritual practice while living in an urban environment extended beyond the obvious issues of noise and distraction to include the more subtle effects of environmental stress on his nervous system. The temple had been located in a natural setting that supported contemplative awareness through its beauty, quiet, and connection to natural rhythms. The The city, by contrast, was designed for productivity, efficiency, and stimulation rather than reflection and inner development. The constant exposure to artificial light, processed air, electromagnetic fields, and the general intensity of urban life created a baseline level of stress that required conscious effort to counterbalance. He began to seek out opportunities to connect with nature within the urban environment, discovering parks, gardens, and waterfront areas that provided respite from the intensity of city life. These natural spaces became important supplements to his formal meditation practice, offering opportunities to experience the kind of peace and spaciousness that had been readily available at the temple. He also began to pay more attention to the quality of his living environment, making changes to reduce artificial stimulation and create conditions that supported rather than hindered his contemplative practice. The local botanical garden became a particularly important refuge for him. Located about 20 minutes from his apartment by subway, it offered several acres of carefully maintained natural beauty within the urban landscape. He began visiting the garden regularly, sometimes for formal walking meditation, and sometimes simply to sit quietly among the plants and trees. The seasonal changes in the garden provided a connection to natural cycles that was largely absent from his daily urban experience. During winter visits to the garden, he would often have the paths almost entirely to himself, walking among bare trees and dormant flower beds, while observing the subtle beauty of the landscape in its resting phase. These solitary walks became opportunities for reflection and contemplation that complemented his indoor meditation practice. In spring and summer, the garden was more crowded, but he found that practicing awareness in the presence of other visitors was its own form of training, requiring him to maintain inner stillness while remaining open and friendly to the families and tourists who shared the space. The integration of physical exercise into his spiritual routine proved to be particularly important for maintaining his mental and emotional balance. At the temple, the combination of meditation, manual work, and walking had provided a natural balance of mental, physical, and spiritual activity. In his urban environment, he needed to consciously create this balance through deliberate choices about how to spend his time and energy. He began practicing yoga, taking long walks, and engaging in other forms of movement that supported his overall well-being, rather than simply pursuing fitness for its own sake. His approach to yoga evolved from viewing it as physical exercise to understanding it as a moving meditation that integrated body awareness with mental cultivation. The yoga studio he found near his apartment emphasized the contemplative aspects of the practice, rather than treating it purely as a form of fitness. The instructor, an older woman who had been practicing for decades, encouraged students to approach each pose as an opportunity for mindfulness and self-observation, rather than striving for perfect alignment or advanced postures. The physical demands of yoga practice provided a perfect complement to his sitting meditation, offering opportunities to develop awareness and equanimity, while the body was active and challenged. Holding difficult poses became a training in maintaining mental stability under physical stress, while the flowing sequences taught him about the impermanent nature of all experiences, whether pleasant or unpleasant. The breathing practices that were integrated into the yoga sessions deepened his understanding of how conscious breathing could be used to influence both physical and mental states. The question of how to maintain spiritual development while meeting the practical demands of ordinary life became a central theme of his post-retreat experience. The temple had provided a simplified environment where the primary focus could be on inner development without the distractions and responsibilities that characterize normal adult life. Now he needed to discover how to pursue the same goals while managing a career, relationships, financial obligations, and all the other complexities that he had temporarily set aside during his retreat. This integration required him to expand his understanding of spiritual practice beyond formal meditation to include all aspects of his daily life. Cooking became an opportunity to practice mindfulness and gratitude. Commuting became a chance to observe his mental reactions to frustration and delay. Even mundane activities like paying bills or doing laundry could be approached with the same quality of attention and presence that he brought to his meditation sessions. This expansion of practice from formal sessions to continuous awareness represented a significant evolution in his understanding of what spiritual development actually involved. His approach to household chores became a particularly clear example of this expanded understanding of practice. Tasks that had previously been rushed through or avoided entirely now became opportunities for mindful attention and present moment awareness. Washing dishes became a sensory meditation on the temperature and texture of water, the weight and shape of each item, and the satisfaction of transforming disorder into cleanliness. Folding laundry became an exercise in careful attention to detail and appreciation for the simple pleasure of clean, well-organized clothing. Even cleaning the bathroom, perhaps the most mundane and unpleasant of household tasks, could be approached as a practice in accepting what is rather than wishing circumstances were different. By bringing full attention to the work at hand and maintaining awareness of his mental reactions to unpleasant aspects of the task, he found that even these activities could become opportunities for developing patience, acceptance, and the ability to find contentment in simple, necessary work. The financial aspects of maintaining a spiritual practice while living in an expensive urban environment required careful consideration and planning. The temple had operated on a donation basis, with residents contributing according to their ability while having their basic needs met through the community's shared resources. In the city, everything from housing to food to transportation required money, and the pressure to earn enough to maintain his lifestyle could easily overwhelm his commitment to spiritual development if he was not careful about how he approached these necessities. He began to experiment with different approaches to earning money that would support rather than undermine his spiritual goals. This included seeking work that aligned with his values, even if it paid less than alternatives that conflicted with his ethical standards. It also involved developing a more conscious relationship to spending, distinguishing between purchases that genuinely supported his well-being and those that were driven by unconscious desires or social pressures. Most importantly, it required him to maintain perspective about the role of money in his life, seeing it as a tool for supporting his development rather than as an end in itself. His monthly budget became a reflection of his values and priorities. Instead of automatically allocating money to entertainment, dining out, and consumer purchases as he had in the past, he began to direct resources toward books, workshops, retreat fees, and other investments in his continued learning and development. He discovered that many of the activities that had previously seemed essential to his happiness were actually habits that he could modify without significant loss of satisfaction. The seasonal changes that occurred during his first year back in the city provided opportunities to deepen his understanding of impermanence and natural cycles. At the temple, the changing seasons had been a constant teaching about the temporary nature of all conditions and the importance of adapting to circumstances beyond his control. In the urban environment, these natural rhythms were less obvious, but no less present, and learning to attune himself to them became another aspect of his spiritual practice. Winter brought challenges related to reduced daylight, cold weather, and the general tendency toward introspection and withdrawal that characterizes the darker months. Rather than fighting these natural tendencies, he learned to work with them, using the quieter energy of winter to deepen his meditation practice and focus on inner development. The shorter days and longer nights provided natural opportunities for extended periods of contemplation and study. He used the winter months to read extensively about meditation and spiritual development, deepening his theoretical understanding of the practices he had learned experientially at the temple. Spring brought renewed energy and optimism, along with opportunities to emerge from the more inward focus of winter and engage more actively with the world around him. The gradual increase in daylight and the emergence of new growth in the city's parks and gardens served as external reflections of his own sense of renewal and possibility. He found himself naturally drawn to new projects and activities during the spring months, using the season's energy to expand his professional work and deepen his relationships. Summer provided abundant opportunities to connect with nature and enjoy the fruits of his spiritual labor, while autumn offered lessons in letting go and preparing for the more contemplative months ahead. Each season brought its own gifts and challenges, and learning to flow with these natural rhythms, rather than maintaining the same approach year-round, became an important aspect of his maturing practice. This seasonal awareness also helped him understand that his spiritual development would naturally have periods of rapid growth, alternating with times of consolidation and integration, and that both phases were necessary for sustainable progress. The first anniversary of his return from the temple marked an important milestone in his integration process. Looking back over the year, he could see clearly how his initial enthusiasm and idealism had gradually given way to a more realistic and sustainable approach to spiritual practice. The dramatic insights and peak experiences of his retreat had been replaced by subtler but more consistent changes in his daily experience of life. His relationships had deepened, his work had become more meaningful, and his overall sense of well-being had stabilized at a level that was significantly higher than before his temple experience, even if it lacked the dramatic highs of his intensive retreat period. This maturation of his practice brought with it a new set of challenges and opportunities. Having successfully integrated the basic principles of mindfulness and meditation into his daily life, he began to feel ready for deeper teachings and more advanced practices. The foundation that had been established during his temple residency and strengthened through a year of consistent application now provided a stable base for further development. He began to seek out opportunities for continued learning, including workshops, retreats, and connections with other practitioners who were engaged in similar journeys of integration and growth. He discovered a local meditation group that met weekly in a community center near his apartment. The group was led by a teacher who had spent several years studying in Asia and had extensive experience helping Western practitioners integrate contemplative practices into ordinary life. The weekly meetings provided opportunities to deepen his understanding through discussion with other serious practitioners and to receive guidance on the challenges and obstacles that naturally arose as his practice matured. The recognition that his spiritual development was not a project to be completed, but an ongoing process of refinement and deepening brought both relief and excitement. Relief because it removed the pressure to achieve some final state of enlightenment or perfection, and excitement because it opened up unlimited possibilities for continued growth and discovery. The path that had begun with his initial dissatisfaction with his ordinary life and led through his transformative temple experience was now revealing itself as an endless journey of exploration and development that could provide meaning and direction for the rest of his life. As he looked toward the future, he felt grateful for the difficulties and challenges that had initially driven him to seek a different way of living. Without the dissatisfaction and suffering that had characterized his pre-retreat existence, he might never have been motivated to undertake the intensive training that had transformed his understanding of what was possible for a human life. The problems that once seemed like obstacles to happiness had actually been invitations to discover a deeper and more sustainable source of well-being than he had previously imagined possible. The weeks following his return from the temple brought unexpected challenges that tested the depth of his transformation in ways he had not anticipated. While the fundamental shift in his understanding remained stable, the application of these insights to the complex realities of daily life required a different kind of skill and patience than what he had developed during his intensive retreat experience. The controlled environment of the temple, with its structured schedule and supportive community, had provided an ideal setting for deep inner work, but now he faced the task of maintaining that same quality of awareness while navigating the demands and distractions of ordinary life. The transition from the temple's serene atmosphere to the bustling energy of the city struck him immediately upon his arrival home. The constant noise of traffic, the hurried pace of pedestrians, and the overwhelming array of sensory stimuli that he had previously taken for granted now seemed almost jarring after months of silence and simplicity. His apartment, which had once felt like a comfortable refuge, now appeared cluttered and unnecessarily complicated. Every possession seemed to carry with it a weight of attachment and obligation that he had forgotten during his time away. The first few nights back were particularly challenging as he struggled to find the same quality of rest and peace that had become natural at the temple. The sounds of the city, which had once been the familiar backdrop of his life, now seemed intrusive and disruptive. His mind, accustomed to the gentle rhythm of temple life, felt agitated by the constant stimulation and demands for attention that characterized his urban environment. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams that seemed to process the shock of returning to a world that suddenly felt foreign and overwhelming. His work environment presented particular difficulties that highlighted the gap between understanding and embodiment. Colleagues who had known him before his departure noticed changes in his demeanor and approach, but not everyone responded positively to these shifts. Some interpreted his increased calmness and reduced reactivity as disengagement or lack of commitment to shared projects and goals. Others seemed threatened by his apparent equanimity in situations that previously would have generated stress and conflict for everyone involved. These reactions forced him to examine more carefully the difference between genuine detachment and withdrawal from meaningful engagement with the world. The office culture, which had once seemed normal and acceptable, now appeared to be driven by unnecessary anxiety and competition. Meetings that had previously felt important and urgent now struck him as exercises in ego display and territorial protection, rather than genuine collaboration towards shared objectives. The constant pressure to achieve more faster and better seemed to create an atmosphere of chronic stress that served no constructive purpose and actually hindered effective performance and creative problem solving. His supervisor, who had been supportive of his leave of absence, began expressing subtle concerns about his changed approach to work responsibilities. During their first performance review after his return, she commented that while his work quality remained excellent, she sensed a lack of the driven ambition that had previously characterized his professional persona. She wondered aloud whether his spiritual retreat had diminished his commitment to career advancement and organizational success. These observations forced him to reflect deeply on the nature of authentic engagement versus the kind of frantic activity that had previously defined his professional identity. He realized that his reduced anxiety about outcomes and deadlines was being misinterpreted as lack of caring, when in reality it represented a more sustainable and effective approach to work. His ability to remain calm under pressure actually enhanced his performance and decision-making capabilities. But this was not immediately apparent to colleagues, who equated visible stress with dedication and effort. The challenge was to remain fully present and responsive to the legitimate needs of his work, while not becoming caught up in the unnecessary drama and emotional turbulence that characterized much of the workplace culture. This required a delicate balance between maintaining his inner stability and remaining genuinely connected to his colleagues and their shared responsibilities. He discovered that true detachment did not mean becoming indifferent or uninvolved, but rather engaging fully while holding lightly to outcomes and remaining centered regardless of external circumstances. Learning to communicate his continued commitment while operating from this new foundation proved to be an ongoing challenge that required patience and creativity. He found that his actions spoke more clearly than his words, and gradually his colleagues began to notice that his calm presence during crises actually contributed to better outcomes for everyone involved. His ability to listen without defensiveness and to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively began to be recognized as valuable leadership qualities rather than signs of disengagement. His relationships with family members also required careful navigation as they adjusted to the changes in his personality and priorities. Some family members expressed concern that his spiritual practice was making him distant or less available for the kinds of interactions and activities that had previously characterized their relationships. Others worried that his reduced interest in material achievements and conventional markers of success indicated a lack of ambition or direction that might lead to practical problems in the future. His parents, in particular, struggled to understand the value of his temple experience and worried that he had been influenced by ideas that were incompatible with practical success in modern society. They had invested considerable emotional energy in his previous achievements and felt confused by his apparent indifference to the career advancement opportunities that had once motivated him so strongly. Their concerns were expressed through subtle questions about his financial planning and frequent suggestions about professional opportunities that might help him get back on track. His siblings responded differently, with some showing curiosity about his experience, while others seemed to feel judged by his changed priorities and lifestyle choices. Family gatherings became more complex as he navigated between honoring his new understanding and maintaining loving connections with people whose values and concerns had not shifted in the same direction. He found himself walking a fine line between authenticity and accommodation, trying to be true to his own development while not alienating people who were important to him. These concerns forced him to examine his own motivations and to ensure that his spiritual development was not being used as an escape from legitimate responsibilities and commitments. He realized that authentic spiritual growth should enhance rather than diminish his capacity for loving relationships and meaningful contribution to the welfare of others. The challenge was to communicate the value and importance of his inner development, while demonstrating through his actions that this work was making him more, rather than less, capable of fulfilling his roles and obligations. The process of integration also revealed aspects of his personality and conditioning that had not been fully addressed during his temple experience. Patterns of thinking and reacting that had seemed to dissolve during intensive meditation practice began to reassert themselves under the pressures and triggers of ordinary life. This was initially discouraging, as he had hoped that the profound insights and shifts he had experienced would provide permanent immunity from old habits and difficulties. The first time he found himself becoming irritated by a minor inconvenience, he felt a wave of disappointment and self-doubt about the authenticity of his transformation. A delayed subway train that made him late for an appointment triggered a familiar cascade of impatient thoughts and physical tension that seemed to contradict everything he had learned about acceptance and letting go. The old pattern of mental commentary about how things should be different reasserted itself with surprising force, making him question whether his temple experience had created any lasting change at all. Similarly, when faced with criticism from a colleague about a project decision, he noticed the familiar defensive reactions arising in his mind and body. The impulse to justify his choices and to counterattack with criticism of his colleague's approach felt just as strong as it had before his spiritual training. The difference was that now he could observe these reactions with a quality of awareness that had not been present before. But this observation did not immediately prevent the reactions from occurring or diminish their emotional intensity. Master Hakuin had warned him about this phenomenon during their final conversations at the temple, explaining that spiritual awakening was not a single event, but an ongoing process of purification and refinement that continued throughout life. The intensive retreat experience provided a foundation and initial breakthrough, but the real work of transformation happened through the patient application of these insights to the endless variety of situations and challenges that ordinary life presented. The master had used the metaphor of cleaning a house to explain this process. The intensive retreat was like doing a thorough, deep cleaning that removed the major accumulations of dirt and clutter, but daily life would continue to bring in new dust and debris that required ongoing attention and maintenance. The key was to develop the skills and habits needed for this ongoing maintenance, rather than expecting the initial cleaning to provide permanent results without further effort. Understanding this helped him approach the reemergence of old patterns with curiosity rather than judgment. Instead of viewing these recurrences as failures or signs that his temple experience had been ineffective, he learned to see them as opportunities for deeper understanding and more complete integration. Each time an old pattern of reactivity or unconscious behavior arose, he could observe it with the awareness and perspective he had developed, gradually weakening its hold and replacing it with more skillful responses. This shift in perspective transformed what could have been a source of discouragement into a source of ongoing learning and development. He began to appreciate that the arising of old patterns was actually evidence that his awareness had become more refined and sensitive. Previously, these reactions had occurred completely below the threshold of consciousness, making change impossible. Now that he could observe them clearly, he had the opportunity to work with them skillfully and gradually replace them with more beneficial responses. The practice of mindfulness in daily activities became a crucial bridge between his retreat experience and ordinary life. Simple tasks like washing dishes, walking to work, or preparing meals became opportunities to cultivate the same quality of present moment awareness that he had developed during formal meditation practice. This helped maintain continuity between his spiritual practice and his everyday activities, preventing the development of a split between his inner life and outer responsibilities. He discovered that washing dishes could be just as profound a spiritual practice as sitting meditation when approached with the right quality of attention. The warm water on his hands, the smooth texture of the plates, the rhythmic motion of scrubbing, and the gradual transformation from dirty to clean all became objects of mindful awareness that anchored him in the present moment. What had once been a mundane chore became an opportunity for peace and presence that he actually looked forward to. Walking to work transformed from a hurried transition between locations into a moving meditation that set the tone for his entire day. He learned to coordinate his breathing with his footsteps, to notice the changing sensations in his body as he moved, and to appreciate the subtle variations in light, temperature, and atmosphere that marked the progression of seasons. This practice helped him arrive at work already centered and calm rather than stressed and scattered from rushing through the morning routine. Even routine activities like brushing his teeth or getting dressed became opportunities to practice presence and awareness. He found that bringing mindful attention to these simple actions created moments of peace and clarity throughout his day that helped maintain his spiritual foundation, even during busy and challenging periods. The cumulative effect of these small practices was significant, creating a background of mindfulness that supported his ability to remain centered during more demanding situations. He established a daily routine that included both formal meditation practice and informal mindfulness exercises throughout the day. The formal practice provided a foundation of stability and clarity that supported his ability to remain present during challenging situations. The informal practice helped him apply the insights and skills from formal meditation to the constantly changing circumstances of daily life. This combination created a comprehensive approach to spiritual development that honored both the need for dedicated practice time and the importance of integration into ordinary activities. His morning meditation practice became the cornerstone of this routine, providing a daily opportunity to reconnect with the peace and clarity he had discovered at the temple. Even when his schedule was demanding, he found that investing 30 to 40 minutes in morning practice actually created more time and efficiency throughout the day by improving his focus and reducing the mental energy wasted on anxiety and distraction. The practice served as a daily reminder of his deeper priorities and helped him maintain perspective on the relative importance of various demands and concerns. Evening practice took a different form, focusing more on reflection and integration of the day's experiences. He would review the events of the day with a quality of loving awareness, noticing where he had remained present and skillful, and where he had been caught up in old patterns of reactivity or unconsciousness. This practice helped him learn from his experiences without falling into self-judgment or criticism, and it prepared him for more restful and peaceful sleep. The community of fellow practitioners that he began to develop played a crucial role in supporting his continued growth and development. Regular meetings with others who were engaged in similar work provided opportunities to discuss challenges, share insights, and receive encouragement during difficult periods. These relationships helped him understand that the struggles and obstacles he was experiencing were normal parts of the spiritual path, rather than personal failures or unique difficulties. Finding this community required some effort and exploration, as the spiritual landscape in his city included many different approaches and traditions that varied widely in their focus and methodology. He attended various meditation groups, Dharma talks, and spiritual gatherings until he found a community that resonated with his own understanding and approach. The process of searching helped him clarify what he was looking for in spiritual fellowship and deepened his appreciation for the particular training he had received at the temple. The weekly meditation group became particularly important as a source of ongoing guidance and support. The teacher who led the group had extensive experience helping Western practitioners integrate contemplative practices into busy modern lives, and her practical wisdom proved invaluable in navigating the specific challenges that arose during the integration process. She helped him understand that spiritual development in the context of ordinary life required different skills and approaches than what was needed during intensive retreat practice. The group meetings provided a regular opportunity to sit in meditation with others who shared similar intentions and commitments. This collective practice created a field of support and inspiration that enhanced everyone's individual efforts and helped maintain motivation during periods when solitary practice felt difficult or uninspiring. The shared silence was particularly powerful, creating a quality of peace and presence that reminded him of the temple environment and reinforced his commitment to continued development. The discussions that followed the group meditations were equally valuable, providing opportunities to explore practical questions about applying spiritual principles to real-life situations. Other group members shared their own struggles with workplace stress, relationship challenges, and the general difficulty of maintaining spiritual perspective in a culture that often seemed to actively discourage contemplative values. These conversations helped normalize his own experiences and provided practical strategies for common obstacles and difficulties. One of the most significant insights that emerged during this period was the recognition that letting go was not a single act, but an ongoing practice that needed to be applied to constantly arising attachments and identifications. During his temple experience, he had learned to let go of major sources of suffering and conflict. But daily life presented an endless stream of smaller attachments and resistances that also needed to be addressed with the same principles and techniques. The practice of letting go revealed itself to be far more subtle and comprehensive than he had initially understood. It was not simply a matter of releasing attachment to obvious sources of suffering like anger or fear, but involved a continuous process of noticing and releasing the countless small ways that the mind grasped at preferences, expectations, and judgments throughout each day. Every opinion about how things should be different, every resistance to what was actually happening, and every attempt to control outcomes represented an opportunity to practice the art of letting go. He began to notice how frequently his mind generated preferences and aversions about completely neutral circumstances. The weather was too hot or too cold. The line at the grocery store was too long. The music in the restaurant was too loud. The person walking in front of him was too slow. These automatic judgments created a constant background of low-level dissatisfaction that colored his experience of life and prevented him from appreciating the simple gift of being alive and aware. Learning to let go of minor irritations, disappointments, and preferences proved to be excellent training for maintaining equanimity in more challenging situations. Each time he successfully released attachment to how things should be and accepted what was actually happening, he strengthened his capacity for this fundamental spiritual skill. The cumulative effect of these small acts of letting go was a gradual increase in his overall level of peace and contentment. The practice extended to his relationship with his own thoughts and emotions as well. Instead of automatically identifying with every thought that arose in his mind or being carried away by every emotional reaction, he learned to observe these mental phenomena with a quality of spacious awareness that allowed them to arise and pass away naturally without creating suffering or disturbance. This did not mean suppressing or avoiding difficult thoughts and emotions, but rather learning to hold them lightly and not take them so personally or seriously. The practice of letting go also extended to his relationship with his own spiritual development. He discovered that he had developed subtle attachments to his progress and achievements on the spiritual path that were creating their own forms of suffering and obstruction. The desire to maintain certain states of consciousness, to avoid regression or difficulty, and to continue advancing according to his expectations, all represented forms of grasping that needed to be released. This recognition came as something of a shock, as he had not realized how quickly spiritual pride and attachment could develop, even around the most beneficial practices and insights. He found himself comparing his current state of mind to peak experiences from his temple retreat and feeling disappointed when ordinary consciousness did not match those extraordinary moments of clarity and peace. He noticed himself evaluating his meditation sessions as good or bad based on whether they produced particular states or insights, and feeling frustrated when his practice seemed ordinary or unremarkable. The irony was not lost on him that his attachment to spiritual achievement was creating the very kind of suffering that his spiritual practice was designed to eliminate. The more he grasped at enlightenment or tried to maintain particular states of consciousness, the more elusive they became. The more he worried about his progress or lack thereof, the more agitated and dissatisfied he felt. It became clear that even his spiritual seeking needed to be held lightly and approached with the same principles of letting go that applied to every other area of life. This recognition led to a deeper understanding of what Master Hakuin had taught about the paradoxical nature of spiritual seeking. The more he tried to hold on to or achieve particular spiritual states, the more elusive they became. The more he relaxed his grip on outcomes and simply engaged wholeheartedly with his practice, the more naturally his development unfolded. This principle applied not only to formal meditation, but to every aspect of his spiritual life. The Master had often spoken about the importance of what he called effortless effort, a way of engaging with spiritual practice that was both wholehearted and relaxed. This meant bringing complete attention and commitment to the practice, while remaining unattached to particular results or achievements. It was like learning to hold a bird in your hands, applying just enough pressure to prevent it from flying away, but not so much as to harm it or cause it to struggle against your grip. Applying this understanding to his daily spiritual practice transformed his entire approach to development and growth. Instead of constantly evaluating his progress or worrying about whether he was advancing quickly enough, he learned to simply show up wholeheartedly for his practice and trust that the natural intelligence of the spiritual path would unfold in its own time and way. This shift from striving to surrendering actually accelerated his development by removing the internal resistance and tension that had been interfering with the natural process of transformation. The integration period also brought opportunities to test his understanding and skills in new contexts. Situations arose that challenged him to apply his training in ways that had not been covered during his temple experience. Each of these challenges provided valuable feedback about the depth and stability of his transformation and revealed areas that needed further development and refinement. One particularly significant test came when he faced a major professional setback that threatened his financial security and career prospects. The company he worked for was acquired by a larger corporation, and his position was eliminated as part of the restructuring process. The old version of himself would have responded with anxiety, anger, and desperate attempts to control the situation. Instead, he found himself able to remain relatively calm and centered while taking appropriate practical steps to address the difficulties. This did not mean he was unaffected by the situation or that he felt no concern about his future security and well-being. The natural human responses of uncertainty and concern were present, but they did not overwhelm his capacity for clear thinking and skillful action. He could feel the anxiety and disappointment without being consumed by these emotions or allowing them to drive impulsive decisions that might make the situation worse. The ability to maintain perspective during this crisis demonstrated that his spiritual development was not merely an intellectual understanding or temporary state of mind, but a genuine transformation in his fundamental relationship to life circumstances. He could see clearly that his well-being did not depend on external conditions remaining favorable, and this recognition provided a stable foundation for navigating whatever challenges might arise. This understanding proved to be immensely practical during the job search process that followed. Instead of approaching potential employers from a position of desperation or anxiety, he was able to present himself with confidence and authenticity. His genuine equanimity about outcomes actually made him more attractive to hiring managers, who sensed his stability and self-assurance even in the face of professional uncertainty. The period of unemployment also provided an unexpected opportunity for deeper spiritual practice and reflection. Without the daily demands of work responsibilities, he had more time and energy available for meditation, study, and contemplation. He used this time to deepen his understanding of the teachings he had received at the temple and to explore how they might inform his future career choices and life direction. This experience also revealed the practical value of his spiritual training in ways that went beyond personal peace and happiness. His ability to remain calm and think clearly during the crisis enabled him to identify creative solutions and opportunities that might not have been apparent if he had been caught up in reactive emotions. His colleagues noticed his steady presence during this difficult time and began to seek his perspective on their own challenges and concerns. Several co-workers who had been affected by the same corporate restructuring found themselves drawn to his calm presence and practical wisdom during this stressful period. They began asking for his advice about their own job, searches and career decisions, and he found himself naturally falling into a mentoring role that felt both meaningful and appropriate. His ability to listen without judgment and to offer perspective without attachment to particular outcomes made him a valuable source of support for others who were struggling with similar challenges. The recognition that his inner development could be of service to others marked an important transition in his understanding of the spiritual path. What had begun as a personal quest for relief from suffering was revealing itself as preparation for a life of greater service and contribution. The skills and insights he had developed were not just for his own benefit, but could be shared with others who were struggling with similar difficulties and challenges. This realization brought both excitement and responsibility. He felt grateful for the opportunity to be helpful to others based on his own experience and learning. But he also recognized the importance of continuing his own development to ensure that what he offered came from genuine understanding rather than mere intellectual knowledge or wishful thinking. The balance between sharing what he had learned and maintaining appropriate humility about the limitations of his understanding required careful attention and ongoing self-examination. The transition from receiving spiritual guidance to offering it to others happened gradually and naturally rather than through any conscious decision or formal training process. People seemed to sense something different about his presence and approach to life challenges, and they began seeking his perspective and advice without any effort on his part to position himself as a teacher or counselor. This organic development felt authentic and appropriate in a way that any forced or premature attempt at teaching would not have. As months passed, the integration of his temple experience into ordinary life became more natural and effortless. The practices and perspectives that had initially required conscious effort and attention began to operate more automatically as new habits and ways of being. This did not mean that challenges disappeared or that he no longer needed to apply conscious effort to his spiritual development, but rather that the foundation of his transformation had become stable enough to support continued growth without constant maintenance. The development of this stability was like learning to ride a bicycle or play a musical instrument. Initially, every aspect of the practice required careful attention and conscious effort, but gradually the basic skills became integrated into his natural way of functioning. He could maintain mindful awareness and emotional balance without having to constantly remind himself to do so, just as an experienced cyclist can navigate traffic without consciously thinking about how to maintain balance or control speed. This stability enabled him to take on greater challenges and responsibilities without losing his center. He began to volunteer with local organizations that serve people experiencing various forms of crisis and difficulty. His ability to remain present and calm in emotionally charged situations made him particularly effective in these roles, and he found deep satisfaction in being able to offer practical help while maintaining appropriate boundaries and perspective. His work with a local homeless shelter proved particularly meaningful and challenging. The people he encountered, they were dealing with complex combinations of mental illness, addiction, trauma, and systemic poverty that tested his ability to remain present and helpful in the face of seemingly overwhelming suffering. The old version of himself would have been either overwhelmed by the intensity of these encounters, or would have protected himself through emotional distancing that limited his effectiveness. Instead, he found that his spiritual training enabled him to remain open and present with people who were experiencing acute distress while maintaining the emotional stability needed to be genuinely helpful. He could listen to stories of trauma and loss without being overwhelmed by secondhand suffering, and he could offer practical assistance and emotional support without becoming enmeshed in the complex dynamics of addiction and mental illness. These service activities also provided ongoing opportunities to test and refine his understanding in real-world contexts. Working with people who were experiencing acute suffering and distress challenged him to apply his training in ways that were immediately relevant and beneficial. The feedback he received from these experiences helped him distinguish between theoretical understanding and practical wisdom, and motivated him to continue deepening his own practice and study. The people he worked with at the shelter taught him as much as he was able to offer them. Their resilience in the face of extraordinary challenges, their capacity for gratitude despite overwhelming difficulties, and their fundamental humanity beneath layers of trauma and addiction provided powerful lessons about the nature of human dignity and the possibility of transformation under any circumstances. These encounters deepened his appreciation for the teachings he had received and strengthened his commitment to continued service and development. The cyclical nature of spiritual development became increasingly apparent as he gained more experience with the integration process. Periods of clarity and stability were followed by times of confusion and difficulty, which in turn gave way to new levels of understanding and capability. Learning to navigate these natural cycles without becoming discouraged during difficult phases or attached to peak experiences became an important part of his ongoing development. These cycles seem to operate on multiple timescales, from daily fluctuations in mood and clarity to longer periods of several weeks or months that were characterized by particular themes or challenges. He began to recognize the signs that indicated which phase of the cycle he was experiencing and to adjust his practice and expectations accordingly. During periods of clarity and stability, he could take on greater challenges and responsibilities. During more difficult phases, he learned to focus on basic maintenance practices and to be patient with his apparent lack of progress. Master Hakwin had prepared him for this aspect of the spiritual path by explaining that growth rarely proceeded in a straight line, but rather involved spiral patterns of apparent regression and advancement that ultimately led to deeper and more stable realization. Understanding this helped him maintain perspective during challenging periods and prevented him from interpreting temporary difficulties as signs of permanent failure or regression. The spiral metaphor proved to be particularly helpful in understanding his own development process. Like a spiral staircase that seemed to circle back on itself while actually ascending to higher levels. His spiritual growth often involved revisiting familiar challenges and patterns from new perspectives and with greater skills and understanding. What appeared to be repetition was actually progression, as each encounter with old patterns provided opportunities for deeper healing and more complete integration. The practice of letting go proved to be the key skill that enabled him to navigate these cycles successfully. When he could release attachment to particular states or levels of understanding, he remained open to whatever was actually happening and could learn from every phase of his development. When he held tightly to past achievements or future expectations, he created resistance and suffering that interfered with his natural process of growth and change. This understanding extended to his relationship with the spiritual path itself. He learned to hold his practice and development lightly, engaging wholeheartedly while remaining unattached to specific outcomes or timelines. This paradoxical approach of serious commitment, combined with relaxed acceptance, proved to be the most effective way to support continued growth and transformation. The balance between effort and surrender that characterized this approach was delicate and required ongoing attention and adjustment. Too much effort created tension and striving that interfered with natural development. Too little effort led to complacency and stagnation. The optimal balance seemed to shift depending on circumstances and the particular phase of development he was experiencing, requiring sensitivity and responsiveness rather than rigid adherence to any fixed approach. The recognition that spiritual development was a lifelong journey rather than a project to be completed brought both relief and inspiration. Relief because it removed the pressure to achieve some final state of enlightenment or perfection within a particular time frame, and inspiration because it opened up unlimited possibilities for continued exploration and discovery. The path that had begun with his dissatisfaction with ordinary life was revealing itself as an endless source of meaning and purpose that could provide direction and fulfillment for the rest of his life. This long-term perspective helped him approach both successes and failures with greater equanimity. Knowing that each experience was simply one step in an ongoing journey rather than a final verdict on his spiritual worthiness or potential. Mistakes and setbacks became opportunities for learning and course correction rather than sources of shame or discouragement. Achievements and breakthroughs became occasions for gratitude and renewed commitment rather than reasons for pride or complacency. As he looked back on his temple experience from the perspective of several months of integration, he could see how that intensive period had provided essential foundation and breakthrough, but that the real transformation was happening through the patient application of those insights to the endless variety of situations that ordinary life presented. The retreat had been like receiving a powerful seed that contained enormous potential. But the growth and flowering of that potential required the ongoing cultivation that only daily life could provide. The temple experience had given him a taste of what was possible when the mind was freed from its habitual patterns of grasping and resistance. But integrating that understanding into the complex realities of relationships, work, and social responsibility required different skills and approaches than what had been needed during the simplified conditions of retreat practice. The real test of spiritual development was not what happened during peak experiences of meditation or insight, but how those insights translated into greater wisdom, compassion, and effectiveness in ordinary circumstances. The art of letting go, which had seemed like a simple concept during his temple training, was revealing itself as a sophisticated and multifaceted practice that could be applied to every aspect of human experience. Learning to release attachment to thoughts, emotions, circumstances, relationships, achievements, failures, and even spiritual experiences themselves was proving to be the master key that unlocked freedom and peace in any situation. This understanding marked the beginning of a new phase in his spiritual development, one characterized by the confident application of his training to increasingly complex and challenging circumstances. The foundation had been established, the basic skills had been developed, and now the real adventure of living from this transformed understanding could begin in earnest. The temple had prepared him for this moment, and now he was ready to discover what was possible when authentic spiritual realization was brought into full engagement with the world. The future stretched ahead of him, not as a burden to be endured or a problem to be solved, but as an endless opportunity for continued awakening and service. Each day would bring new chances to practice letting go, to respond with wisdom rather than reactivity, and to contribute to the welfare of others from the foundation of his own inner peace and understanding. The journey that had begun with his desperate search for relief from suffering was revealing itself as a path of unlimited potential for growth, discovery, and meaningful contribution to the world. The months following his return from the Temple of Serenity marked the beginning of what would become the most transformative period of Ryota's life. The skills he had developed in the controlled environment of monastic practice now faced their ultimate test in the complex web of modern existence. Every interaction, every challenge, every moment of stress or joy became an opportunity to apply the profound teachings he had internalized during his time with Master Hakuin. The transition was neither smooth nor immediate. The bustling energy of city life, with its constant demands and distractions, initially felt overwhelming after the serene simplicity of temple routine. The noise of traffic, the pressure of deadlines, the complexity of human relationships, and the endless stream of decisions required by daily life all seemed to assault his newly cultivated sense of inner peace. Yet within this apparent chaos, he began to recognize opportunities for deeper practice that had never existed within the protected walls of the monastery. The first morning back in his apartment, Ryota sat on the edge of his bed and listened to the sounds that had once been merely background noise. Car horns blared in the distance, neighbors moved about in adjacent units, and the hum of air conditioning units created a symphony of urban life. Instead of immediately reaching for his phone or rushing into his morning routine, he closed his eyes and practiced the same quality of attention he had brought to listening to wind in the temple gardens. Each sound became an object of meditation, neither good nor bad, simply arising and passing away in the field of awareness. This simple shift in perspective transformed his relationship with the environment that had previously felt oppressive. The city sounds became no different from the natural sounds he had learned to appreciate at the temple. They were simply expressions of life energy, manifestations of the same creative force that moved through all things. By accepting rather than resisting the urban soundscape, he discovered that peace was not dependent on external conditions, but rather on his internal response to whatever was present. His approach to work underwent a fundamental transformation. Where he had once approached professional responsibilities with anxiety and attachment to outcomes, he now brought the same quality of mindful attention that he had learned to apply to meditation and garden work. Each task, whether mundane or significant, became an opportunity to practice presence and non-attachment. He discovered that when he released his grip on controlling results and instead focused completely on the quality of his effort and attention in each moment, both his effectiveness and his sense of satisfaction increased dramatically. The practice of beginning each workday with a few minutes of conscious breathing created a foundation of centeredness that carried through even the most challenging days. Rather than immediately diving into emails or rushing to catch up on overnight developments, he would sit quietly at his desk and connect with the same sense of inner stillness he had cultivated during formal meditation periods. This brief ritual transformed his workspace from merely a place of productivity into a sacred space where spiritual practice and professional responsibility could coexist harmoniously. During meetings, he found himself naturally applying the listening skills he had developed through years of meditation practice. Instead of formulating responses while others were speaking or mentally rehearsing his own contributions. He learned to give complete attention to what was being communicated. This quality of presence was immediately noticeable to his colleagues, who began seeking his input more frequently and trusting his judgment on complex decisions. The practice of observing thoughts without becoming entangled in them proved invaluable in professional settings. During meetings, negotiations, or challenging conversations, he found himself able to maintain awareness of his emotional reactions while choosing his responses from a place of clarity rather than reactivity. When criticism was directed toward his work, he could observe the initial defensive reactions that arose in his mind without immediately acting on them. This pause between stimulus and response allowed him to hear any valid points in the feedback while maintaining his emotional equilibrium. One particularly challenging situation arose when a major project he had been leading for months was suddenly cancelled due to budget constraints. His initial reaction included disappointment, frustration, and concern about how this might affect his career prospects. However, instead of being swept away by these emotions, he was able to observe them with the same curious awareness he had learned to bring to all mental phenomena. The disappointment was acknowledged and allowed to be present, but it did not define his experience or dictate his response. Within hours of receiving the news, he found himself genuinely curious about what new opportunities might emerge from this unexpected change in direction. Rather than clinging to the cancelled project or harboring resentment toward the decision-makers, he was able to redirect his energy toward other initiatives that could benefit from his attention. This flexibility and emotional resilience did not go unnoticed by his supervisors, who began to see him as someone who could be counted on to remain constructive and focused regardless of external circumstances. This shift not only improved his relationships with colleagues and clients, but also established him as someone who could be counted on to remain calm and thoughtful under pressure. People began bringing their most challenging problems to him, knowing that he would listen carefully, think clearly, and offer practical solutions without adding emotional drama to already difficult situations. His relationship with money and material possessions evolved significantly during this period. The temple teachings about non-attachment had initially seemed to suggest that caring about financial security or enjoying material comforts was somehow spiritually inferior. However, as he integrated these teachings into practical life, he discovered a more nuanced understanding. The issue was not whether he had money or possessions, but whether he was possessed by them. He could work diligently to provide for himself and his family, enjoy the fruits of his labor, and appreciate beautiful things, all while maintaining the inner freedom that came from knowing his essential well-being was not dependent on any external circumstances. The shift in his relationship with money became apparent during his first major purchase after returning from the temple. He had been considering buying a new car, as his old vehicle was becoming unreliable and expensive to maintain. Previously, such a decision would have involved weeks of anxiety, extensive research driven by fear of making the wrong choice, and considerable emotional attachment to finding the perfect option at the best possible price. Instead, he approached the car shopping process with the same mindful attention he brought to all activities. He clearly identified his actual needs versus his wants, researched options thoroughly, but without obsessive perfectionism, and made his decision based on practical considerations rather than ego needs or status concerns. When he found a suitable vehicle at a fair price, he was able to complete the purchase without second guessing himself or worrying about whether he might have found something better elsewhere. More importantly, he noticed that his enjoyment of the new car was not dependent on it being perfect or on others' approval of his choice. He could appreciate its reliability and comfort without his happiness being tied to its continued perfect functioning. When minor problems inevitably arose, he addressed them practically, without the emotional drama that would have previously accompanied such inconveniences. This understanding freed him from both the anxiety of scarcity and the burden of excessive accumulation. He found himself naturally gravitating toward a lifestyle that was neither ascetic nor indulgent, but rather characterized by conscious choices about how to allocate his time, energy, and resources in ways that supported both his own well-being and his ability to contribute meaningfully to others. The practice of conscious spending became a form of meditation in itself. Before making any significant purchase, he would pause and examine his motivations. Was this purchase driven by genuine need or practical benefit? Was he trying to fill an emotional void or boost his self-image? Was the expense aligned with his values and priorities? This examination was not done with harsh self-judgment, but rather with the same curious, compassionate awareness he brought to observing his thoughts and emotions. He discovered that when he made financial decisions from this place of clarity, he naturally spent less money overall while feeling more satisfied with his purchases. Items bought from genuine need or conscious choice brought lasting satisfaction, while impulse purchases motivated by emotional states or social pressure quickly lost their appeal. This pattern reinforced his understanding that contentment came from inner alignment rather than external acquisition. The realm of personal relationships provided perhaps the richest ground for applying his temple training. The unconditional acceptance and compassion he had learned to extend toward his own thoughts and emotions gradually expanded to encompass his interactions with family members, friends, and even strangers. He began to recognize that the same patterns of attachment, resistance, and reactivity that had caused suffering in his relationship with his own mind were also at the root of interpersonal conflict and dissatisfaction. Learning to listen without immediately formulating responses became one of the most transformative relationship skills he developed. Previously, conversations had often felt like competitions, where each person waited for their turn to speak, rather than truly hearing what was being shared. The meditation training had taught him to simply be present with whatever was arising in his own consciousness, without immediately trying to change or fix it. This same quality of presence could be extended to others' communications. The first time he consciously applied this skill was during a difficult conversation with his sister, who was going through a challenging divorce. Instead of offering advice, trying to fix her problems, or sharing his own opinions about her situation, he simply listened with complete attention to what she was experiencing. He noticed his own impulses to interrupt, to offer solutions, or to share similar experiences from his own life, but he gently set these impulses aside and continued to focus entirely on understanding her perspective. The effect was remarkable. His sister, who had been defensive and emotional at the beginning of the conversation, gradually became calmer and more reflective as she felt truly heard and understood. By the end of their talk, she had worked through much of her confusion on her own, simply by having the space to express her thoughts and feelings without judgment or interference. She thanked him for helping her gain clarity, even though he had barely spoken during the entire conversation. This experience taught him that one of the greatest gifts he could offer others was the gift of his complete, non-judgmental attention. People were starving for this quality of presence in their relationships, and his meditation training had equipped him to provide it naturally. The practice of offering support without trying to fix or change others became a cornerstone of all his relationships. Maintaining his own emotional equilibrium, regardless of how others chose to behave, became an ongoing practice that deepened his relationships and increased his capacity for genuine intimacy. He discovered that when he stopped trying to control or manipulate situations to meet his preferences. Space opened up for authentic connection and mutual understanding. This did not mean becoming passive or failing to express his own needs and boundaries, but rather communicating from a place of clarity rather than emotional reactivity. The challenge of romantic relationships brought particularly valuable opportunities for growth. The intensity of intimate partnership had a way of activating old patterns of possessiveness, jealousy, fear, and attachment that he thought he had transcended during his temple practice. Rather than viewing these emotional reactions as failures or spiritual regression, he learned to recognize them as perfect opportunities to apply the art of letting go in its most refined form. His first serious relationship, after returning from the temple, provided countless opportunities to practice these principles. Sarah was an artist whose creative process involved periods of intense focus, during which she would become almost completely absorbed in her work, sometimes for days at a time. Initially, Ryota found himself feeling neglected and unimportant during these periods, and old patterns of insecurity and neediness would arise. Instead of expressing these feelings through complaints or attempts to interrupt her creative process, he learned to observe his emotional reactions with the same compassionate awareness he brought to meditation practice. The feelings of abandonment and insecurity were acknowledged and accepted as natural human responses, but they were not allowed to dictate his behavior or communication with Sarah. Through this practice, he discovered that his feelings of insecurity were not actually caused by Sarah's behavior, but rather by his own attachment to being the center of her attention at all times. When he released this attachment and instead celebrated her passion and dedication to her art, his feelings of neglect dissolved naturally. He could enjoy the times when they were together more fully because he was not anxiously clinging to them, and he could appreciate her creative periods as expressions of the same life force that he honored in his own spiritual practice. This shift transformed their relationship from one based on mutual dependency and emotional neediness to one characterized by genuine appreciation and support for each other's individual growth and expression. Sarah noticed the change immediately and began to feel more free and authentic in the relationship, which paradoxically led to her wanting to share more of her time and attention with him voluntarily. He discovered that true intimacy was not about finding someone who would never trigger uncomfortable emotions or challenging situations, but rather about developing the capacity to remain open and loving even when his partner's behavior activated his deepest fears and insecurities. This required a level of emotional maturity and spiritual development that went far beyond what had been necessary during the relative simplicity of monastic life. The practice of forgiveness, both of himself and others, became a central element of his relationship approach. He learned that forgiveness was not about condoning harmful behavior or pretending that hurtful actions had not occurred, but rather about releasing the mental and emotional energy that was bound up in resentment and blame. This release freed him to respond to relationship challenges from a place of wisdom and compassion, rather than from old wounds and defensive patterns. A particularly profound forgiveness opportunity arose when a close friend betrayed his trust by sharing confidential information that Ryota had shared in a moment of vulnerability. The initial reaction included hurt anger and a desire to end the friendship immediately. However, instead of acting on these impulses, he took time to examine the situation with the same careful attention he would bring to any challenging experience. Through this examination, he could see that his friend's behavior, while hurtful and inappropriate, stemmed from his own insecurities and need for social validation rather than from any malicious intent to cause harm. This understanding did not excuse the behavior, but it allowed Ryota to respond from compassion rather than revenge. he was able to address the situation directly with his friend, express how the betrayal had affected him, and establish clearer boundaries for their future interactions, all without carrying the poison of resentment. The conversation that resulted from this approach was transformative for both of them. His friend was able to acknowledge his mistake, understand its impact, and commit to more trustworthy behavior in the future. Rather than ending the friendship, the incident became an opportunity for deeper honesty and stronger connection. This experience reinforced Ryota's understanding that forgiveness was not weakness, but rather a form of strength that could heal relationships and free all parties from the burden of past mistakes. Parenting, when it eventually became part of his life, provided an entirely new dimension for spiritual practice. The responsibility for nurturing and guiding another human being brought up every aspect of his own conditioning and unresolved issues. Children, he discovered, were master teachers in disguise, with an uncanny ability to activate whatever areas of his personality still needed attention and development. His daughter Emma was born 3 years after his return from the temple, and from her first moments of life, she challenged every assumption he had about his own spiritual development. The sleep deprivation, constant demands for attention, and responsibility for another being's well-being created stress levels that rivaled anything he had experienced in his pre-temple life. Yet rather than seeing this as an obstacle to spiritual practice, he learned to recognize parenting itself as one of the most intensive forms of spiritual training available. The patience required for dealing with a colicky infant, who would cry for hours despite all attempts at comfort, stretched his capacity for acceptance and non-resistance in ways that sitting meditation never had. During those long nights of walking the floor with a screaming baby, he learned to maintain awareness of his own emotional state while continuing to offer love and care regardless of his level of exhaustion or frustration. The practice of staying present during these challenging moments revealed new depths of compassion and endurance that he had not known he possessed. Rather than escaping into mental stories about how difficult his situation was or fantasizing about when things would get easier, he learned to find moments of peace and even joy within the intensity of new parenthood. As Emma grew older, different challenges arose that required different applications of his spiritual training. The toddler years brought constant testing of boundaries and seemingly irrational emotional outbursts that could trigger his own childhood conditioning around authority and control. Instead of responding with automatic discipline patterns he had learned from his own upbringing, he learned to pause and consider what Emma actually needed in each moment. This often meant setting firm boundaries while maintaining emotional warmth, acknowledging her feelings while not allowing inappropriate behavior, and teaching through example rather than through lectures or punishments. The consistency and emotional equilibrium required for this approach demanded that he remain connected to his own inner stability even when dealing with the chaos and unpredictability of raising a young child. The patience, consistency, and unconditional love required for effective parenting stretched his capacity for selfless service in ways that formal meditation practice had never demanded. Learning to set appropriate boundaries while maintaining an open heart, to guide without controlling, and to model the qualities he hoped to instill required a level of integration between spiritual understanding and practical wisdom that challenged him to grow in completely new directions. One of the most challenging aspects of parenting was learning to allow Emma to make her own mistakes and experience natural consequences without rushing in to rescue her from every difficulty. His protective instincts and desire to spare her from pain often conflicted with his understanding that struggle and challenge were necessary for growth and development. Finding the balance between providing appropriate support and allowing natural learning to occur required constant discernment and the wisdom to know when to act and when to refrain from action. As Emma entered school age, new opportunities for practicing non-attachment arose around her academic performance, social relationships, and extracurricular activities. The temptation to live vicariously through her achievements or to become overly invested in her success challenged his understanding of unconditional love and acceptance. He had to learn to celebrate her accomplishments without becoming attached to them, and to support her through failures and disappointments without taking them as reflections of his own parenting abilities. The modeling aspect of parenting proved to be one of the most powerful forms of teaching available. Emma was constantly observing how he handled stress, conflict, disappointment, and joy in his own life. His responses to challenging situations became teaching moments whether he intended them to be or not. This awareness motivated him to maintain his spiritual practices, not just for his own benefit, but as a gift to his daughter, who was learning about life through watching his example. His relationship with his own parents and family of origin also underwent significant transformation during this period. Armed with deeper understanding of how conditioning and unconscious patterns were transmitted from generation to generation, he found himself able to interact with family members with greater compassion and less reactivity. He could see clearly how their limitations and difficult behaviors stemmed from their own unhealed wounds and unconscious patterns, rather than from any intentional desire to cause harm. This understanding was particularly transformative in his relationship with his father, who had been emotionally distant and critical throughout Ryota's childhood. Previously, family visits had been tense affairs filled with old resentments and defensive interactions. However, with his new perspective, he could see that his father's critical nature and emotional unavailability were expressions of his own unresolved pain and conditioning, rather than accurate assessments of Ryota's worth or character. During one particularly meaningful conversation, his father began to share stories from his own childhood that revealed the harsh treatment he had received from his own parents. For the first time, Ryota could understand that his father had actually been trying to prepare him for a difficult world in the only way he knew how. The emotional distance had been his father's way of trying to toughen him up, based on his own experience of having to become self-reliant at a young age. This understanding allowed him to maintain appropriate boundaries while still honoring his family relationships. He could choose how much time and energy to invest in family dynamics without becoming entangled in old roles and patterns that no longer served anyone involved. The practice of loving detachment became essential for navigating family gatherings and maintaining his own emotional equilibrium, while still participating meaningfully in family life. Rather than trying to change his family members or prove that he had grown beyond their influence, he simply showed up as his authentic self and allowed others to respond however they chose. This approach gradually shifted the entire family dynamic, as his presence of calm acceptance gave others permission to relax their own defensive patterns and interact more genuinely. The broader social and political environment of his time provided another arena for applying temple teachings. The world seemed filled with conflict, injustice, and suffering that could easily overwhelm anyone who cared deeply about the welfare of others. He had to learn how to remain informed and engaged with social issues without becoming consumed by anger, despair, or the kind of righteous indignation that ultimately served no constructive purpose. The daily news cycle presented a constant stream of information about violence, corruption, environmental destruction, and human suffering that could easily trigger feelings of helplessness and despair. Rather than avoiding this information entirely or becoming overwhelmed by it, he learned to consume news and social media with the same mindful awareness he brought to all experiences. He could stay informed about important issues while maintaining emotional equilibrium and the capacity for constructive response. The practice of compassionate action became his approach to social engagement. Rather than adding to the world's store of anger and division, he looked for ways to contribute to solutions through his own behavior, professional work, and community involvement. He discovered that the most powerful form of activism was often simply modeling the qualities of peace, wisdom, and compassion in his daily interactions, thereby influencing his immediate environment in positive ways that could ripple outward. This approach led him to become involved in several community organizations focused on education, environmental protection, and social justice. Rather than approaching this work from anger about problems or attachment to specific outcomes, he participated from a genuine desire to serve and contribute whatever skills and resources he had available. This attitude made him an effective collaborator who could work with people across different political and ideological perspectives while maintaining focus on practical solutions. One particularly meaningful project involved working with a local organization that provided mentorship and educational support to at-risk youth. Rather than approaching this work as charity or as an opportunity to fix other people's problems, he brought the same quality of presence and non-judgmental attention that had been so transformative in his personal relationships. The young people he worked with responded to this authentic care and respect in ways that surprised even the experienced social workers who ran the program. His approach was simply to listen carefully to each young person's experiences and perspectives, to offer practical support when requested, and to model the qualities of stability and hope through his own presence and behavior. He never preached or tried to impose his own values, but rather created space for these young people to discover their own strengths and possibilities. Many of them later credited their time with him as a turning point in their lives, though he never saw himself as doing anything more than offering basic human respect and attention. This approach required him to release attachment to large-scale outcomes while maintaining commitment to right action in his own sphere of influence. He could work diligently for causes he believed in, without becoming dependent on specific results for his sense of meaning or satisfaction. This paradoxical combination of deep caring and fundamental detachment allowed him to sustain his efforts over time without burning out or becoming cynical. The integration of spiritual practice with physical health and well-being became another important aspect of his post-temple life. The temple had provided a structured environment that naturally supported physical health through regular schedule, simple diet, adequate rest, and physical activity through garden work and walking meditation. Maintaining these supportive conditions while navigating the demands of modern life required conscious intention and ongoing adjustment. He learned to approach his body with the same mindful attention and non-attachment that he applied to his thoughts and emotions. Physical sensations, whether pleasant or uncomfortable, became objects of awareness rather than sources of automatic reaction. This shift in relationship with physical experience reduced both his suffering when dealing with illness or pain and his attachment to physical pleasure and comfort. The practice of eating meditation, which he had learned at the temple, became a cornerstone of his daily routine. Each meal became an opportunity to practice presence, gratitude, and conscious choice, rather than eating while distracted by television, reading, or conversation. He would take at least a few minutes at the beginning of each meal to eat in complete silence and awareness. This practice transformed his relationship with food from unconscious consumption to conscious nourishment. He discovered that when he ate with full attention and appreciation, he naturally gravitated toward foods that supported his health and energy, and he found satisfaction with smaller quantities than when he ate unconsciously or emotionally. The simple act of chewing slowly and tasting fully made even simple foods more satisfying than elaborate meals consumed without awareness. The mindful eating practice also helped him recognize the difference between physical hunger and emotional eating. When he felt the urge to eat outside of regular meal times, he would pause and examine whether his body actually needed nourishment or whether he was trying to use food to address boredom, stress, or emotional discomfort. This awareness allowed him to address the root causes of emotional eating while maintaining a healthy relationship with food as fuel and pleasure. Exercise and physical activity became forms of moving meditation rather than merely means of maintaining fitness or appearance. Whether walking, swimming, or engaging in more vigorous activities, he learned to maintain awareness of breath, posture, and the subtle sensations of movement. This approach transformed physical activity from another item on his to-do list into a source of presence, joy, and connection with his body. His morning walks became particularly important spiritual practices. Rather than using this time for planning his day or listening to podcasts, he would walk in complete awareness of his surroundings and his body's movement through space. The rhythm of walking, the sensation of air moving in and out of his lungs, and the constantly changing visual environment became objects of meditation that grounded him in present moment awareness. During these walks, he often experienced the same sense of interconnectedness with nature that had been so prominent during his temple training. The trees, birds, and even the urban landscape seemed to be expressions of the same life force that moved through his own body. This recognition transformed his daily environment from a collection of separate objects into a living, breathing whole of which he was an integral part. The relationship with sleep and rest also evolved significantly. Rather than viewing sleep as lost time or an inconvenience, he began to approach rest as a sacred practice. The transition into sleep became an opportunity to practice letting go of the day's concerns and surrendering to the natural rhythms of consciousness. Instead of reviewing the day's events or planning for tomorrow as he lay in bed, he would focus on relaxing each part of his body and releasing any mental activity that might interfere with natural sleep. This approach to sleep preparation often involved a brief gratitude practice, acknowledging the day's experiences and lessons without judgment or attachment. Even difficult days could be appreciated for the opportunities they had provided for growth and learning. This attitude of acceptance and gratitude created the inner conditions that naturally supported restful sleep. Dreams, when he remembered them, were observed with the same curious, non-attached awareness that he applied to waking thoughts and experiences. Rather than trying to interpret dreams or become attached to their content, he simply noticed them as another form of mental activity that arose and passed away in consciousness. Occasionally, dreams would provide insights or creative inspiration, but he held these gifts lightly without becoming dependent on dream content for guidance or meaning. His approach to learning and personal development was transformed by temple teachings about beginner's mind and continuous growth. Rather than approaching new skills or knowledge with the goal of mastery or achievement, he learned to embrace the process of learning itself as a spiritual practice. Each new challenge became an opportunity to practice patience with himself, persistence in the face of difficulty, and humility about his current limitations. This shift made learning more enjoyable and sustainable. Instead of becoming frustrated with his pace of progress or comparing himself to others, he could appreciate each small step forward and find satisfaction in the effort itself. When he decided to learn Spanish in his 40s, for example, he approached the study with curiosity and playfulness rather than pressure to achieve fluency quickly. The language learning process became a meditation on the nature of communication and understanding. Each new word or grammatical concept was received with appreciation rather than anxiety about making mistakes. When he struggled with pronunciation or grammar, he could observe his frustration with the same compassionate awareness he brought to other challenging emotions, allowing the difficulty to be present without letting it discourage his continued effort. This approach proved particularly valuable when he eventually began sharing his understanding with others, as it allowed him to remain a student even while serving as a teacher. He could acknowledge the limitations of his own knowledge and experience, while still offering whatever insights might be helpful to others. This humility made his teaching more authentic and accessible, as people could sense that he was sharing from genuine experience rather than from theoretical knowledge or spiritual pride. The practice of creative expression became another vehicle for applying temple teachings. Whether through writing art, music, or other forms of creativity, he discovered that the same principles of presence, non-attachment, and allowing that had served him in meditation could be applied to creative work. Rather than forcing creative expression or becoming attached to specific outcomes, he learned to create from a place of openness and curiosity about what wanted to emerge. His return to writing, which had been a passion in his youth but had been abandoned due to perfectionism and fear of failure, became a profound spiritual practice. Instead of writing to impress others or to achieve publication, he wrote simply for the joy of expression and the meditation of putting words together in meaningful ways. This shift freed him from the creative blocks that had previously prevented him from writing, as he was no longer attached to producing something perfect or commercially viable. The writing process itself became a form of inquiry and discovery. Rather than planning every detail in advance, he would often begin with a simple idea or image and allow the writing to unfold organically. This required the same trust in life's intelligence that he had cultivated through meditation practice. Just as he had learned to trust the natural arising and passing of thoughts in meditation, he could trust the natural flow of creative expression without forcing or controlling the process. This approach to creativity was both more satisfying and more productive than his previous methods, which had been dominated by self-criticism, comparison with others, and attachment to recognition or success. Creative work became another form of meditation, a way of participating in the natural flow of life, rather than trying to control or manipulate it. The joy and fulfillment that came from this approach to creativity reinforced his understanding that happiness came from alignment with natural processes, rather than from achieving specific external results. The integration of technology and modern communication into his spiritual life required careful attention and ongoing adjustment. The constant availability of information, entertainment, and social connection through digital devices presented both opportunities and challenges for maintaining presence and inner peace. He learned to approach technology use with the same mindfulness and intentionality that he applied to other aspects of life. This meant establishing boundaries around when and how he engaged with digital media, choosing consciously what information to consume, and maintaining awareness of how different types of technology use affected his mental and emotional state. Rather than becoming either a digital hermit or a passive consumer of whatever content was presented to him, he learned to use technology as a tool for connection, learning, and service while maintaining his commitment to presence and authentic relationship. The practice of conscious technology use began with simple awareness exercises. Before picking up his phone or opening his computer, he would pause and ask himself what his intention was for using the device. Was he looking for specific information, trying to connect with someone, or simply seeking distraction from boredom or discomfort? This moment of conscious intention often revealed that his impulse to use technology was driven by habitual patterns rather than genuine need. When he did engage with digital media, he practiced the same quality of attention that he brought to other activities. Rather than mindlessly scrolling through social media feeds or news websites, he would read with full awareness and discernment. This approach naturally reduced the amount of time he spent online, as conscious consumption was less compulsive and more satisfying than unconscious browsing. Social media, in particular, required careful navigation. The tendency toward comparison, the addictive quality of constant stimulation, and the often superficial nature of online interaction could easily undermine the depth and authenticity he had cultivated through his spiritual practice. He learned to engage with social platforms in ways that supported genuine connection and positive contribution while avoiding the pitfalls of ego-driven posting, mindless scrolling, or getting drawn into online conflicts. His approach to social media became selective and intentional. Rather than trying to maintain an active presence on every platform or feeling obligated to share details of his personal life, he used these tools primarily for staying connected with distant friends and family, sharing content that might be helpful to others, and participating in communities focused on topics he cared about. This selective engagement allowed him to benefit from the positive aspects of social connection while avoiding the negative effects of comparison and validation seeking. The practice of digital detox became a regular part of his routine, with periods of time set aside for complete disconnection from electronic devices. These breaks allowed him to reconnect with the natural rhythms of life, to experience the quality of silence and stillness that had been so important during his temple training, and to remember what life felt like without constant digital stimulation. During these digital Sabbaths, he would often notice how habituated he had become to reaching for his phone during any moment of quiet or boredom. The impulse to check for messages, news updates, or entertainment would arise dozens of times throughout a single day of disconnection. Rather than judging these impulses, he observed them with curiosity and compassion, recognizing them as conditioned responses that could be gradually retrained through conscious practice. Financial planning and career development took on new meaning when approached from the foundation of spiritual understanding, rather than pursuing money or professional advancement for their own sake. He learned to make career choices based on alignment with his values, opportunities for service and growth, and the sustainability of his overall life balance. This did not mean becoming indifferent to financial security or professional success, but rather holding these concerns within the larger context of his spiritual development and contribution to others. He discovered that when he made career decisions from a place of inner clarity, rather than fear or external pressure, opportunities seemed to arise more naturally, and his work became more satisfying and effective. The practice of trusting in life's intelligence, which he had learned through his meditation training, proved invaluable when facing career transitions, financial challenges, or uncertainty about future direction. One significant career transition occurred 5 years after his return from the temple, when his company underwent major restructuring that eliminated his position. Previously, such an event would have triggered intense anxiety about financial security and professional identity. Instead, he was able to approach the situation as an opportunity to reassess his priorities and explore new possibilities that might be more aligned with his evolving understanding of purpose and service. Rather than immediately seeking another similar position out of fear or habit, he took several months to carefully consider what kind of work would best utilize his skills while contributing to his own growth and the welfare of others. This period of reflection and exploration led him to a career in organizational consulting, where he could help companies create healthier work environments and more effective communication practices. The transition required a significant leap of faith, as it meant leaving the security of a traditional corporate career for the uncertainty of independent consulting work. However, his temple training had taught him to trust in the intelligence and support that was available when he aligned his actions with his deepest values and intentions. This trust proved to be well-founded, as his consulting practice grew steadily through referrals from satisfied clients who appreciated his unique combination of business acumen and wisdom about human nature. The art of letting go, which had been central to his temple training, revealed new depths and applications as he navigated the complexities of adult life, releasing attachment to specific outcomes in relationships, career, health, and personal goals required ongoing practice and refinement. Each new life situation brought opportunities to discover subtle forms of attachment and control that he had not previously recognized. The death of loved ones provided particularly profound opportunities for practicing letting go. His first major loss after returning from the temple was his grandmother, who had been a source of unconditional love and wisdom throughout his childhood. When she was diagnosed with terminal cancer, he had the opportunity to spend her final months providing care and support while practicing acceptance of the inevitable outcome. Grief, he discovered, was not something to be avoided or quickly overcome, but rather a natural expression of love that could be experienced with the same mindful awareness and acceptance that he applied to other emotions. The pain of loss was acknowledged and allowed to move through him without resistance, while the love that had connected him to his grandmother was recognized as something that transcended physical death. During her final weeks, he was able to be fully present with her pain and fear without trying to fix or change her experience. This quality of presence was perhaps the greatest gift he could offer, allowing her to feel accompanied and supported as she faced the unknown. Their conversations during this time were among the most meaningful of his life, as the proximity of death stripped away all superficial concerns and revealed the essential love and connection that had always existed between them. Learning to grieve fully while not becoming lost in grief, to honor the memory of those who had died while not clinging to the past, required a sophisticated understanding of attachment and release. The grief would arise in waves, sometimes triggered by memories or anniversaries, and he learned to welcome these waves as expressions of love rather than as problems to be solved. The pain was temporary, but the love was eternal, and this understanding allowed him to carry his grandmother's influence forward in his life without being trapped by sorrow. These experiences with loss and grief deepened his appreciation for the preciousness and impermanence of all relationships and experiences, rather than making him detached or emotionally distant. This understanding actually increased his capacity for love and presence. When he truly accepted that everything was temporary, each moment of connection became more vivid and meaningful. This awareness influenced how he approached all of his relationships. Knowing that his time with Emma, Sarah, his parents, and his friends was limited made him more attentive to the quality of presence he brought to their interactions. Rather than taking these relationships for granted or assuming they would always be available, he learned to appreciate them as precious gifts that deserved his full attention and care. The practice of gratitude evolved from a formal exercise into a natural way of perceiving and responding to life. Rather than having to remind himself to be grateful, appreciation became his default response to both pleasant and challenging experiences. He could feel genuine gratitude for difficulties because he recognized their value as opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. This shift in perspective transformed his relationship with all of life's experiences. Even mundane daily activities became sources of appreciation when approached with conscious awareness. The simple pleasure of drinking morning coffee, the satisfaction of completing a challenging task, the beauty of sunlight streaming through windows, and the comfort of a warm bed at the end of the day all became occasions for gratitude. This appreciation was not forced or artificial, but rather emerged naturally from paying attention to the richness and complexity of ordinary experience. The gratitude practice extended to difficult experiences as well. When facing illness, conflict, or disappointment, he could often find genuine appreciation for the lessons and growth opportunities these challenges provided. This did not mean enjoying suffering or seeking out difficulties, but rather recognizing that even painful experiences contributed to his development and understanding in valuable ways. Service to others became not just an occasional activity, but a fundamental orientation toward life. The understanding that his own well-being was inseparably connected to the well-being of others made service a natural expression of self-interest properly understood, rather than serving others from a sense of obligation or to gain merit. He discovered that helping others was actually the most direct path to his own fulfillment and happiness. This service took many forms, from simple acts of kindness and attention in daily interactions to more formal volunteer work and professional activities oriented toward helping others. The key was not the scale or visibility of the service, but the quality of presence and genuine care that he brought to whatever opportunities for helpfulness arose. In his professional consulting work, he found numerous opportunities to serve clients, not just by solving their business problems, but by modeling and teaching principles of mindful communication, emotional intelligence, and collaborative decision-making. Many clients commented that working with him had improved not only their organizational effectiveness, but also their personal satisfaction and relationships with colleagues. His volunteer work with at-risk youth expanded over time to include mentoring programs, educational workshops, and community organizing efforts. Rather than approaching this work as charity or as an opportunity to save others, he participated as a fellow human being, sharing whatever skills and insights he had developed through his own struggles and growth. As the years passed, Ryota began to notice that people were naturally drawn to seek his counsel and perspective on their own challenges and spiritual questions. His capacity to listen without judgment, to offer insight without attachment to whether it was accepted, and to maintain presence in the face of others' emotional intensity made him a natural, confident, and informal teacher. This development surprised him, as he had never set out to become a teacher or counselor. Yet he realized that the very qualities he had cultivated for his own liberation, patience, compassion, wisdom, and the ability to see clearly without becoming emotionally reactive, were exactly what people needed when they were struggling with their own difficulties. The transition from student to teacher was gradual and organic. He never formally declared himself a spiritual teacher or established a teaching practice, but rather found himself naturally sharing what he had learned when others expressed genuine interest and need. This informal teaching became another form of practice, requiring him to articulate his understanding clearly while remaining humble about his own limitations and continued need for growth. Each person who sought his guidance presented unique challenges and opportunities for his own development. Learning to offer appropriate support without becoming attached to others' progress, to share wisdom without imposing his own agenda, and to maintain appropriate boundaries while still being genuinely helpful required ongoing refinement of his understanding and skills. The responsibility of influencing others' spiritual development also brought new forms of humility and self-examination. He had to remain vigilant about his motivations for teaching, constantly checking whether his sharing was truly serving others or was motivated by ego needs for recognition, authority, or validation. This self-examination became another layer of practice, ensuring that his teaching remained authentic and beneficial. Through this gradual emergence into a teaching role, Ryota discovered that the most powerful teaching was often simply being a living example of the qualities and understanding he wished to share. People were influenced more by the presence and authenticity they experienced in his company than by any specific words or techniques he might offer. This realization reinforced his commitment to ongoing practice and personal development, knowing that his own growth was the foundation of any benefit he might offer to others. The integration of his temple training into all aspects of daily life had created a foundation of inner stability and clarity that could weather the inevitable storms and challenges of human existence. Rather than seeing spiritual practice as separate from ordinary life, he had learned to recognize every experience as an opportunity for awakening, and every relationship as a chance to express and deepen his understanding. This integration marked the completion of one phase of his spiritual journey and the beginning of another. The desperate seeker who had first approached the Temple of Serenity had been transformed into someone who could navigate life's complexities with wisdom, compassion, and unshakable inner peace. Yet rather than seeing this as an endpoint, he recognized it as preparation for even deeper service and continued awakening. The world around him was filled with people struggling with the same kinds of suffering and confusion that had once driven him to seek help. His own transformation had equipped him not only to live with greater freedom and joy, but also to serve as a bridge for others who were ready to discover their own path to inner peace and understanding. The real adventure was just beginning, and the skills he had developed were about to be tested and refined through the sacred work of helping others find their own way to freedom. As the months passed following Ryota's integration back into daily life, a subtle but profound shift began to take place within him. The wisdom and peace he had cultivated during his time at the Temple of Serenity had become so thoroughly woven into the fabric of his being that others began to notice something different about his presence. There was a quality of stillness that seemed to emanate from him, not the stillness of inactivity, but rather the dynamic stillness of deep inner peace that remained unshaken by external circumstances. This transformation had not occurred overnight, but had been building gradually through countless small moments of choosing awareness over reactivity, presence over distraction, and acceptance over resistance. Each day brought new opportunities to embody the principles he had learned, whether in response to a challenging work situation, a difficult conversation with a family member, or simply the ordinary frustrations and disappointments that were part of everyday life. Where once he might have been swept away by anger, anxiety, or irritation, he now found himself able to maintain a spacious awareness that could hold these experiences without being overwhelmed by them. The change was perhaps most noticeable in his relationships with others. Conversations that might previously have triggered defensiveness or the need to prove his point now unfolded with a quality of genuine listening and openness. He found himself less concerned with being right and more interested in understanding different perspectives, even when they challenged his own views or preferences. This shift created space for deeper connection and mutual respect, transforming many of his relationships in ways that surprised both him and those around him. It started with small moments of recognition. Colleagues at work would find themselves drawn to seek his perspective on difficult situations, not because he offered complex solutions, but because his way of listening and responding helped them see their challenges with greater clarity. There was something about his presence that seemed to calm the mental turbulence that often accompanied workplace stress and conflict. When others were caught up in the drama of office politics or the pressure of deadlines, Ryota maintained a perspective that was both practical and peaceful, able to address immediate concerns while keeping sight of larger priorities and values. His supervisor, Matsuda-san, had noticed this quality during a particularly challenging period when their department was facing significant budget cuts and potential layoffs. While other team members were consumed with anxiety and speculation about their job security, Ryota approached each day with steady focus and calm efficiency. When Matsuda-san finally asked him directly how he managed to remain so composed during such uncertain times, Ryota found himself sharing some of the insights he had gained about the difference between responding to situations versus reacting to them. He explained that while he certainly cared about his job and his colleagues, he had learned not to let his sense of well-being become completely dependent on circumstances that were largely beyond his control. This didn't mean being passive or unconcerned, but rather maintaining inner stability while taking whatever constructive action was possible in each situation. Matsuda-san was intrigued by this perspective and began to ask more questions about how such an approach could be developed and maintained. Friends began to confide in him more deeply, sensing that he could hold space for their struggles without judgment or the need to immediately fix or change their experiences. His childhood friend Hiroshi, who had been going through a difficult divorce, found himself calling Ryota regularly during the most challenging phases of the legal proceedings. What Hiroshi appreciated most was that Ryota never tried to tell him what he should do or how he should feel about his situation. Instead, he offered a quality of presence that allowed Hiroshi to process his own emotions and thoughts without feeling rushed or judged. During one particularly difficult conversation, Hiroshi had broken down crying while describing his fears about losing regular contact with his children. Rather than offering platitudes or trying to cheer him up, Ryota simply sat with him in the pain of that moment, occasionally offering gentle words of understanding and support. Later, Hiroshi would describe this as one of the most healing conversations he had ever experienced, not because it solved his problems, but because it allowed him to feel genuinely heard and accepted in his struggle. Even strangers seemed to feel more at ease in his presence, though they might not have been able to articulate exactly why. On public transportation, in grocery store lines, or in other casual social interactions, people would often find themselves opening up to Ryota in ways that surprised them. There was something about his attentive, but non-intrusive manner that created a sense of safety and acceptance that many people rarely experienced in their daily interactions. An elderly woman named Tanaka-san, who lived in his neighborhood, had begun stopping to chat with him whenever they encountered each other during his morning walks. What had started as polite greetings gradually evolved into deeper conversations about her loneliness since her husband's death and her concerns about aging and declining health. She later told her daughter that talking with Ryota was like having a conversation with someone who truly cared about her well-being without wanting anything in return, a quality she found increasingly rare in her social interactions. Ryota himself was initially unaware of the effect his transformation was having on others. The changes in his consciousness had occurred so gradually and naturally that what felt normal to him was actually quite extraordinary from the perspective of those around him. The inner turbulence and reactivity that had once characterized his responses to life's challenges had been replaced by a quality of spacious awareness that could accommodate whatever arose without being disturbed by it. This spacious awareness was not something he had to manufacture or maintain through effort. Rather, it had become his natural resting state, the baseline from which he engaged with life's various experiences and challenges. When difficult emotions arose, he no longer identified completely with them or felt compelled to either suppress them or act them out. Instead, he could observe them with compassionate curiosity, allowing them to be present while maintaining enough inner space to choose his responses wisely. The practice of meditation had become so integrated into his daily routine that the boundary between formal sitting practice and ordinary activities had begun to blur. While he still maintained regular periods of seated meditation, he found that the same quality of mindful awareness could be brought to washing dishes, walking to work, or having conversations with others. This integration had transformed even mundane activities into opportunities for deepening presence and awareness. The first explicit request for guidance came from a neighbor named Kaido, a young man in his early 30s who worked in the technology sector and was struggling with severe anxiety and burnout. Kaido had been working long hours at a startup company, often staying at the office until late in the evening and bringing work stress home with him. The constant pressure to meet deadlines and exceed performance targets had gradually eroded his sense of well-being and life satisfaction. Kaido had noticed the change in Ryota over the past year and had been curious about what might have contributed to such a remarkable transformation. He had observed Ryota's calm demeanor during building maintenance issues that had frustrated other residents, his patient interaction with delivery personnel and service workers, and his general air of contentment even during what appeared to be ordinary, unremarkable days. One evening, as they encountered each other in the hallway of their apartment building, Kaido found himself asking directly about Ryota's apparent peace and contentment. He had just returned from another 14-hour workday and was feeling particularly overwhelmed by the contrast between his own frazzled state and Ryota's evident tranquility. The question emerged almost spontaneously, born from a genuine desire to understand how someone could maintain such equanimity in the midst of modern life's demands and pressures. Ryota was initially hesitant to position himself as someone who could offer guidance to others. His training at the temple had emphasized the importance of humility and the recognition that true wisdom came not from personal achievement, but from alignment with deeper principles that transcended individual understanding. Master Hakuin had often warned against the ego's tendency to appropriate spiritual insights for its own aggrandizement, turning genuine realization into a source of pride or superiority. The master had shared stories of students who had experienced genuine insights and breakthroughs in their practice, only to have these experiences become sources of spiritual pride that actually hindered their further development. The subtle ways that the ego could co-opt even authentic spiritual understanding were numerous and often difficult to detect without the guidance of an experienced teacher. Ryota had taken these warnings to heart and was naturally cautious about presenting himself as someone who had achieved some special level of understanding or realization. However, as Kaido spoke about his struggles with racing thoughts, sleepless nights, and a constant sense of being overwhelmed by the demands of modern life, Ryota recognized the same patterns of suffering that had once driven him to seek help at the temple. The young man's description of lying awake at night, with his mind churning through work problems and future anxieties, was painfully familiar. Kaido spoke of feeling trapped in a cycle where his work performance was suffering due to stress and exhaustion, which only increased his anxiety about job security and career advancement. The compassion that had been cultivated through years of practice naturally arose, along with a clear sense that he might be able to offer some beneficial perspective based on his own journey of transformation. Ryota remembered the desperation he had felt during his own period of crisis, and how grateful he had been when Master Hakuin had been willing to share wisdom and guidance that proved genuinely helpful. The possibility of offering similar support to someone who was clearly struggling felt like a natural expression of the compassion and understanding he had developed, rather than immediately launching into explanations or advice. Ryota simply listened with the kind of complete presence he had learned to cultivate during his meditation practice. He allowed Kaido to fully express his frustrations and concerns without interrupting or trying to solve anything. This quality of listening itself seemed to provide some relief to Kaido, who mentioned that it was the first time in months that he had felt truly heard and understood. As Kaido continued to share his experiences, Ryota noticed how the young man's breathing began to slow and deepen, and how some of the tension seemed to leave his shoulders and facial expression. There was something healing about being able to speak openly about his struggles without fear of judgment or unwanted advice. Most of his friends and family members, while well-intentioned, tended to offer quick solutions or reassurances that didn't really address the depth of his distress. When Kaido asked directly what had changed for Ryota and how he had found such apparent peace, Ryota found himself naturally drawing upon the water metaphors that Master Hakuin had used so effectively during his own learning process. He spoke about the mind being like a turbulent stream that could be allowed to settle into clarity, and about the possibility of observing thoughts and emotions without being swept away by them. He described how he had learned to see his thoughts and emotions not as solid realities that defined who he was, but as temporary phenomena that arose and passed away within a larger space of awareness. This shift in perspective had been gradual but transformative, allowing him to maintain stability and clarity even when difficult experiences were present. The analogy of muddy water settling, when left undisturbed, seemed to resonate particularly strongly with Kaido, who nodded with recognition as Ryota spoke. As he shared these perspectives, Ryota was careful to speak from his own direct experience, rather than repeating concepts he had learned intellectually. He described the gradual process of learning to step back from the constant mental commentary and reactivity that had once dominated his inner landscape. He spoke about discovering a deeper sense of identity that was not dependent on external circumstances or the approval of others. This deeper identity, he explained, was not something that needed to be created or achieved, but rather something that was always present and could be recognized and rested in. It was like discovering that beneath the surface waves of thoughts and emotions, there was an ocean of peace and stability that was never disturbed by whatever happened on the surface. This ocean, like awareness, was not separate from ordinary experience, but was the very ground from which all experiences arose and into which they dissolved. Kaido was intrigued by these ideas and asked if there were specific practices or techniques that had been particularly helpful. Ryota shared some of the basic meditation instructions he had learned, emphasizing the simplicity of simply sitting quietly and observing the breath without trying to control or change anything. He also spoke about the importance of bringing mindful awareness to ordinary daily activities, transforming routine tasks into opportunities for presence and clarity. He suggested that Kaido might begin with just 5 or 10 minutes of morning meditation, using the breath as an anchor for attention, while gently returning awareness whenever the mind wandered to work concerns or future anxieties. The key, he emphasized, was not to fight with thoughts or try to force the mind to be quiet, but rather to develop a friendly and patient relationship with whatever arose in awareness. Ryota also shared some practical approaches for bringing mindfulness to work situations, such as taking a few conscious breaths before entering meetings, practicing mindful listening during conversations, and using routine activities like walking between offices or waiting for elevators as opportunities to return to present moment awareness. These micro practices, he explained, could help interrupt the momentum of stress and reactivity that often built up throughout the workday. What surprised both of them was how naturally this conversation flowed and how beneficial it seemed to be for Kaido. There was no sense of one person having all the answers and another being deficient or lacking. Instead, there was a quality of mutual exploration and discovery, with Ryota sharing what he had learned, while remaining genuinely curious about Kaido's own insights and experiences. Kaido asked thoughtful questions about how to work with particularly intense anxiety episodes, how to maintain practice motivation when progress seems slow, and how to apply mindfulness principles to specific work challenges like dealing with difficult colleagues or managing overwhelming project deadlines. Ryota found himself drawing not only on his formal training, but also on his ongoing experience of integrating these practices into his own professional life. Over the following weeks, Kaido began to experiment with some of the practices Ryota had mentioned. He started with just 5 or 10 minutes of morning meditation, focusing on his breath and gently returning his attention whenever his mind wandered to work concerns or future anxieties. Initially, he was surprised by how difficult it was to maintain attention on something as simple as breathing, and how quickly his mind would become caught up in planning, worrying, or analyzing various aspects of his life. However, Ryota had prepared him for this challenge, explaining that the wandering mind was not a sign of failure, but rather a normal part of the meditation process. The practice was not about achieving a perfectly quiet mind, but about developing the skill of noticing when attention had wandered and gently bringing it back to the chosen focus. Each time he noticed his mind had drifted and returned attention to his breath, he was actually strengthening his capacity for awareness and choice. Kaido also began to approach certain daily activities, like washing dishes or walking to work, with greater attention and presence. He discovered that these ordinary activities, when approached with mindful awareness, could become quite pleasant and even refreshing. The simple act of feeling warm water on his hands while washing dishes, or noticing the sensation of his feet touching the ground while walking, provided natural breaks from the constant mental activity that usually dominated his experience. The results were gradual but noticeable. Kaido reported sleeping better and feeling less overwhelmed by the constant stream of thoughts and worries that had previously dominated his mental landscape. More importantly, he began to develop a different relationship with his anxiety, seeing it not as something wrong with him that needed to be eliminated, but as a natural response that could be observed and worked with skillfully. During particularly stressful work situations, he began to experiment with taking a few conscious breaths and creating a small space of awareness around his emotional reactions. This didn't make the stress disappear, but it prevented him from becoming completely overwhelmed by it. He found that he could acknowledge his anxiety or frustration, while maintaining enough perspective to respond more thoughtfully to challenging situations. As Kaido's practice developed, he naturally wanted to share his experiences with others who might benefit from similar approaches. He mentioned Ryota's guidance to a few close friends who were dealing with their own stress and life challenges. One of these friends, Yuki, was a single mother struggling to balance work responsibilities with parenting duties while also caring for her aging mother. Another friend, Takeshi, was dealing with depression following a recent relationship breakup and job loss. Soon, Ryota found himself in conversations with several people who were curious about meditation and mindfulness practices. Each person brought their own unique circumstances and challenges, but he began to recognize common patterns underlying much of human suffering. Most people were caught in cycles of mental reactivity, constantly pulled between regrets about the past and anxieties about the future, rarely able to rest in the simplicity and peace that was available in the present moment. This organic development felt very different from any conventional idea of becoming a spiritual teacher. There was no formal structure or curriculum, no certificates or credentials, and no attempt to establish any kind of authority or special status. Instead, it was simply a natural sharing of beneficial understanding with people who were genuinely interested and ready to explore these approaches for themselves. The conversations usually began with people sharing their specific struggles and challenges, whether related to work stress, relationship difficulties, health concerns, or general feelings of dissatisfaction or anxiety about life. Ryota would listen carefully and then offer perspectives or practices that seemed most relevant and accessible for their particular situation. He never insisted that people adopt any specific beliefs or approaches, but simply shared possibilities that they could explore if they felt drawn to do so. Ryota continued to maintain his regular meditation practice and his connection with the Temple of Serenity, visiting Master Hakuin periodically to discuss his experiences and receive guidance about this emerging teaching role. During one of these visits, as autumn leaves were beginning to fall around the temple grounds, he described the various conversations he had been having and his uncertainty about whether he was qualified to offer guidance to others. Master Hakuin was pleased but not surprised by these developments, explaining that genuine spiritual understanding naturally expressed itself in service to others when the conditions were appropriate. He compared it to a tree that naturally produces fruit when it has reached maturity, not through effort or intention, but as a spontaneous expression of its essential nature. The master emphasized that Ryota's hesitation and humility were actually positive signs, indicating that his motivation was genuine compassion rather than ego gratification. The master emphasized the importance of maintaining what he called beginner's mind, regardless of how much understanding or experience one might have accumulated. He warned against the subtle ways that the ego could co-opt even genuine spiritual insights, turning them into sources of pride or superiority. The most effective teaching, he explained, came from a place of genuine humility and ongoing learning rather than from any sense of having achieved some final understanding. True teaching, Master Hakuin explained, was more like pointing at the moon than being the moon itself. The teacher's role was to help others recognize the inherent wisdom and peace that was already present within them, not to position themselves as the source of that wisdom. This meant that effective teaching required a willingness to step aside and allow others to discover their own direct experience, rather than becoming dependent on external authorities or guidance. Master Hakuin also spoke about the responsibility that came with offering guidance to others. Even informal sharing of spiritual perspectives could have profound effects on people's lives, and it was important to approach this role with appropriate care and wisdom. He emphasized the importance of encouraging people to develop their own direct experience, rather than becoming dependent on external authorities or teachers. The master shared stories of students throughout history who had begun teaching before they were truly ready, either because they were motivated by ego gratification or because they had mistaken intellectual understanding for genuine realization. These premature teaching attempts often resulted in confusion and harm for both the teacher and the students, highlighting the importance of proper preparation and ongoing supervision. However, he also emphasized that waiting for perfect understanding before sharing beneficial insights could be another form of ego protection, preventing the natural expression of compassion and wisdom that wanted to flow through someone who had genuinely benefited from spiritual practice. The key was to maintain appropriate humility while being willing to serve others according to one's current level of understanding and capacity. These conversations helped Ryota navigate the delicate balance between offering beneficial guidance and avoiding the pitfalls of spiritual materialism or ego inflation. He learned to pay careful attention to his own motivations, ensuring that his sharing came from genuine compassion and wisdom, rather than from any desire for recognition or validation. Master Hakuin taught him to notice the subtle signs of ego involvement in teaching activities, such as feeling superior to those seeking guidance. becoming attached to particular outcomes or results, or feeling defensive when his perspectives were questioned or challenged. These early warning signs could help him maintain appropriate humility and continue learning from every interaction. As word of Ryota's helpful guidance spread through informal networks, he found himself in conversation with an increasingly diverse group of people. There were business professionals dealing with work stress, parents struggling to balance multiple responsibilities, students facing academic pressure, and retirees grappling with questions of meaning and purpose in their later years. Among those who sought his guidance was Emiko, a high school teacher who was experiencing burnout after 15 years in the profession. She had initially entered teaching with great enthusiasm and idealism, hoping to make a positive difference in young people's lives. However, increasing administrative demands, challenging student behavior, and pressure to improve test scores had gradually eroded her sense of purpose and job satisfaction. Emiko described feeling emotionally drained at the end of each school day, with little energy left for her own family or personal interests. She had begun to dread going to work and was considering leaving the profession entirely, despite her genuine care for education and student welfare. The stress was also affecting her physical health, with frequent headaches, digestive issues, and difficulty sleeping. As Ryota listened to Emiko's story, he recognized the pattern of someone who had lost connection with their deeper sense of purpose and meaning while becoming overwhelmed by external pressures and demands. He shared his own experience of workplace stress and how mindfulness practices had helped him maintain perspective and inner stability, even in challenging professional environments. He suggested that Emiko might experiment with bringing brief moments of mindful awareness to her teaching day, such as taking a few conscious breaths between classes, practicing mindful listening when students were speaking, or using her commute to and from school as an opportunity to transition between work and personal life. These small practices could help interrupt the momentum of stress and reactivity that often built up throughout the school day. More importantly, Ryota encouraged Emiko to reconnect with her original motivation for becoming a teacher and to see if she could find ways to honor that deeper purpose, even within the current challenging circumstances. Sometimes, he explained, external conditions couldn't be changed immediately, but the inner relationship to those conditions could be transformed through awareness and acceptance. Another person who sought Ryota's guidance was Koji, a recent college graduate who was struggling with depression and anxiety about his future career path. Despite having completed his degree with good grades, Koji felt overwhelmed by the pressure to find meaningful work and establish himself as an independent adult. He was living with his parents while job searching, which added to his feelings of inadequacy and failure. Koji described a sense of inner emptiness and confusion about what he really wanted to do with his life. He had studied business administration because it seemed practical and likely to lead to stable employment, but he had no genuine passion for the field. The job interviews he had attended felt like performances where he was pretending to be someone he wasn't, which left him feeling inauthentic and disconnected from his true interests and values. Ryota recognized in Koji's story the common struggle of young adults trying to navigate the transition from the structured environment of education to the open-ended possibilities and responsibilities of adult life. He shared his own experience of career uncertainty and how meditation practice had helped him develop a clearer sense of his authentic interests and values. He suggested that Koji might benefit from spending time in quiet reflection, not trying to figure out his career path intellectually, but rather creating space to listen to his deeper intuition and inner wisdom. Sometimes, Ryota explained, the mind's constant analysis and planning could actually obscure the natural clarity that was available when one learned to rest in present moment awareness. Each person brought their own unique circumstances and challenges, but Ryota began to recognize common patterns underlying much of human suffering. Most people were caught in cycles of mental reactivity, constantly pulled between regrets about the past and anxieties about the future, rarely able to rest in the simplicity and peace that was available in the present moment. Many were also struggling with what he came to recognize as a fundamental case of mistaken identity. They had learned to define themselves primarily through their thoughts, emotions, roles, and circumstances, creating a sense of self that was inherently unstable and vulnerable to external conditions. The possibility of discovering a deeper sense of identity that was not dependent on these changing phenomena was often revelatory for people who had never considered such a perspective. Ryota's approach to sharing these insights was always gentle and non-dogmatic. He would listen carefully to each person's specific situation and then offer perspectives or practices that seemed most relevant and accessible for their current circumstances. He never insisted that people adopt any particular beliefs or practices, but simply offered possibilities that they could explore if they felt drawn to do so. One of the most important things he had learned from Master Hakuin was the art of meeting people exactly where they were rather than where he thought they should be. This meant being sensitive to each person's readiness and capacity for different levels of practice or understanding. Some people were ready for intensive meditation practice, while others needed to start with very simple approaches to mindfulness in daily life. For someone like Kaido, who was highly motivated and had a strong intellectual understanding of stress and anxiety, more structured meditation practices and philosophical discussions about the nature of mind and identity could be very beneficial. For someone like Amiko, who was emotionally overwhelmed and physically exhausted, gentler approaches focusing on self, compassion and finding moments of peace within her existing routine were more appropriate. He also learned to recognize when people were seeking quick fixes or magical solutions, rather than being willing to engage in the gradual process of inner development. While he remained compassionate toward everyone who approached him, he found that his guidance was most beneficial for those who were genuinely committed to doing their own inner work, rather than looking for someone else to solve their problems for them. There were individuals who seemed to want him to provide definitive answers about what they should do with their lives, or who expected that a few conversations about meditation would eliminate all their problems and difficulties. When Ryota gently explained that spiritual development was a gradual process that required consistent practice and patience, some people lost interest and looked elsewhere for easier solutions. However, those who were willing to engage seriously with the practices and perspectives he shared often experienced significant improvements in their overall well-being and life satisfaction. The changes were usually gradual and subtle at first, but tended to deepen and stabilize over time with consistent practice and application. As his informal teaching role continued to develop, Ryota began to notice that the process of sharing wisdom with others was actually deepening his own understanding and practice. Explaining concepts and practices to newcomers required him to articulate his insights with greater clarity and precision, which often revealed subtle aspects of his own understanding that he had not previously recognized. When Koji asked him to explain the difference between thoughts and the awareness that observes thoughts, Ryota found himself exploring this distinction more deeply than he had before. In trying to find words and analogies that would be helpful for someone with no previous meditation experience, he discovered new dimensions of his own understanding of the relationship between consciousness and its contents. The questions and challenges that people brought also pushed him to explore areas of practice and understanding that he might not have investigated on his own. Each person's unique perspective and circumstances offered new opportunities for learning and growth, making the teaching relationship truly mutual, rather than one-directional. When Amiko asked how to maintain compassion for difficult students, while also setting appropriate boundaries, Ryota found himself reflecting more deeply on the balance between acceptance and skillful action. Her question led him to explore how genuine compassion sometimes required saying no or establishing limits, rather than simply being accommodating and permissive. There were also moments of difficulty and uncertainty in this emerging teaching role. Sometimes people would become frustrated when their practice did not produce immediate results, or they would develop unrealistic expectations about what spiritual development could accomplish. Others might become overly dependent on his guidance, looking to him for answers that they needed to discover for themselves. One particularly challenging situation arose with a middle-aged man named Sato who had been attending Ryota's informal group gatherings for several months. Sato had experienced some initial benefits from meditation practice, including better sleep and reduced anxiety, but he had begun to expect that Ryota should be available to help him with every minor difficulty or decision in his life. Sato would call or visit frequently, often with questions that seemed to stem more from a desire for attention and reassurance than from genuine spiritual inquiry. He had also begun to speak about Ryota to others in ways that made him uncomfortable, describing him as an enlightened teacher who had special powers or insights that others lacked. These challenges required Ryota to develop new skills in setting appropriate boundaries and helping people take responsibility for their own spiritual development. He learned to be supportive and encouraging, while also being clear about the limits of what any external teacher could provide. The real work of inner transformation, he came to understand, always had to be done by each individual for themselves. With Sato, Ryota had to have several honest conversations about the nature of their relationship and the importance of developing inner self, reliance rather than external dependence. He explained that while he was happy to offer guidance and support, Sato needed to cultivate his own direct connection with the peace and wisdom that meditation practice was designed to reveal. Initially, Sato was hurt and defensive about these conversations, feeling rejected and abandoned. However, with patience and compassion, Ryota was able to help him understand that this boundary setting was actually an expression of care and respect for his potential for independent spiritual development. Master Hakuin proved to be an invaluable resource during these challenging moments, offering guidance about how to navigate the complex dynamics that could arise in teaching relationships. He helped Ryota understand that these difficulties were not obstacles to be avoided, but rather opportunities for deeper learning and development of wisdom and skill. The master explained that every authentic teacher would encounter students who became overly dependent, resistant to guidance, or who projected unrealistic expectations onto the teaching relationship. Learning to work skillfully with these dynamics was an essential part of developing as an effective teacher, requiring both compassion and firmness, both acceptance and appropriate action. The master also emphasized the importance of maintaining his own practice and inner development, regardless of whatever teaching activities he might be engaged in. The foundation of any beneficial teaching had to be the teacher's own ongoing commitment to growth and understanding. If that foundation became neglected or compromised, even well-intentioned guidance could become harmful or misleading. Ryota took this advice to heart, ensuring that he maintained his regular meditation practice and continued his own study and development. He also made sure to schedule regular periods of solitude and reflection, recognizing that the constant interaction with others seeking guidance could be emotionally and energetically demanding. As Ryota's reputation for helpful guidance continued to spread, he began to receive requests to speak to small groups rather than just working with individuals. The first such request came from a local community center that offered various wellness and personal development programs. They had heard about his work with individuals and wondered if he might be willing to offer an introductory presentation about meditation and mindfulness practices. The community center coordinator, Nakamura-san, explained that they regularly hosted workshops and lectures on topics related to health, wellness, and personal growth. They had noticed increasing interest in meditation and stress reduction techniques, particularly among working professionals and parents who were dealing with the pressures of modern life. Ryota was initially hesitant about this format, concerned that group presentations might lack the personal touch and individual attention that had made his one-on-one conversations so beneficial. He was also uncertain about his ability to speak effectively to larger groups, having never done formal public speaking or group teaching before. However, after discussing the opportunity with Master Hakwin, he decided to experiment with this approach while remaining attentive to its effects and limitations. The master encouraged him to view this as another opportunity for service and learning, while maintaining the same principles of humility and genuine care for others that had guided his individual interactions. The first group presentation was attended by about 20 people with varying levels of experience and interest in meditation and mindfulness. Rather than delivering a formal lecture, Ryota chose to structure the session as an interactive exploration, beginning with some basic breathing exercises and then opening up discussion about people's experiences and questions. He started by sharing briefly about his own journey from stress and dissatisfaction to greater peace and clarity, emphasizing that he was not presenting himself as an expert or authority, but simply as someone who had found certain approaches helpful and wanted to share them with others who might benefit. The breathing exercises he led were simple and accessible, focusing on developing awareness of the natural rhythm of inhalation and exhalation without trying to control or change the breath in any way. He guided the group through a 10-minute period of mindful breathing, offering gentle instructions about returning attention to the breath whenever the mind wandered to other concerns or distractions. This format proved to be quite successful, allowing him to share fundamental principles and practices while also addressing the specific concerns and interests of the participants. The group setting also created opportunities for people to learn from each other's questions and insights, adding a dimension of mutual support and shared exploration that was not present in individual conversations. During the discussion portion of the session, participants shared a wide range of questions and experiences. Some were complete beginners who had never tried meditation before, while others had some previous experience but were struggling with consistency or specific challenges in their practice. The diversity of perspectives and concerns created a rich learning environment that benefited everyone present. One participant, an elderly gentleman named Watanabe-san, shared that he had been dealing with chronic pain from arthritis and was curious about whether meditation might help him manage his discomfort more effectively. Ryota was able to discuss the difference between pain and suffering, explaining how mindfulness practice could help develop a different relationship to physical discomfort without necessarily eliminating it entirely. A young mother named Sachiko asked about how to find time for meditation practice while managing the demands of caring for small children and maintaining a household. This led to a discussion about informal mindfulness practices and ways to bring present moment awareness to ordinary daily activities like cooking, cleaning, or playing with children. Encouraged by the positive response to this first group session, Ryota began to offer similar presentations on a monthly basis. He was careful to keep these gatherings informal and accessible, avoiding any sense of establishing a formal teaching organization or spiritual hierarchy. The focus remained on practical approaches to inner peace and clarity that people could integrate into their daily lives, regardless of their background or beliefs. The community center provided a neutral and welcoming environment that seemed to attract people from diverse backgrounds and circumstances. Some participants were dealing with specific challenges like work stress, relationship difficulties, or health concerns, while others were simply curious about meditation and personal development in general. As his experience with group teaching developed, Ryota began to appreciate the unique benefits of this format, alongside the continued value of individual guidance. Groups created opportunities for people to realize that they were not alone in their struggles and aspirations, fostering a sense of community and mutual support that could be very encouraging for individual practice. The diversity of perspectives and questions that emerged in group settings also enriched the learning experience for everyone involved, including Ryota himself. People would often articulate insights or raise questions that helped illuminate aspects of the teachings that might not have emerged in individual conversations. For example, during one session, a participant named Hayashi-san asked about the relationship between meditation practice and social engagement, wondering whether focusing on inner peace might lead to withdrawal from important social and political issues. This question sparked a rich discussion about the difference between spiritual bypassing and genuine wisdom, and how inner development could actually enhance one's capacity for effective, compassionate action in the world. However, he also remained aware of the limitations of group formats, particularly for people dealing with more complex or sensitive personal issues. He continued to make time for individual conversations and guidance, recognizing that some people needed more personalized attention and support than could be provided in group settings. The monthly group sessions typically attracted between 15 and 30 participants, with a core group of regular attendees and a rotating selection of newcomers. This created a nice balance between continuity and fresh perspectives, allowing for deeper exploration of topics while maintaining accessibility for beginners. One of the most rewarding aspects of this emerging teaching role was witnessing the transformation that could occur in people's lives when they found approaches to inner development that resonated with their particular circumstances and temperament. Kaido, who had been among the first to seek Ryota's guidance, had developed a stable daily practice and was experiencing significant improvements in his overall well-being and life satisfaction. More importantly, Kaido had begun to embody many of the same qualities of presence and inner stability that had initially attracted him to seek Ryota's guidance. He was less reactive to workplace stress, more patient and understanding in his relationships, and generally more content and peaceful in his daily experience. The transformation in Kaido's life had been gradual but profound. His sleep had improved dramatically, and he no longer experienced the intense anxiety episodes that had previously plagued him. At work, he found himself able to maintain perspective during stressful situations, responding more thoughtfully to challenges rather than reacting automatically from fear or frustration. His relationships had also benefited significantly from his meditation practice. He was more present and attentive when spending time with friends and family, less caught up in his own mental preoccupations, and more genuinely interested in others' experiences and perspectives. This shift had deepened his connections with others and brought greater satisfaction to his social interactions. This transformation had not occurred overnight, but had been the result of consistent daily practice, combined with gradual shifts in perspective and understanding. Kaido had learned to see his anxiety and stress not as personal failures or defects, but as natural human responses that could be worked with skillfully through awareness and acceptance. The key insight for Kaido had been recognizing that he was not his thoughts and emotions, but rather the awareness within which thoughts and emotions arose and passed away. This shift in identification had created space around his experiences, allowing him to observe them with greater objectivity and choose his responses more consciously. As Kaido's own understanding deepened, he naturally began to share what he had learned with others in his social and professional circles. This organic spreading of beneficial understanding was exactly what Master Hakuin had described as the natural result of genuine spiritual development. People who had found genuine help and transformation naturally wanted to share these benefits with others who might be struggling with similar challenges. Several of Kaido's colleagues had noticed the positive changes in his demeanor and work performance, and had asked him about what had contributed to his improved well-being. Without positioning himself as a teacher or expert, Kaido was able to share some of the basic principles and practices that had been helpful for him, often referring people to Ryota's monthly group sessions for more comprehensive guidance. Ryota found great satisfaction in witnessing this ripple effect of positive change spreading through various communities and social networks. It confirmed his understanding that the most powerful teaching was often simply living as an example of the qualities and understanding one wished to share with the world. This realization also helped him maintain appropriate humility about his role in other people's transformation. While his guidance and support had certainly been beneficial, the real work of change and growth had been accomplished by each individual through their own commitment and effort. His role was more like that of a gardener who provided favorable conditions for growth, while the actual flowering had to come from the inherent potential within each person. As winter approached, marking nearly a year since Ryota had begun this informal teaching role, he took time to reflect on how this development had affected his own spiritual journey. The experience of sharing wisdom and guidance with others had definitely deepened his own understanding and commitment to practice, but it had also presented new challenges and opportunities for growth. One of the most significant challenges had been learning to maintain his own inner peace and clarity while being exposed to many other people's struggles and emotional turbulence. In the early months of offering guidance, he had sometimes found himself becoming emotionally affected by the intensity of other people's suffering, which could compromise his ability to offer clear and helpful perspective. The emotional intensity of some of the stories people shared with him had been challenging to navigate. When Hiroshi was going through his difficult divorce, or when Emiko was describing her burnout and despair about her teaching career, Ryota sometimes felt overwhelmed by the depth of their pain and his desire to help them find relief. Through continued practice and guidance from Master Hakuin, he had learned to develop what the master called compassionate detachment. This meant being genuinely caring and supportive while maintaining enough inner space and stability to avoid becoming overwhelmed by other people's emotional states. It was a delicate balance that required ongoing attention and refinement. The master had explained that true compassion was not the same as emotional enmeshment or taking on other people's suffering as one's own. Genuine compassion arose from a stable foundation of inner peace and clarity, allowing one to respond helpfully to others' difficulties without being destabilized by them. This required developing the capacity to feel empathy and care while maintaining appropriate boundaries and perspective. Another important lesson had been learning to trust in other people's inherent wisdom and capacity for growth, rather than trying to fix or solve their problems for them. His natural compassion sometimes led him to want to take on more responsibility for other people's well-being than was actually helpful or appropriate. Learning to offer guidance while allowing others to make their own choices and learn from their own experiences had been an ongoing process of development. There were times when he could see clearly what someone needed to do to improve their situation, but recognized that they were not ready to hear or act on such advice. In these cases, he had to practice patience and trust that each person would find their own way in their own timing, while remaining available to offer support when it was genuinely wanted and could be received. These challenges had ultimately strengthened his own practice and understanding, requiring him to embody the principles he was sharing at an even deeper level. The responsibility of offering guidance to others had motivated him to maintain the highest standards of integrity and authenticity in his own inner development. He found that he could not effectively help others develop qualities like patience, compassion, and equanimity unless he was actively cultivating these qualities in his own daily life. The teaching role had become a form of practice in itself, constantly challenging him to live up to the ideals and understandings he was sharing with others. As he looked ahead to the coming year, Ryota felt a deep sense of gratitude for the unexpected direction his life had taken. What had begun as a personal quest for inner peace had evolved into a path of service that brought meaning and purpose to his daily existence. The desperate seeking that had initially driven him to the Temple of Serenity had been transformed into a stable foundation of wisdom and compassion that could benefit not only his own life, but the lives of others as well. The integration of spiritual understanding with practical daily life had reached a new level of maturity and effectiveness. Rather than seeing spiritual practice as something separate from ordinary activities and responsibilities, he had learned to recognize every aspect of life as an opportunity for awakening and service. This integration had created a sense of wholeness and authenticity that was deeply satisfying and sustainable. His work life had become an expression of his spiritual values, rather than something that competed with or undermined his inner development. The same presence and awareness that he cultivated during meditation could be brought to professional meetings, project deadlines, and colleague interactions. This had transformed his experience of work from something he had to endure into something that could contribute to his ongoing growth and service. His relationships with family and friends had also deepened and become more authentic, as he learned to show up more fully and genuinely in his interactions with others. The masks and defenses that had once characterized much of his social engagement had gradually dissolved, replaced by a more natural and spontaneous way of relating that honored both his own truth and the dignity of others. Yet even as he celebrated these developments, Ryota remained aware that his spiritual journey was far from complete. Each new person he encountered, each challenging situation that arose in his teaching role, and each deepening of his own practice revealed new areas for growth and understanding. The path of awakening, he had come to realize, was not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of discovery and development that could continue throughout his entire lifetime. This understanding brought both humility and inspiration. Humility because he recognized how much he still had to learn and develop, and inspiration because he could see that the path ahead offered endless opportunities for growth, service, and deeper realization. The journey itself had become the destination, and each step along the way was valuable in its own right. The relationship with Master Hakuin continued to be a source of invaluable guidance and support as these new dimensions of spiritual life unfolded. The Master's wisdom and experience provided a steady reference point that helped Ryota navigate the complexities of the teaching role while maintaining his commitment to authentic spiritual development. During their most recent conversation, Master Hakuin had spoken about the next phase of Ryota's development, suggesting that he was approaching readiness for even deeper levels of practice and understanding. The master had hinted at advanced teachings and practices that were typically reserved for students who had demonstrated both the stability of their own realization and the maturity to handle more intensive approaches to spiritual development. These advanced practices, the master explained, were designed to refine and deepen the understanding that had already been established through years of foundational work. They involved more subtle levels of awareness and required a high degree of inner stability and clarity to navigate safely and effectively. This prospect was both exciting and somewhat daunting for Ryota. He had grown comfortable with his current level of understanding and practice, and the suggestion of moving into more advanced territory stirred up some of the same mixture of anticipation and uncertainty that he felt when first approaching the Temple of Serenity years earlier. The master had described these advanced practices as explorations of the very nature of consciousness itself, investigations into the fundamental ground of awareness from which all experiences arise. This level of inquiry required not only intellectual understanding, but also a high degree of experiential stability and the ability to maintain clarity even during profound shifts in perception and understanding. However, his experience had taught him to trust in the natural unfolding of the spiritual path rather than trying to force or control his development. If deeper levels of practice and understanding were appropriate for his current stage of growth, they would reveal themselves in due time. His role was simply to remain open and receptive while continuing to cultivate the qualities of wisdom, compassion, and humility that formed the foundation of any authentic spiritual development. The people who had been drawn to seek his guidance had become like an extended spiritual family, each contributing their own unique perspectives and insights to his understanding of the human condition and the possibilities for transformation. Their willingness to trust him with their deepest concerns and aspirations had been both an honor and a responsibility that had shaped his character in profound ways. Watching people like Kaido, Emiko, and Koji navigate their own journeys of growth and discovery had been deeply meaningful for Ryota. Each person's unique path and the particular challenges and breakthroughs they encountered had taught him something new about the diversity of human experience and the many different ways that wisdom and peace could be realized and expressed. He had also learned a great deal from the questions and perspectives that people brought to their conversations and group sessions. Often, someone would ask a question or share an insight that would illuminate aspects of the teachings that he had not previously considered or understood so clearly. This mutual learning had kept his own practice fresh and dynamic, preventing it from becoming stale or routine. As he prepared for whatever new developments might emerge in his spiritual journey, Ryota felt a deep sense of contentment with the path that had unfolded. The desperate seeker who had first approached Master Hakuin had been transformed into someone who could offer genuine help and guidance to others facing similar struggles. This transformation represented not an end point, but a new beginning, a foundation for even deeper service and understanding. The winter months ahead would provide opportunities for reflection and preparation, allowing him to integrate the lessons learned during this first year of informal teaching while remaining open to whatever new directions his spiritual development might take. The adventure of awakening continued to unfold in ways that exceeded his original expectations, confirming his growing understanding that the spiritual path was ultimately about discovering and expressing the deepest potentials of human consciousness and compassion. As the first snow began to fall outside his apartment window, Ryota settled into his evening meditation with a heart full of gratitude for the journey that had brought him to this moment. The path ahead remained mysterious and full of potential, and he looked forward to whatever teachings and opportunities for service the coming seasons might bring. The spring that followed Ryota's first year as an informal teacher brought with it a profound shift in both his understanding and his circumstances. Master Hakuin had been observing his former students' development with quiet satisfaction, noting how naturally Ryota had grown into his role as a guide for others seeking peace and clarity. The master recognized that the time had come to introduce more advanced teachings, lessons that would challenge Ryota in ways he had not yet experienced and prepare him for deeper levels of service and understanding. The transformation in Ryota had been remarkable to witness. Where once stood a desperate man consumed by anxiety and confusion, there now walked someone who carried himself with quiet confidence and natural grace. His eyes, which had once darted nervously from shadow to shadow, now held a steady warmth that seemed to invite trust and openness from everyone he encountered. The change was not merely superficial, but reflected a fundamental shift in his relationship with life itself. During one of their regular morning walks through the temple gardens, Master Hakuin broached the subject with characteristic directness. The cherry blossoms were in full bloom, their delicate petals drifting on the gentle breeze, like thoughts released from attachment. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of spring flowers and the soft sounds of awakening life. Birds called to each other from the ancient trees, their songs weaving together in a natural symphony that seemed to celebrate the endless cycle of renewal and growth. As they paused beside the small pond where koi moved in their eternal dance, the master spoke in his measured, thoughtful way. The fish glided through the clear water with effortless grace, their movements creating gentle ripples that caught and reflected the morning sunlight in patterns of ever-changing beauty. The scene provided a perfect metaphor for what Master Hakuin wanted to discuss with his student. The advanced teachings he wished to share, Master Hakuin explained, were not simply extensions of what Ryota had already learned. They represented a different dimension of spiritual development, one that required not just personal clarity and peace, but the ability to maintain that clarity while engaging with increasingly complex and challenging situations. These teachings had been developed over centuries by masters who had discovered that true wisdom revealed itself most fully when tested by adversity and complexity. The master paused to watch a particularly large koi surface near the edge of the pond, its golden scales catching the light as it moved through the water with unhurried purpose. This fish, he noted, had been in the pond for many years, surviving harsh winters and blazing summers, adapting to changing conditions while maintaining its essential nature. The advanced teachings, he explained, were designed to help spiritual practitioners develop similar resilience and adaptability. Ryota listened with the deep attention that had become second nature to him, sensing the significance of this moment. He had felt for some time that his spiritual development was approaching a new threshold, though he had not been able to articulate exactly what that meant. The sense of completion he had experienced with his informal teaching role had been accompanied by an underlying awareness that deeper layers of understanding awaited exploration. There had been subtle signs of this approaching transition in recent weeks. His meditation practice had begun to feel different, less like a technique he was applying, and more like a natural state he was learning to inhabit throughout his daily activities. His interactions with students had become more intuitive and spontaneous, with insights and guidance arising from sources deeper than his conscious knowledge or experience. The first of these advanced teachings concerned what Master Hakuin called the paradox of engaged attachment. This was not the simple detachment from outcomes that Ryota had learned in his early training, but something far more subtle and demanding. It involved the ability to engage fully and compassionately with the world while simultaneously maintaining complete inner freedom from the results of that engagement. This required a level of spiritual maturity that could only be developed through direct experience of increasingly challenging situations. To illustrate this principle, Master Hakwin shared the story of a previous student who had spent years mastering traditional meditation and mindfulness practices. This student, named Kenji, had achieved remarkable inner peace and clarity within the protected environment of spiritual practice. He could sit in meditation for hours without disturbance, maintain perfect equanimity during formal ceremonies, and discuss spiritual principles with eloquence and insight. However, when circumstances required Kenji to engage with complex family conflicts and business challenges, his equanimity had been severely tested. His elderly parents had become involved in a bitter dispute with neighbors over property boundaries, a conflict that had escalated to involve lawyers and threatened to destroy relationships that had been harmonious for decades. At the same time, the small business he had inherited from his uncle was facing financial difficulties that required difficult decisions about employees and operations. In both situations, Kenji found that his spiritual training, while valuable, was insufficient for navigating the complex emotional and practical challenges he faced. His natural inclination was to withdraw from the conflicts and seek the peace of solitary practice, but his responsibilities to family and employees made such withdrawal impossible. The advanced teachings had been necessary to help him maintain his spiritual center while fully engaging with these worldly responsibilities. The process of learning engaged detachment had required Kenji to develop an entirely new relationship with his spiritual practice. Instead of using meditation and mindfulness as escapes from difficult situations, he had to learn to bring these qualities directly into the midst of conflict and challenge. This meant remaining centered and clear while actively participating in heated family discussions, making tough business decisions with compassion for all affected parties, and finding creative solutions that honored everyone's legitimate needs and concerns. The transformation had not been easy or quick. There were many moments when Kenji felt overwhelmed by the intensity of situations he faced. Times when his old patterns of withdrawal or reactive engagement threatened to take over. But gradually, through patient practice and the guidance of advanced teachings, he had developed the capacity to remain spiritually centered while fully engaged with the complexities of human relationships and responsibilities. The second major teaching involved what the master termed the cultivation of dynamic wisdom. Unlike the static understanding that could be achieved through study and contemplation, dynamic wisdom was the ability to respond spontaneously and appropriately to ever-changing circumstances while remaining rooted in timeless principles. This required developing an intuitive grasp of the deeper patterns underlying surface events, along with the confidence to act from that understanding even when conventional logic might suggest different approaches. Master Hakwin explained that dynamic wisdom could only be developed through exposure to situations that demanded immediate, skillful responses without the luxury of extended contemplation. These situations would serve as a kind of spiritual laboratory where theoretical understanding could be transformed into living wisdom through direct application and refinement. The master shared another story to illustrate this principle, this time about a female student named Yuki who had worked as a counselor in a community mental health center. Yuki had excellent training in therapeutic techniques and a deep understanding of psychological principles, but she had struggled to connect effectively with many of her clients. Her approaches, while technically correct, often felt rigid and impersonal to the people she was trying to help. The development of dynamic wisdom had transformed Yuki's work completely. Instead of relying solely on prescribed therapeutic protocols, she had learned to sense what each individual client most needed in any given moment, and to respond from that deeper knowing. Sometimes this meant abandoning her planned approach entirely and following an intuitive direction that seemed to arise spontaneously from her connection with the person sitting across from her. This shift had required Yuki to develop tremendous trust in her own inner guidance, while simultaneously maintaining her professional competence and ethical boundaries. She had to learn to distinguish between genuine intuitive insights and her own personal preferences or biases. The process had involved extensive self-reflection and ongoing supervision, but the results had been remarkable. Her clients began reporting much deeper levels of healing and transformation, and her work became a source of profound fulfillment rather than professional stress. The third element of the advanced teachings focused on what the master called the art of invisible influence. This involved learning to create positive change in the world through presence and example, rather than through direct action or persuasion. Masters who had developed this capacity could transform entire communities simply by being authentically themselves, allowing their inner peace and clarity to radiate outward in ways that inspired others to discover their own potential for growth and awakening. This teaching required a deep understanding of the interconnected nature of consciousness and the ways in which individual transformation inevitably influenced the larger field of human experience. It also demanded the humility to work without recognition or credit, finding fulfillment in the positive changes that emerged rather than in personal acknowledgement of one's role in creating those changes. Master Hakuin described a master from a previous generation who had embodied this principle perfectly. This teacher, known simply as the Quiet One, had never given formal lectures or written books about spiritual development. Instead, he had worked as a gardener in various public spaces throughout the city, tending flowers and trees with such love and attention that people would often stop to watch him work. Something about his presence while gardening had a profound effect on observers. Children would become calm and focused when they watched him plant seeds or water flowers. Adults would find themselves reflecting on deeper questions about life and meaning after spending time in spaces he had tended. Couples would resolve long-standing conflicts while walking through gardens he had created, and business people would make more ethical decisions after brief encounters with him during their lunch breaks. The Quiet One never spoke about spiritual matters unless directly asked, and even then his responses were simple and practical rather than philosophical or mystical. Yet his influence on the community was profound and lasting. Crime rates decreased in neighborhoods where he worked. People reported greater levels of happiness and life satisfaction, and a general atmosphere of peace and cooperation seemed to develop wherever he spent significant time. When asked about his methods, the Quiet One would simply say that he tried to bring love and attention to whatever he was doing, whether that was planting flowers or having a conversation with a passerby. He seemed to understand intuitively that the quality of consciousness he brought to his activities was more important than the specific actions themselves. As Master Hakuin outlined these teachings, Ryota felt both excitement and trepidation. The path being described represented everything he had hoped his spiritual development might eventually encompass. Yet he could also sense the magnitude of the challenges that lay ahead. These were not teachings that could be mastered through intellectual understanding or even through dedicated practice in controlled environments. They required a willingness to venture into unknown territory with only his inner compass as a guide. The examples the master had shared were both inspiring and somewhat intimidating. Each of the students described had faced significant challenges and periods of uncertainty as they learned to apply the advanced teachings in real-world situations. There had been failures and setbacks along the way, moments of doubt and confusion that had tested their commitment to the spiritual path. Yet the ultimate outcomes described in these stories were exactly what Ryota hoped to achieve through his own development. The idea of being able to maintain inner peace and clarity while fully engaging with life's complexities, of developing the capacity to respond wisely and spontaneously to whatever situations arose, of being able to serve others through the quality of presence he brought to every interaction. These possibilities filled him with a deep sense of purpose and direction. The master seemed to sense his students' mixed feelings and offered reassurance along with encouragement. The advanced teachings, he explained, were not meant to be mastered quickly or easily. They represented a lifetime's work, with each level of understanding opening doorways to even deeper mysteries and possibilities. The key was not to achieve some final state of mastery, but to remain open to continuous learning and growth, while serving others from whatever level of understanding had been attained. This perspective was both comforting and challenging. On one hand, it relieved the pressure to achieve some perfect state of spiritual development within a specific time frame. On the other hand, it suggested that the journey ahead would be ongoing and ever deepening, requiring sustained commitment and dedication over many years or even decades. Master Hakuin went on to explain that the advanced teachings were traditionally introduced only to students who had demonstrated both the necessary foundation in basic spiritual principles and the genuine motivation to serve others, rather than simply pursue personal development. Ryota's work with informal teaching had provided clear evidence of both qualities, showing that he had integrated the fundamental teachings sufficiently to share them with others, and that his primary motivation was service rather than personal achievement. Over the following weeks, Master Hakuin began introducing specific practices and exercises designed to prepare Ryota for the more challenging aspects of the advanced teachings. These included meditation techniques that could be maintained during intense activity, methods for accessing intuitive wisdom under pressure, and approaches for working with difficult emotions and situations without losing inner equilibrium. The first set of practices focused on what the master called mobile meditation. Traditional sitting meditation, while valuable for developing concentration and inner stillness, was only the beginning of contemplative development. The advanced practitioner needed to learn to maintain meditative awareness while walking, talking, working, and engaging in all the activities of daily life. This required a fundamental shift in understanding about what meditation actually was. Rather than being a special activity performed in quiet settings, meditation needed to become a quality of awareness that could be sustained regardless of external circumstances. This meant learning to maintain present moment awareness, emotional equilibrium, and clarity of perception while navigating busy streets, engaging in challenging conversations, or dealing with unexpected crises. The training began with simple walking meditation in the temple gardens, gradually progressing to more complex activities like preparing meals, cleaning spaces, and eventually engaging in conversations while maintaining meditative awareness. Each new level of complexity revealed different aspects of the mind's tendency to become distracted or reactive, providing opportunities to develop greater stability and presence. Ryota discovered that maintaining meditative awareness during conversation was particularly challenging. His natural tendency was either to become so focused on what the other person was saying that he lost awareness of his own inner state, or to become so concerned with maintaining his meditation that he failed to listen effectively. Learning to balance inner awareness with genuine engagement required patience and persistent practice. The second set of practices involved developing what Master Hakuin called pressure wisdom. This was the ability to access clear insight and make skillful decisions, even when facing intense time pressure, emotional stress, or complex situations with no obvious solutions. Traditional contemplative practices often emphasized the importance of quiet reflection and careful consideration, but life frequently demanded immediate responses based on incomplete information. The training for pressure wisdom began with meditation exercises designed to maintain inner stillness while external distractions were gradually increased. Ryota would sit in meditation while the master introduced various sounds, movements, and even direct questions that required immediate responses. The goal was to learn to access the same quality of inner wisdom that was available during quiet meditation, even when external circumstances were chaotic or demanding. As his capacity for maintaining inner stillness under pressure developed, the exercises became more complex and realistic. He would be asked to make decisions about hypothetical scenarios involving conflicting values and interests, to provide guidance to imaginary students facing urgent personal crises, or to navigate simulated conflicts between different parties with legitimate but incompatible needs. These exercises revealed how much his decision-making process had previously depended on having time for careful analysis and consideration. Learning to trust his intuitive wisdom when immediate responses were required felt risky and uncertain at first. There were many moments when he doubted whether the insights that arose spontaneously were reliable or merely wishful thinking. Gradually, however, he began to develop confidence in his capacity to access genuine wisdom under pressure. The key was learning to distinguish between the anxious mental chatter that arose when he felt rushed or stressed, and the deeper knowing that remained available even in challenging circumstances. This deeper wisdom had a different quality than ordinary thinking, arising with a sense of clarity and rightness that became increasingly recognizable with practice. One particularly powerful practice involved what the master called conscious conflict engagement. Rather than avoiding or minimizing conflicts and disagreements, this practice required actively seeking out situations where different viewpoints and interests collided, then working to find creative solutions that honored the legitimate needs and concerns of all parties involved. This was not about being right or winning arguments, but about discovering the deeper harmony that could emerge when apparent oppositions were approached with sufficient wisdom and skill. Ryota's first attempts at conscious conflict engagement were both humbling and instructive. He discovered that maintaining inner peace while actively engaging with heated disagreements required a level of presence and skill that he had not previously developed. His natural tendency was either to withdraw from conflict or to become emotionally invested in particular outcomes, both of which prevented the kind of creative breakthrough that the practice was designed to facilitate. The master arranged for Ryota to observe and eventually participate in community mediation sessions where neighbors, family members, or business partners were working to resolve disputes. These real-world situations provided invaluable opportunities to practice the skills of conscious conflict engagement while contributing to genuine problem-solving efforts. In one memorable session, two longtime friends had become estranged over a business partnership that had gone badly. Each felt betrayed and wronged by the other, and their initial attempts at communication had only deepened the hurt and misunderstanding. The mediator invited Ryota to assist by helping maintain a constructive atmosphere while the two friends worked through their grievances and disappointments. The challenge was to remain completely neutral while still being genuinely helpful to both parties. This required listening deeply to each person's perspective without taking sides, reflecting back what he heard in ways that helped each friend feel understood, and occasionally offering observations or questions that might open new possibilities for resolution. Through patient application of conscious conflict engagement principles, the session gradually shifted from mutual blame and defensiveness toward genuine dialogue about what had gone wrong and how the relationship might be repaired. The breakthrough came when Ryota helped each friend recognize how their own fears and insecurities had contributed to the misunderstandings, allowing them to approach each other with greater compassion and humility. The resolution was not perfect or complete, but both friends left the session with renewed respect for each other and a foundation for rebuilding their relationship. More importantly for Ryota's training, he had experienced firsthand how conscious conflict engagement could transform apparently hopeless situations into opportunities for deeper understanding and connection. Another advanced practice focused on what Master Hakuin called energetic awareness. This involved developing sensitivity to the subtle emotional and psychological atmospheres that surrounded different people and situations, along with the ability to consciously influence these atmospheres through one's own inner state and presence. This was not about manipulation or control, but about learning to contribute to the overall well-being of any environment one entered. The practice began with simple exercises in sensing the emotional tone of different locations and gatherings. Ryota learned to notice how his own inner state was affected by various environments and how his presence, in turn, influenced the atmosphere around him. Some places felt naturally peaceful and uplifting, while others carried a sense of tension, sadness, or confusion that seemed to permeate the very air. Initially, he was quite vulnerable to these environmental influences, finding his mood and energy level shifting dramatically depending on where he spent time. A visit to a hospital might leave him feeling drained and melancholy for hours, while time spent in a beautiful garden could restore his spirits, even if he had arrived feeling stressed or troubled. Gradually, he developed the ability to maintain a stable, positive inner condition regardless of external circumstances, and to project that stability in ways that helped others feel more calm and centered. This required learning to create what the master called an energetic boundary, a way of remaining open and responsive to his environment while not being overwhelmed by negative or chaotic influences. The development of energetic awareness also involved learning to recognize the subtle signs that indicated when someone was struggling emotionally or spiritually, even when they were not expressing their difficulties directly. This might involve noticing changes in posture, breathing patterns, or vocal tone that suggested inner distress, or sensing the quality of attention and presence that different people brought to their interactions. This practice proved particularly valuable in his informal teaching work. He discovered that students often learned as much from the quality of presence he brought to their interactions as they did from the specific techniques and insights he shared. By maintaining a consistent atmosphere of peace and acceptance, he could create conditions that naturally supported others in accessing their own inner wisdom and clarity. One student, a young mother struggling with postpartum depression, later told him that simply being in his presence had been more helpful than months of conventional therapy. She had felt completely accepted and understood without having to explain or justify her struggles, and this acceptance had allowed her to begin accepting herself and her situation with greater compassion. Another student, a retired businessman dealing with questions about meaning and purpose in his later years, described how Ryota's consistent equanimity had helped him recognize his own capacity for inner peace. By witnessing someone who remained calm and centered regardless of what topics arose in their conversations, he had begun to believe that such stability was possible for him as well. The most challenging aspect of the advanced teachings involved what Master Hakuin termed the integration of opposites. This required developing the capacity to hold apparently contradictory truths simultaneously without trying to resolve the tension between them. Examples included being simultaneously completely accepting of circumstances while working actively for positive change, or maintaining deep compassion for all beings while setting firm boundaries when necessary. This teaching challenged many of the mental habits that Ryota had developed over years of spiritual practice. His mind naturally sought to categorize experiences as either positive or negative, helpful or harmful, right or wrong. Learning to embrace the complexity and paradox inherent in most real-life situations required a fundamental shift in how he approached understanding itself. The master introduced this concept through a series of contemplative exercises that deliberately presented paradoxical situations. For example, Ryota might be asked to consider how one could simultaneously accept a difficult person exactly as they are, while also working to help them develop greater wisdom and compassion. Or he might explore how to maintain complete detachment from personal outcomes, while still caring deeply about the welfare of others. Initially, these exercises felt frustrating and confusing. His rational mind insisted that these apparent contradictions needed to be resolved through logical analysis, that there must be some way to determine which perspective was correct and which was mistaken. The idea of holding both sides of a paradox simultaneously seemed impossible and even counterproductive. Through careful study and experimentation, he began to appreciate how the integration of opposites actually reflected a deeper level of truth than could be accessed through conventional either or thinking. Many of the most profound spiritual insights he discovered could only be expressed through paradox because they pointed to realities that transcended the limitations of ordinary conceptual understanding. The breakthrough in his understanding came during a meditation session where he was contemplating the paradox of effort and effortlessness in spiritual practice. He had been struggling with the question of how much personal effort was appropriate in meditation, and whether trying to achieve particular states of consciousness was helpful or counterproductive. As he sat with this question, holding both the need for sincere effort and the importance of letting go of striving, something shifted in his perception. He began to sense how both perspectives were simultaneously true at different levels of understanding. Effort was necessary to establish the conditions for deeper realization, but that realization itself could only occur through a kind of surrendering that went beyond personal will and intention. This insight opened the door to a new way of approaching all apparent contradictions and conflicts. Instead of trying to determine which side of any opposition was correct, he could explore how both sides might be expressing different aspects of a more complete truth. This approach proved invaluable in his teaching work, allowing him to help students navigate the complex paradoxes that inevitably arose in spiritual development. As spring progressed into summer, Ryota found himself naturally encountering situations that provided opportunities to apply these advanced teachings. His informal teaching work began attracting people with more complex problems and deeper levels of spiritual sophistication, rather than the relatively straightforward stress relief and basic mindfulness instruction that had characterized his early teaching. He now found himself working with individuals facing major life transitions, relationship challenges, career dilemmas, and existential questions about meaning and purpose. These more complex teaching situations required all of the skills he had been developing through the advanced practices. He needed to maintain his own inner clarity while fully engaging with the emotional intensity and complexity of his students' struggles. He had to access intuitive wisdom about approaches and insights that would be most helpful for each individual, while remaining unattached to whether his suggestions were accepted or acted upon. One particularly challenging situation involved a middle-aged businessman named Hiroshi, who had achieved considerable material success, but was experiencing a profound spiritual crisis. This man had initially approached Ryota seeking simple stress management techniques to help him cope with the pressures of running a large company. However, it quickly became apparent that his real need was for a complete reevaluation of his life, priorities, and values. Hiroshi had built his identity around professional achievement and financial success, working 12-hour days and sacrificing relationships and personal interests in pursuit of ever greater business accomplishments. The approach had served him well for many years, bringing recognition, wealth, and a sense of purpose that had sustained him through various challenges and setbacks. However, as he approached his 50th birthday, Hiroshi had begun experiencing what he described as a profound emptiness that no amount of professional success could fill. He found himself questioning whether the life he had built was actually worth living, whether the sacrifices he had made had been justified by the outcomes he had achieved. The crisis had been triggered by the sudden death of a close friend who had lived a very different kind of life, prioritizing family relationships and personal fulfillment over financial achievement. At the funeral, Hiroshi had been struck by the genuine love and gratitude expressed by his friend's family and community, contrasting sharply with his own sense of isolation despite his material success. Working with Hiroshi required all of the advanced skills Ryota had been developing. The businessman was not interested in traditional spiritual practices or philosophical discussions about the meaning of life. He was a practical person who needed concrete guidance about how to navigate the transition he was facing without destroying the legitimate responsibilities he had to his employees, shareholders, and family members who depended on his continued success. The challenge was helping him explore his deeper values and priorities, while honoring the complex web of commitments and relationships that had grown up around his professional identity. This required conscious conflict engagement as Hiroshi wrestled with competing values and priorities, energetic awareness to maintain a supportive atmosphere during their intense conversations, and the integration of opposites as they explored how spiritual development could be pursued within rather than separate from worldly responsibilities. The work unfolded over several months, with regular weekly sessions supplemented by occasional longer retreats where Hiroshi could step back from his daily responsibilities and gain perspective on the larger patterns of his life. The process was not linear or predictable, involving periods of clarity and determination alternating with confusion and resistance as old patterns reasserted themselves. Gradually, Hiroshi began to find ways to align his professional activities with his deeper values while maintaining his commitments to others who depended on him. This involved restructuring his company to operate more ethically and sustainably, delegating more responsibility to trusted colleagues so he could spend more time with family, and using his business success as a platform for contributing to causes he cared about. The transformation was not dramatic or sudden, but rather a gradual shift toward greater authenticity and purpose that ultimately benefited everyone in his sphere of influence. His employees reported higher job satisfaction as the company culture became more supportive and meaningful. His family relationships improved as he became more present and emotionally available. Even his business performance remained strong, suggesting that the integration of spiritual values with professional responsibilities was not only possible but potentially advantageous. This experience taught Ryota important lessons about the nature of advanced spiritual work. Unlike the more straightforward personal development that characterized basic spiritual practice, advanced work often involved helping people navigate complex life situations where there were no simple answers or clear-cut solutions. Success was measured not by the achievement of some ideal outcome, but by the degree to which individuals were able to engage with their challenges from a place of greater wisdom, compassion, and inner freedom. Another significant case involved a young woman named Akiko who was struggling with severe anxiety and depression following a series of traumatic experiences. She had been involved in a serious car accident that had left her with chronic pain and mobility limitations. and the accident had occurred during a period when she was already dealing with the end of a long-term relationship and the death of her grandmother. Traditional therapeutic approaches had provided some relief from her symptoms, but Akiko was seeking a deeper level of healing that would address the spiritual dimensions of her suffering. She had begun to question fundamental assumptions about safety, meaning, and purpose that had previously provided stability and direction in her life. This work required Ryota to integrate his understanding of mindfulness and meditation with sensitivity to trauma and its effects on consciousness and the nervous system. The advanced teaching of energetic awareness proved particularly important in this situation. Akiko's nervous system was highly sensitized to any perceived threat or judgment, requiring Ryota to maintain an exceptionally stable and accepting presence throughout their work together. Even subtle shifts in his own emotional state could trigger defensive reactions that would undermine the healing process. If he felt any impatience with the pace of her progress, any frustration with her resistance to particular suggestions, or any anxiety about whether he was being helpful, these feelings would be immediately sensed by her traumatized nervous system and interpreted as signs of danger or rejection. Learning to maintain perfect emotional stability while working with someone in such a vulnerable state required all of the skills he had been developing through the advanced practices. He had to remain completely present and accepting while also being alert to signs that she was becoming overwhelmed or triggered by their conversations. Through patient application of the advanced teachings, Ryota was able to create a consistently safe and supportive environment where Akiko could gradually reconnect with her own inner resources for healing and growth. The work involved helping her develop mindfulness practices that were gentle enough not to trigger additional anxiety, while slowly building her capacity to remain present with difficult emotions and memories. The integration of opposites teaching was crucial for helping her learn to hold both her traumatic experiences and her fundamental wholeness simultaneously. Rather than trying to overcome or eliminate her painful memories, she learned to expand her identity beyond the traumatized aspects of herself, while still honoring the reality of what she had experienced. This process took many months and required tremendous patience from both teacher and student. There were setbacks and difficult periods when it seemed that no progress was being made. But gradually, Akiko began to rediscover her capacity for joy, creativity, and meaningful connection with others. The transformation was particularly evident in her relationship with her physical limitations. Rather than seeing her chronic pain and reduced mobility as evidence that her life was ruined, she began to understand these challenges as opportunities for developing qualities like patience, compassion, and inner strength that she might never have discovered otherwise. This case taught Ryota about the importance of adapting spiritual teachings to meet people where they were rather than expecting them to conform to standardized approaches. The advanced teachings provided a framework for creative responsiveness that allowed him to draw from the full range of wisdom traditions while remaining sensitive to each individual's needs and capacities. As his experience with advanced teaching situations accumulated, Ryota began to notice patterns in the types of challenges that people brought to spiritual work. Many individuals were struggling with what he came to recognize as integration challenges, difficulties in bringing their spiritual insights and experiences into alignment with their daily lives and relationships. These people had often experienced profound moments of clarity or peace through meditation, prayer, or other contemplative practices, but they struggled to maintain those states when dealing with work stress, family conflicts, or other practical responsibilities. They would alternate between periods of spiritual inspiration and mundane frustration, never quite managing to bridge the gap between their highest aspirations and their everyday reality. Others were facing what might be called meaning crises, periods of questioning and uncertainty about their life direction and purpose that required deep exploration of values and priorities. These individuals had often achieved what they had previously thought they wanted in terms of career success, relationship status, or material security, only to discover that these accomplishments left them feeling empty and directionless. Still others were dealing with what he termed expansion challenges, situations where their growing awareness and sensitivity were creating difficulties in navigating a world that often seemed unconscious and chaotic. These individuals had developed greater empathy and perception through their spiritual practices, but they struggled to maintain their equanimity when confronted with the suffering, injustice, and confusion that surrounded them. Each of these types of challenges required different applications of the advanced teachings, and Ryota found himself developing an increasingly sophisticated understanding of how to assess what each person most needed and how to provide it in ways that would be genuinely helpful rather than merely intellectually interesting. The practice of invisible influence proved particularly powerful in his work with groups. Rather than trying to directly teach or persuade people to adopt particular practices or perspectives, he learned to create environments where individuals could discover their own answers and insights. This involved maintaining a quality of presence that naturally supported clarity and openness, while allowing each person's unique wisdom to emerge in its own way and timing. One memorable group session involved a collection of individuals who were all dealing with major career transitions. The group included a former corporate executive who wanted to become a teacher, a nurse who was considering leaving healthcare to pursue artistic interests, a recent college graduate who felt overwhelmed by the range of possibilities available to her, and a middle-aged man who had been laid off from his job and was questioning his entire professional identity. Rather than offering advice about specific career decisions, Ryota focused on helping the group members connect with their deeper values and priorities, then supporting them in exploring how those inner guidances might be expressed through various forms of work and service. The session evolved into a profound exploration of the relationship between individual fulfillment and service to others, with participants discovering that their personal career concerns were actually reflections of larger questions about how to contribute meaningfully to the world. The corporate executive realized that his desire to teach was rooted in a longing to help others avoid the mistakes he had made in prioritizing financial success over personal relationships. The nurse discovered that her artistic interests were not separate from her caring nature, but another expression of her desire to bring beauty and healing into the world. By the end of the session, several people had gained clarity, not just about their immediate career decisions, but about their overall life direction and purpose. More importantly, they had experienced firsthand how their individual concerns were connected to universal themes of meaning, service, and authentic self-expression. This experience reinforced Ryota's growing understanding that advanced spiritual teaching was not primarily about imparting information or techniques, but about creating conditions where people could access and trust their own inner wisdom. The teacher's role was to hold space for this process, while providing whatever support and guidance might be helpful along the way. As summer deepened into autumn, Master Hakuin introduced what he considered the most advanced and challenging of the teachings, the practice of conscious suffering. This was not about seeking out pain or difficulty, but about learning to work skillfully with the inevitable challenges and losses that were part of human existence. The practice involved developing the capacity to remain open and present with suffering, both one's own and that of others, without being overwhelmed or trying to escape through distraction or denial. The master explained that conscious suffering was perhaps the most powerful catalyst for spiritual development, but only when approached with proper understanding and preparation. Without adequate foundation in the earlier teachings, exposure to intense suffering could be traumatic and counterproductive. With proper preparation, however, the same experiences could become doorways to profound wisdom and compassion. The teaching began with an exploration of the different types of suffering that human beings inevitably encounter. There was physical suffering from illness, injury, and the natural aging process. There was emotional suffering from loss, disappointment, and unfulfilled desires. There was mental suffering from confusion, uncertainty, and the gap between how things are and how we think they should be. And there was what the master called existential suffering, the deep questioning and uncertainty about meaning and purpose that arose when people contemplated the ultimate questions of life and death. Each type of suffering, Master Hakuin explained, offered unique opportunities for growth and awakening. When approached with the right understanding and tools, physical suffering could teach lessons about impermanence and the limits of personal control. Emotional suffering could develop empathy and compassion. Mental suffering could reveal the limitations of conceptual thinking and open doorways to intuitive wisdom. Existential suffering could catalyze the search for deeper meaning and connection that ultimately led to spiritual awakening. The practice began with meditation techniques designed to develop tolerance for physical and emotional discomfort. Rather than immediately seeking relief from minor aches, tensions, or emotional irritations, Ryota learned to remain present with these experiences while maintaining his inner equilibrium. This was not about becoming masochistic or ignoring genuine needs for care and attention, but about developing the capacity to respond to difficulty from a place of wisdom rather than reactive avoidance. The initial exercises were quite challenging. Ryota's natural tendency, when experiencing discomfort, was either to distract himself through mental activity or to immediately take action to eliminate the source of the problem. Learning to simply be present with uncomfortable sensations or emotions without trying to fix or escape them required a fundamental shift in his relationship with his own experience. Gradually, he began to discover that many forms of discomfort were actually intensified by his resistance to them. When he could remain present and accepting with minor physical pain or emotional upset, these experiences often shifted or dissolved on their own. Even when they persisted, his relationship with them became less problematic and distressing. As his tolerance for discomfort increased, the practice expanded to include conscious engagement with more significant challenges and losses. This might involve staying present with the grief of losing a loved one, the frustration of failed projects or relationships, or the anxiety of uncertain future circumstances. The key was learning to experience these difficulties fully without being defined or overwhelmed by them. The most profound aspect of conscious suffering involved learning to find meaning and purpose within difficult experiences, rather than simply enduring them until they passed. This required developing the capacity to recognize how challenges could serve as catalysts for growth, opportunities for developing compassion, or invitations to discover inner resources that might otherwise remain dormant. Master Hakuin shared stories of previous students who had used major life crises as opportunities for profound spiritual development. One woman had transformed a devastating divorce into an exploration of self-reliance and inner strength that ultimately led to a much more fulfilling life. A man who had lost his job during an economic recession had used the forced career transition to discover work that was more aligned with his values and interests. These stories were not meant to minimize the reality of suffering or suggest that all difficulties could be easily transformed into positive outcomes. Rather, they illustrated the possibility of finding meaning and growth within challenging circumstances, when those circumstances were approached with proper understanding and support. Ryota's first significant opportunity to apply this teaching came when his elderly father became seriously ill with a condition that would ultimately prove fatal. Rather than simply focusing on his own grief and worry, he used the situation as an opportunity to practice conscious suffering while simultaneously providing whatever support and care he could offer. The illness progressed slowly over several months, providing extended opportunities to practice the advanced teachings in a real-world context. Ryota found himself balancing his responsibilities as a son and caregiver with his ongoing teaching commitments and spiritual practice, all while processing his own complex emotions about his father's declining health and approaching death. The experience proved to be one of the most challenging and transformative of his spiritual journey. The practice of conscious suffering allowed him to remain open to the full range of emotions and experiences that arose during his father's illness, from tender moments of connection and gratitude to periods of frustration, fear, and anticipatory grief. Rather than trying to maintain some artificial sense of spiritual detachment, he allowed himself to feel the full impact of watching his father's strength and independence gradually diminish. At the same time, the advanced teachings provided tools for maintaining his inner stability and continuing to serve both his father and his students effectively throughout this difficult period. The conscious conflict engagement practice proved particularly valuable as family members struggled with difficult decisions about medical care and end-of-life arrangements. Different relatives had varying opinions about how aggressive the medical treatment should be, whether to pursue experimental therapies, and how to honor their father's wishes while also managing their own emotional needs. Ryota found himself serving as an informal mediator for these family discussions, helping each person express their concerns and perspectives while working toward decisions that honored both their father's values and the legitimate needs of all family members. This required all of the skills he had been developing, from energetic awareness to maintain a supportive atmosphere during emotionally charged conversations, to the integration of opposites as they balanced hope for recovery with acceptance of the likely outcome. The experience also provided profound opportunities to practice invisible influence. Rather than trying to convince family members to adopt particular perspectives or make specific decisions, he focused on maintaining a quality of presence that supported everyone in accessing their own wisdom and compassion. This approach proved more effective than direct persuasion in helping the family navigate their differences and come together around shared values and priorities. As his father's condition worsened, Ryota spent increasing amounts of time at the hospital and family home, providing practical care and emotional support while continuing to maintain his spiritual practices and teaching responsibilities. The integration of these different roles required constant application of the mobile meditation techniques he had been learning. Maintaining contemplative awareness while changing bedsheets, having difficult conversations with doctors, and comforting other family members. The final weeks of his father's life provided particularly intense opportunities for conscious suffering practice. Watching someone he loved experience pain, confusion, and the gradual loss of familiar capacities was deeply challenging, even with all of his spiritual preparation. There were moments when he felt overwhelmed by sadness and helplessness, times when his advanced practices seemed inadequate for the magnitude of what he was witnessing. Yet gradually, he began to discover profound meaning and even beauty within the experience of accompanying his father through the dying process. The conscious suffering practice allowed him to remain present with his own grief, while also being fully available to his father's needs and the needs of other family members. Rather than being overwhelmed by grief or numbed by denial, he was able to experience the loss fully, while simultaneously recognizing it as part of the natural cycle of life and death that all beings must navigate. This perspective did not diminish his love for his father or his sadness at the loss, but it provided a larger context that allowed him to find meaning and even gratitude within the experience of grief. The conscious suffering practice also helped him support other family members who were struggling with their own responses to the loss. By maintaining his own inner stability while remaining open to their pain, he was able to provide a quality of presence that helped them process their emotions without being overwhelmed by them. His mother, who had been married to his father for over 40 years, was particularly devastated by the loss. Ryota spent many hours simply sitting with her, not trying to fix her grief or offer platitudes about healing and recovery, but simply being present with her pain in a way that helped her feel less alone with it. His younger sister, who lived far away and had not been able to spend as much time with their father during his illness, struggled with guilt and regret about missed opportunities for connection. Ryota helped her recognize that her grief was itself an expression of love, and that she could honor their father's memory through how she lived her life going forward, rather than by dwelling on past regrets. The funeral and memorial services provided additional opportunities to practice invisible influence and energetic awareness. Rather than focusing on his own grief during these public ceremonies, Ryota concentrated on maintaining a quality of presence that would support all of the people who had come to honor his father's memory. He was struck by how many people shared stories about ways his father had influenced their lives, often through small acts of kindness or moments of attention that his father had probably never thought about again. These stories reinforced his growing understanding of how individual presence and authenticity could create ripple effects that extended far beyond what was immediately visible. This experience taught him that conscious suffering was not about becoming indifferent to pain or loss, but about developing the capacity to remain loving and present even in the midst of difficult circumstances. The practice allowed him to honor his father's memory and his own grief, while simultaneously remaining available to serve others who were also affected by the loss. As winter approached, Ryota reflected on the profound changes that had occurred during his first year of advanced training. The teachings had challenged him in ways he had not anticipated, requiring him to develop capacities and skills that went far beyond his original understanding of what spiritual development involved. Yet the challenges had also revealed potentials within himself that he had never suspected existed. The integration of the advanced teachings had transformed not just his approach to spiritual practice, but his entire way of being in the world. He found himself naturally responding to situations with greater wisdom and skill, accessing insights and approaches that seemed to arise spontaneously from a deeper level of understanding than his ordinary thinking mind could provide. His informal teaching work had evolved into something more sophisticated and effective, with students reporting deeper and more lasting transformations as a result of their work together. Yet he had also developed a greater appreciation for the complexity and subtlety of spiritual development, recognizing that true mastery was not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of growth and service that would continue throughout his lifetime. The year had also brought a deeper understanding of the interconnected nature of personal development and service to others. The advanced teachings had shown him that individual awakening was not separate from the welfare of the larger community, but rather an essential contribution to the healing and transformation that the world desperately needed. Master Hakwin observed these developments with quiet satisfaction, recognizing that his former student had successfully integrated the advanced teachings in ways that would allow him to serve others at increasingly deeper levels. The master knew that Ryota's spiritual development would continue to unfold in response to the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead, with each new situation providing possibilities for further refinement and growth. During one of their final conversations of the year, Master Hakuin reflected on the journey they had shared together. When Ryota had first arrived at the Temple of Serenity, he had been a desperate man seeking relief from his own suffering. The transformation that had occurred over the intervening years was remarkable, but what pleased the master most was seeing how Ryota's personal healing had naturally evolved into a capacity for serving others. This evolution, the master explained, was the true purpose of spiritual development. Individual peace and clarity were valuable in themselves, but their ultimate significance lay in how they could be used to contribute to the well-being of all life. The advanced teachings were designed to prepare students for this larger purpose, developing the skills and understanding necessary to serve effectively in a complex and challenging world. As the year drew to a close, Ryota felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought him to this point. The desperate seeker who had first approached the Temple of Serenity had been transformed into someone capable of serving as a guide for others facing their own spiritual challenges and transitions. Yet he also recognized that this transformation represented not an ending, but a new beginning, a foundation for even deeper service and understanding in the years to come. The advanced teachings had revealed the true scope and potential of spiritual development, showing him that the path of awakening was far more vast and multifaceted than he had originally imagined. This recognition filled him with both humility and excitement as he contemplated the continued adventures in consciousness and service that awaited him in the future. The winter months ahead would provide opportunities for integration and reflection, allowing him to consolidate the lessons learned during this intensive year of advanced training, while preparing for whatever new developments might emerge in his ongoing spiritual journey. The path of awakening continued to unfold in ways that exceeded his expectations, confirming his growing understanding that the deepest fulfillment came not from personal achievement, but from discovering and expressing his capacity to serve the well-being of all life. The turning of seasons brought with it a profound shift in Ryota's understanding of his role within the temple community and the broader world beyond its walls. As winter approached with its familiar promise of introspection and deeper practice, Master Hakuin began preparing him for what would become the most challenging and transformative phase of his spiritual development. The advanced teachings had established a solid foundation of understanding and skill, but now came the time to explore the deepest mysteries of consciousness and service that few students ever encountered in their lifetimes. The master explained during one of their evening walks through the frost-covered gardens that true spiritual mastery was not measured by personal attainment alone, but by one's capacity to serve as a bridge between the awakened state and the suffering world. This bridging function required skills and understanding that went far beyond individual meditation practice, or even the ability to guide others in their initial spiritual explorations. It demanded a profound integration of wisdom and compassion that could remain stable and effective even in the most challenging circumstances that life could present. Over the following months, as snow began to blanket the temple grounds and the community settled into the quieter rhythms of winter practice, Ryota would be introduced to teachings that addressed the relationship between individual consciousness and collective transformation. These lessons explored how personal awakening could contribute to the healing of larger patterns of suffering and confusion that affected entire communities and cultures. The work was both deeply personal and utterly transcendent, requiring him to expand his sense of identity and purpose in ways he had never imagined possible during his earlier years of training. The first of these advanced lessons focused on what the master called the art of conscious presence in conflict situations. Unlike the peaceful environment of the temple, where disagreements were rare and quickly resolved through compassionate dialogue, the world beyond often presented circumstances where maintaining clarity and compassion required extraordinary skill and determination. Ryota learned techniques for remaining centered and effective even when surrounded by anger, fear, or desperation from others who were caught in intense emotional reactions that threatened to overwhelm anyone nearby. These practices began with meditation exercises that deliberately introduced disturbing thoughts and emotions while maintaining the observer awareness he had cultivated over the years of his training. The master would guide him through visualizations of challenging scenarios, asking him to maintain his centered presence while imagining himself in situations of conflict, crisis, or confrontation. The goal was not to suppress or avoid these challenging states, but to develop the capacity to remain present and responsive without being overwhelmed or reactive to the intense energies that such situations invariably generated. The training progressed to include role-playing exercises where Ryota practiced maintaining his centered awareness while engaging with simulated conflict scenarios that became increasingly realistic and emotionally charged. Fellow students would take on the roles of angry, frightened, or confused individuals, creating situations that tested his ability to respond with both wisdom and compassion while under pressure. These exercises revealed how easily even well-developed spiritual qualities could be disrupted by intense interpersonal dynamics, highlighting the need for even more refined training and preparation before engaging with real-world challenges. As winter deepened and the temple settled into its most contemplative season, the lessons expanded to address the subtle, energetic dimensions of consciousness and their practical applications in healing work. Ryota learned to perceive and work with the patterns of tension and flow that existed beneath the surface of ordinary awareness, discovering layers of experience that he had never suspected during his earlier training. This work opened up entirely new possibilities for understanding and addressing the root causes of suffering, both in himself and in others who might seek his guidance in the future. The energetic work began with exercises in sensing the quality of presence in different environments and situations throughout the temple complex. Ryota learned to feel the difference between spaces that supported clarity and peace versus those that promoted confusion and reactivity, developing a sensitivity that allowed him to understand how environmental factors influenced consciousness in subtle but significant ways. This awareness enabled him to make more skillful choices about where and how to engage in spiritual practice and service, optimizing conditions for both his own development and his effectiveness in helping others. More advanced exercises taught him to perceive the energetic patterns that accompanied different emotional and mental states in other people, beginning with fellow students whose patterns he could observe during meditation sessions and daily activities. This skill proved invaluable for understanding what others were experiencing beyond the level of their verbal communications, revealing the often complex mix of emotions and thoughts that lay beneath surface presentations. It also provided insight into how his own presence and responses could either support or hinder another person's capacity for clarity and healing, making him much more effective in his interactions with others. The master emphasized repeatedly that these abilities were not supernatural powers, but natural capacities of consciousness that became accessible as awareness became more refined and stable through consistent practice. They were tools for service rather than sources of personal fascination or pride, requiring careful ethical consideration to ensure they were used only in ways that supported the well-being and autonomy of others. The responsibility that came with such sensitivity demanded a level of maturity and wisdom that could only be developed through years of dedicated training and self-reflection. Spring brought with it a new phase of training that focused on the integration of spiritual understanding with practical engagement in community challenges beyond the temple walls. Rather than remaining within the protected environment where he had spent so many years developing his skills and understanding, Ryota began spending time in nearby villages and towns, offering his presence and abilities wherever they might be helpful to those who were struggling with various forms of suffering and confusion. This transition from contemplative practice to active service tested every aspect of his development in ways that purely internal work could never accomplish. His first assignments involved simple acts of service that required no special spiritual authority or recognition from the communities he visited. He helped with farming tasks during the busy planting season, assisted elderly community members with daily needs like carrying water and preparing food, and participated in local projects that addressed practical challenges facing the villages, such as road repair and building maintenance. These activities provided opportunities to practice maintaining mindful awareness and compassionate presence while engaged in ordinary worldly activities that demanded physical effort and practical problem-solving skills. The experience revealed how differently spiritual qualities manifested in real-world situations compared to the controlled environment of formal practice within the temple setting. Maintaining patience while dealing with inefficient work processes that seemed to waste time and energy, finding compassion for individuals whose attitudes seemed selfish or narrow-minded, and staying present during long hours of repetitive physical labor, all presented unique challenges that deepened his understanding of what authentic spiritual development actually required when tested by ordinary life circumstances. As his confidence and effectiveness in these basic service roles grew over the months of spring and early summer, Ryota began to be invited into more complex situations where his spiritual training could address deeper community needs that went beyond physical assistance. He found himself counseling individuals facing personal crises such as the death of family members or the loss of livelihood, mediating disputes between neighbors over property boundaries and resource allocation, and offering guidance to young people struggling with questions about meaning and purpose in their lives. Each of these opportunities provided valuable experience in translating spiritual insights into practical wisdom that could genuinely help others navigate their challenges. The counseling work proved particularly challenging and rewarding, requiring skills that had not been directly addressed in his formal training, but which emerged naturally from the foundation of understanding and compassion he had developed. Unlike the structured teaching relationships within the temple where roles and expectations were clearly defined, these interactions required him to meet people exactly where they were in their understanding and circumstances, without any predetermined agenda or outcome. He learned to listen deeply, not only to what people said, but to what they were unable to express about their pain and confusion, developing an intuitive understanding of how to respond most helpfully. This listening revealed the universal nature of human suffering, while also highlighting the unique ways that each individual's history and temperament shaped their particular challenges and possibilities for growth. Ryota discovered that the same spiritual principles that had guided his own development could be applied to help others, but that the specific methods and approaches needed to be adapted to each person's situation and capacity for understanding. This individualized application of universal wisdom became an art form that required ongoing refinement and learning through direct experience with many different types of people and problems. Through months of this community engagement, working with farmers and merchants, parents and children, elderly villagers and young adults, just beginning their independent lives. Ryota developed a much more nuanced understanding of how spiritual principles could be applied in the messy complexity of ordinary human relationships and responsibilities. The clear insights that seemed so obvious during meditation often required creative adaptation when applied to situations involving multiple people with conflicting needs and limited resources. This practical application of wisdom became a skill that demanded not only understanding, but also creativity, patience, and the ability to find solutions that honored everyone's legitimate needs while still addressing the underlying problems. The mediation work taught him about the delicate balance between offering guidance and respecting others' autonomy to make their own choices, even when those choices seemed unwise from his perspective as someone with spiritual training and experience. He learned to trust in people's innate wisdom while also providing the support and clarity that could help that wisdom emerge more fully in their decision-making processes. This balance required a level of patience and faith that challenged him to deepen his own spiritual understanding continuously, as he had to remain centered and helpful even when others seemed to be making decisions that would create more suffering for themselves and those around them. Summer brought opportunities to work with larger groups and more complex community challenges that required skills in organization and leadership that had not been part of his formal training. Ryota found himself facilitating community meetings about resource allocation during a drought year, helping to organize responses to natural disasters when flooding damaged several villages, and participating in longer-term planning processes that addressed economic and social challenges affecting multiple communities in the region. These experiences expanded his understanding of how individual consciousness related to collective decision-making and social transformation, revealing new dimensions of spiritual practice that operated at the level of groups and communities, rather than just individuals. The group facilitation work revealed entirely new dimensions of spiritual practice that had never been addressed in his individual training, but which proved essential for effective service in complex social situations. Managing the energy and dynamics of groups required skills in reading collective emotional patterns that were different from, but related to his ability to sense individual states of mind. Maintaining focus and direction when multiple perspectives created confusion and conflict demanded a kind of leadership that was both firm and flexible, able to guide without controlling, and to maintain vision while remaining responsive to emerging insights and changing circumstances. Finding ways to honor diverse viewpoints while still moving toward effective action required a sophisticated understanding of human nature and group dynamics that could only be developed through direct experience with many different types of people and situations. These abilities drew upon his meditation training and his work with individuals while also requiring entirely new capacities for communication and influence that challenged him to grow in directions he had never anticipated when he first began his spiritual journey years earlier. Working with community responses to natural disasters provided profound lessons about the relationship between spiritual development and practical effectiveness under pressure that tested every aspect of his training. When floods damaged several villages during the late summer monsoon season, Ryota found himself coordinating relief efforts that required rapid decision-making about resource distribution, efficient management of volunteers and supplies, and emotional support for traumatized community members who had lost homes and possessions. The crisis situation demanded that his spiritual training translate immediately into effective action, rather than remaining at the level of contemplative understanding or theoretical knowledge. The disaster response work also revealed the importance of maintaining his own spiritual center while fully engaging with others' urgent needs and intense emotions without becoming overwhelmed by the scale of suffering he witnessed. The trauma and loss he encountered tested his capacity for compassion without becoming emotionally destabilized, while the practical demands of the situation required clear thinking and decisive action, even when information was incomplete and conditions were constantly changing. This integration of inner stability with outer effectiveness represented a new level of spiritual maturity that went far beyond anything he had previously experienced during his years of training and preparation. As autumn approached and the immediate crisis of the floods gave way to longer-term recovery efforts, Master Hakuin began preparing Ryota for the final phase of his advanced training. The community service work had demonstrated his readiness to engage effectively with the practical challenges of spiritual service in real-world situations. But there remained deeper teachings about the nature of consciousness and reality that would complete his preparation for independent, spiritual leadership. These final lessons would address the most profound questions about existence and awakening that few students ever encountered, even among those who completed many years of intensive training. The master explained during one of their walks through the temple gardens, now showing the first colors of autumn, that these ultimate teachings were not simply additional information or techniques to be learned and applied, but invitations to explore dimensions of awareness that transcended ordinary conceptual understanding altogether. They required a willingness to question even the most fundamental assumptions about identity, reality, and purpose that had guided his spiritual journey up to this point. This questioning was not meant to create doubt or confusion, but to open doorways to even more expansive possibilities for understanding and service that could only be accessed by those willing to release their attachment to familiar ways of thinking and perceiving. The first of these ultimate teachings addressed the nature of individual identity and its relationship to universal consciousness, beginning with guided inquiry sessions that examined the most basic assumptions about selfhood and personal existence. Through carefully structured meditation and contemplative exercises, Ryota explored the question of who or what was actually experiencing awareness in each moment, discovering that this seemingly simple question opened into layers of complexity and mystery that challenged everything he thought he knew about himself and his relationship to the world around him. These explorations were both liberating and disorienting, as they challenged the basic assumptions about selfhood that had organized his experience throughout his entire life, including his years of spiritual practice and development. The investigation revealed the fluid and constructed nature of personal identity, while pointing toward a more fundamental dimension of being that transcended individual boundaries and categories. The process required tremendous trust in the teachings and in his own deepest wisdom, as there were no external references that could validate the insights that emerged from this level of inquiry into the nature of consciousness and existence. The journey into these ultimate questions demanded a courage and commitment that tested every aspect of his spiritual development, requiring him to release even his attachment to being a spiritual practitioner or someone who had achieved certain levels of understanding and capability. The investigation of identity naturally led to questions about the nature of reality itself and the relationship between consciousness and the apparent world of objects and experiences that seemed to exist independently of awareness. These philosophical inquiries were not mere intellectual exercises, but direct explorations that used meditation and contemplative practice to examine the most basic structures of experience itself. The insights that emerged from this investigation had profound implications for understanding the nature of suffering and the possibilities for liberation that went far beyond anything he had previously encountered in his years of training. As these ultimate teachings unfolded over the final months of his advanced preparation, Ryota found himself entering states of awareness that seemed to transcend the ordinary boundaries of individual consciousness, providing glimpses of what the master called the fundamental nature of mind itself. These experiences of expanded awareness were both utterly personal and completely universal, revealing a dimension of consciousness that was simultaneously the most intimate aspect of his own being and the ground of all existence. The paradoxical nature of these realizations required a new kind of understanding that went beyond logical analysis or conceptual frameworks, demanding a direct knowing that could only be accessed through the refined awareness that had been developed through years of dedicated practice and purification. The integration of these ultimate insights with his previous training and community service experience created a comprehensive undoing of spiritual development that encompassed both the most practical and the most transcendent dimensions of human potential. Ryota began to see how individual awakening and collective service were not separate goals, but different expressions of the same fundamental movement toward greater wisdom and compassion. This understanding provided a unifying vision that brought together all the different aspects of his training and experience into a coherent whole that would guide his future service and teaching as winter returned and his advanced training drew toward completion. Ryota reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from desperate seeking to mature spiritual understanding and effective service in the world. The transformation had been more complete and far-reaching than anything he could have imagined when he first approached the Temple of Serenity years earlier as a confused and suffering young man seeking relief from his inner turmoil. Yet he also recognized that this completion represented not an ending, but a graduation to even greater possibilities for learning and service that would continue to unfold throughout his lifetime. Master Hakuin confirmed this understanding during their final formal teaching sessions, which took place in the same meditation hall where Ryota had first learned to observe his breath and calm his agitated mind. The completion of advanced training marked his readiness to serve as an independent spiritual teacher and guide, but it also opened doorways to lifelong learning and development that would continue to unfold in response to the needs of those he would serve. The path of awakening, the Master explained, was infinite in its depth and scope, always offering new opportunities for growth and contribution, regardless of how much progress had been made. The recognition ceremony that marked the completion of his training was simple but profound, reflecting the temple's emphasis on substance over form and genuine attainment over external recognition. In the presence of the temple community and representatives from the villages where he had served during his training period, Master Hakuin formally acknowledged Ryota's readiness to carry forward the teachings and traditions he had received. The ceremony emphasized not achievement or attainment as personal accomplishments, but commitment to ongoing service and continued learning in whatever forms life might present in the years ahead. Following the ceremony, Ryota spent several weeks in solitary retreat in one of the small hermitages that dotted the mountainside above the temple, integrating the full scope of his training and contemplating the path that lay ahead. The retreat provided an opportunity to consolidate his understanding, while also opening to guidance about how his particular gifts and interests might best serve the needs of the world. This period of reflection and preparation was essential for making the transition from student to teacher with appropriate humility and clarity about his role and responsibilities. During the retreat, as he sat in meditation watching the winter landscape through the small window of his hermitage, Ryota experienced a profound sense of gratitude for the teachers, fellow students, and community members who had supported his development over the years. He recognized how his individual journey had been made possible by the wisdom and dedication of countless others who had preserved and transmitted the teachings he had received, creating an unbroken lineage of understanding and practice that stretched back through many generations of practitioners and teachers. This recognition deepened his commitment to serving as a worthy link in the chain of transmission that would carry these teachings to future generations of seekers and practitioners. The responsibility felt both humbling and inspiring, connecting him to something far greater than his individual attainment, while also honoring the unique contribution that his particular understanding and skills could make to the ongoing work of spiritual awakening and service in the world. The retreat also provided clarity about his calling to establish a new teaching center that would serve communities in a region where such resources were not currently available to those who were seeking spiritual guidance and support. This vision had emerged gradually during his community service work, as he had witnessed the hunger for spiritual wisdom and practical guidance among people who had limited access to traditional teaching environments like the Temple of Serenity. The new center would adapt the timeless teachings to meet the specific needs and circumstances of contemporary seekers, while maintaining the essential principles and methods that had proven effective over many generations. As spring returned once again, with its familiar promise of new growth and fresh beginnings, Ryota prepared to leave the Temple of Serenity to begin this new phase of service and teaching. The departure was bittersweet, as he would be leaving the community that had nurtured his development and provided the foundation for everything he had become, while also embracing the exciting challenge of creating something entirely new that would serve needs that were not currently being met. Master Hakuin assured him that the connection to his spiritual home would remain strong regardless of physical distance, and that the teachings he carried would continue to deepen through his service to others. The establishment of the new teaching center required skills and understanding that went beyond spiritual development to include practical matters of organization, community building, and resource management that had not been part of his formal training. Ryota found himself drawing upon all aspects of his experience as he worked to create an environment that would support both individual spiritual development and community service. The project demanded a level of creativity and leadership that challenged him to grow in entirely new directions while maintaining the spiritual foundation that would ensure the center's effectiveness and integrity. The first students who came to the new center brought their own unique backgrounds and challenges, requiring Ryota to adapt his teaching approach to meet the specific needs and circumstances. This adaptation process deepened his understanding of how universal spiritual principles could be expressed through diverse methods and practices that honored different temperaments, learning styles, and life situations. Each student relationship became an opportunity for his own continued learning and development, as he discovered new ways to communicate timeless wisdom in forms that could be understood and applied by people from many different walks of life. As the center grew and evolved over its first years of operation, Ryota began to see how his individual spiritual journey had prepared him not only to teach others, but to serve as a bridge between traditional wisdom and contemporary needs. The integration of ancient teachings with modern circumstances required ongoing creativity and discernment, as he worked to preserve essential elements while adapting forms and methods to serve effectively in changing times. This balancing act between preservation and innovation became a central theme of his work, requiring constant attention to both the timeless principles and the evolving needs of those he served. The success of the teaching center attracted attention from other spiritual communities and teachers throughout the region, leading to opportunities for collaboration and mutual support that enriched the work in unexpected ways. These connections revealed the larger network of individuals and organizations dedicated to supporting spiritual development and service, showing how his particular contribution fit within a much broader movement toward greater wisdom and compassion in the world. The recognition that he was part of something far larger than his individual effort provided both inspiration and guidance for the continued development of the center's programs and offerings. Years passed as the Teaching Center flourished and expanded its offerings to serve an ever-growing community of students and seekers from many different backgrounds and circumstances. Ryota found himself taking on new roles as a teacher of teachers, helping to prepare the next generation of spiritual guides who would carry the work forward into the future. This mentoring function required him to continue deepening his own understanding while also developing new capacities for supporting others in their development as teachers and leaders, creating multiple levels of learning and service within the growing community. The teaching of teachers proved to be one of the most rewarding aspects of his mature spiritual work, as it allowed him to witness the flowering of understanding and capability in those who had once been beginning students. Watching gifted individuals develop their own unique approaches to serving others while maintaining connection to the essential teachings provided profound satisfaction and confirmation that the transmission of wisdom was continuing successfully. Each new teacher brought their own gifts and perspectives that enriched the overall understanding and effectiveness of the community, creating a dynamic environment of mutual learning and support. As Ryota entered the later phases of his teaching career, he began to focus increasingly on the preservation and transmission of the deepest aspects of the teachings he had received from Master Hakuin and the lineage that preceded him. This work involved creating written materials, developing systematic training programs, and establishing institutional structures that would ensure the continuity of the wisdom tradition, even as individual teachers came and went. The responsibility for maintaining this continuity added new dimensions to his understanding of spiritual service, requiring him to think beyond his own lifetime and contribution to consider the needs of future generations. The preservation work also required him to engage with questions about how spiritual teachings could remain alive and relevant across generations and changing cultural circumstances. This challenge demanded a deep understanding of both the essential unchanging principles that formed the core of the tradition and the skillful means by which those principles could be expressed effectively in different times and places. The balance between preservation and adaptation became a central theme of his mature teaching as he worked to ensure that the teachings would continue to serve effectively while maintaining their transformative power. Throughout these later years, Ryota maintained regular contact with Master Hakuin and the Temple of Serenity, participating in annual gatherings that brought together teachers and advanced students from various centers and communities throughout the region. These connections provided ongoing support for his own development, while also contributing to the larger network of spiritual service that was emerging in response to the growing needs of the world. The gatherings served as opportunities for sharing insights, addressing challenges, and coordinating efforts to serve more effectively. The regional gatherings revealed how the work that had begun with his individual seeking had contributed to a much larger movement of awakening and service that was touching countless lives across many communities and regions. This recognition provided profound satisfaction, while also highlighting the ongoing challenges and opportunities that lay ahead for future generations of spiritual teachers and practitioners. The sense of being part of something far greater than any individual contribution provided meaning and purpose that transcended personal concerns about recognition or achievement. As he reflected on the full arc of his spiritual journey, from desperate seeking through intensive training to mature service and teaching, Ryota felt deep gratitude for the path that had unfolded in ways far beyond anything he could have imagined or planned during those early years of confusion and suffering. The transformation had been complete and far-reaching, touching every aspect of his life and relationships while also contributing to positive changes in the broader world that would continue long after his individual involvement had ended. Yet even in this mature phase of his development, Ryota remained aware that the path of awakening continued to offer new possibilities for learning and service that kept the work fresh and inspiring. Each day brought opportunities to deepen his understanding, refine his skills, and discover new ways to contribute to the well-being of all life. The journey that had begun with personal seeking had evolved into a lifelong commitment to service that would continue as long as life itself endured, always revealing new dimensions of meaning and possibility. The legacy he was creating through his teaching and service would extend far beyond his individual lifetime, as the students he had trained would carry the teachings forward to serve future generations of seekers and practitioners. This understanding of legacy, not as personal achievement, but as contribution to an eternal process of awakening and service, provided deep meaning and purpose that transcended any concerns about individual recognition or attainment. The work had become larger than any individual participant, while remaining deeply personal and meaningful for each person who contributed to its continuation. In his final years of active teaching, Ryota focused particularly on ensuring that the essential spirit of the teachings would be preserved along with their specific methods and practices. He emphasized to his students that the ultimate goal was not the replication of particular forms, but the transmission of the living wisdom that could adapt and express itself appropriately in whatever circumstances might arise in the future. This emphasis on living transmission rather than rigid preservation reflected his mature understanding of how spiritual teachings remained vital and effective across time and changing conditions. This understanding of living transmission rather than museum piece preservation reflected his deep insight into how spiritual teachings remained vital and effective across generations and changing cultural circumstances. The teachings were not artifacts to be protected from change, but living streams of wisdom that needed to flow and adapt while maintaining their essential purity and power to awaken and transform human consciousness. This dynamic understanding of tradition ensured that the work would continue to serve effectively while honoring the timeless principles that made such service possible. As he prepared his most advanced students to take on greater teaching responsibilities, Ryota shared with them the deepest insights and understandings he had gained through decades of practice, study, and service. These final transmissions went beyond technique or philosophy to address the most subtle aspects of spiritual development and the art of serving others in their awakening process. The sharing of these ultimate understandings required extraordinary sensitivity and skill, as they involved dimensions of awareness that could not be communicated through ordinary language or conceptual explanation. The preparation of successor teachers required not only the communication of knowledge and methods, but the transmission of the subtle qualities of presence and understanding that made teaching truly effective. This transmission happened through years of close relationship and mentoring that allowed the essential qualities to be absorbed and integrated at the deepest levels of being. The process was both deeply personal and utterly impersonal, involving the passing on of something that belonged to no individual, but which could only be transmitted through intimate relationship and direct experience. The completion of this transmission process provided Ryota with profound satisfaction and peace, knowing that the teachings and traditions he had received would continue to serve future generations through the capable hands and clear understanding of those he had prepared. The circle of learning and service that had begun with his own desperate seeking was now complete, ready to begin again with each new student who approached the teachings with sincere dedication and willingness to undertake the necessary work of transformation and service. In the quiet of his final years, as he gradually reduced his active teaching responsibilities, while remaining available for consultation and guidance, Ryota often returned in memory to those early days at the Temple of Serenity, when Master Hakuin had first introduced him to the water metaphor that had guided his entire spiritual journey. The understanding of consciousness as flowing water that could be either turbulent or peaceful depending on conditions had proven to be an inexhaustible source of insight and guidance throughout all the phases of his development and service. The metaphor had revealed its deeper meanings gradually over the decades, showing how individual consciousness was part of a larger flow that connected all beings and all experiences in an intricate web of interdependence and mutual influence. This understanding had informed every aspect of his teaching and service, emphasizing the importance of individual clarity and peace as contributions to the well-being of the whole. The simple image had contained within it all the wisdom necessary for a lifetime of spiritual development and effective service to others. As he contemplated the eternal nature of this flow of consciousness and awakening, Ryota felt deep peace and gratitude for having been able to participate so fully in the great work of spiritual development and service. His individual journey had been both utterly unique and completely universal, reflecting the paradoxical nature of spiritual awakening that was simultaneously deeply personal and transcendently impersonal. The path had been his own, while also belonging to everyone who had ever sought freedom from suffering and the capacity to serve others effectively. The teachings would continue to flow through new teachers and students, adapting to meet the needs of changing times, while preserving the essential wisdom that had the power to transform suffering into compassion and confusion into clarity. This eternal cycle of learning and service represented the deepest meaning and purpose of human existence, the ultimate fulfillment that came from discovering and expressing one's capacity to contribute to the awakening and well-being of all life. The individual journey had been revealed as part of an infinite process that would continue long after any particular participant had completed their role. In his final meditation sessions, conducted in the same simple room where he had taught countless students over the years, Ryota experienced the profound stillness and clarity that had been the goal of his original seeking, but now understood as simply the natural state of consciousness when not disturbed by unnecessary mental activity. This stillness was not empty or inactive, but vibrantly alive with compassion and wisdom, ready to respond spontaneously and appropriately to whatever circumstances might arise. The peace he had sought as refuge from suffering had become a source of strength and guidance for serving others. The peace he had found was not a personal possession, but a quality of awareness itself, available to anyone who learned to work skillfully with the movements of their own mind and heart. This understanding had informed all of his teaching, emphasizing that awakening was not a special attainment reserved for a few, but the natural birthright of all conscious beings who were willing to undertake the necessary training and development. The democratization of spiritual possibility had been one of the central themes of his mature teaching, ensuring that the work would continue to serve people from all backgrounds and circumstances. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, and new students continued to arrive seeking guidance and support in their spiritual development, the work that Ryota had begun continued to flourish and expand under the capable leadership of those he had trained. The teaching center had become a beacon of hope and transformation for the region, offering resources and support that helped countless individuals find greater peace, clarity, and purpose in their lives. The institution had taken on a life of its own, while remaining true to the principles and purposes that had originally inspired its creation. The impact of this work extended far beyond the individuals who participated directly in the programs and teachings offered by the center. Each person who found greater peace and wisdom through the center's offerings carried those qualities into their families, communities, and work environments, creating ripple effects of positive change that touched many more lives in ways that could never be fully measured or documented. This understanding of the far-reaching impact of individual spiritual development provided ongoing inspiration and motivation for the work, even during challenging periods when progress seemed slow or obstacles appeared insurmountable. The knowledge that each moment of clarity and compassion contributed to the larger healing of human consciousness sustained the dedication and commitment necessary for long-term service. The work had become a living demonstration of how individual transformation could contribute to collective healing and awakening, showing that personal spiritual development and service to others were not separate activities, but complementary aspects of the same fundamental movement toward greater wisdom and compassion in the world. The legacy of Ryota's journey from seeking to teaching continued to inspire new generations of students and teachers who were drawn to the path of spiritual development and service. His story demonstrated that profound transformation was possible for anyone willing to undertake the necessary work with sincerity and dedication, regardless of their starting point or initial circumstances. The example of his life served as encouragement for others, while also providing a model of how spiritual development could be integrated with effective service in the world. The teaching methods and approaches he had developed through decades of experience continued to evolve and adapt as new teachers brought their own insights and innovations to the work. This ongoing evolution ensured that the teachings remained fresh and relevant, while maintaining their essential effectiveness in supporting genuine spiritual development and awakening. The dynamic nature of the tradition prevented it from becoming rigid or dogmatic, while preserving the core principles that made transformation possible. As the years passed, and the teaching center grew into a well-established institution with multiple programs and a thriving community of practitioners, the vision that had begun with Ryota's individual seeking had become a living reality that served the needs of countless individuals seeking greater meaning and fulfillment in their lives. The center had become a bridge between ancient wisdom and contemporary needs, demonstrating how timeless spiritual principles could be applied effectively in modern circumstances while maintaining their transformative power. The success of this work attracted attention from researchers, educators, and policymakers who were interested in understanding how spiritual development and contemplative practices could contribute to addressing larger social and environmental challenges facing contemporary society. This recognition led to new opportunities for collaboration and service that extended the impact of the work into areas that had not been originally envisioned when the center was first established. The expansion of influence demonstrated how authentic spiritual work naturally attracted opportunities for broader service. The integration of spiritual wisdom with practical applications in education, healthcare, conflict resolution, and environmental stewardship represented a natural evolution of the teachings that Ryota had received and transmitted. These applications demonstrated the relevance of contemplative practices for addressing the complex challenges facing contemporary society, while maintaining the essential focus on individual transformation and awakening. The work had grown beyond its original scope, while remaining true to its fundamental purposes and principles. Through all of these developments and expansions, the core understanding that had guided Ryota's journey remained constant and central to everything that followed. Individual peace and clarity were valuable in themselves, but found their ultimate meaning in how they could be used to serve the well-being of all life. This understanding continued to inform every aspect of the work, ensuring that personal development and service to others remained in perfect balance and mutual support throughout all the changes and growth that occurred over the years. The eternal cycle of learning and service that had begun with one individual's desperate seeking had grown into a movement that touched countless lives, while remaining true to the essential principles and purposes that had originally inspired it. This growth demonstrated the power of authentic spiritual development to create positive change that extended far beyond the individual practitioner to benefit the larger community of all beings. The work had become both deeply personal and utterly universal, serving individual needs while contributing to collective healing and awakening. As Ryota entered the final phase of his earthly journey, gradually releasing his active involvement in the day-to-day operations of the teaching center, while remaining available for guidance and support, he reflected with deep satisfaction on the path that had unfolded from his original desperate seeking to the mature fulfillment of a life dedicated to spiritual development and service. The transformation had been more complete and far-reaching than anything he could have imagined when he first approached the Temple of Serenity as a confused and suffering young man seeking relief from his inner turmoil. The teachings and methods he had developed and refined through decades of experience would continue to serve future generations of seekers and practitioners, adapted and evolved by new teachers who would bring their own insights and innovations to the eternal work of supporting human awakening and flourishing. This continuity represented the true measure of success for any spiritual teacher, the assurance that the work would continue and grow beyond the limitations of any individual lifetime or contribution. In his final teachings, delivered to small groups of his most advanced students in the quiet intimacy of his private study, Ryota emphasized that the path of awakening was infinite in its depth and scope, always offering new opportunities for learning and service regardless of how much progress had been made. This understanding kept the work fresh and inspiring while preventing the spiritual pride or complacency that could limit further development and effectiveness. The humility and openness that had characterized his approach throughout his teaching career served as a model for his students as they prepared to take on greater responsibilities. This attitude of continuous learning and service ensured that the teachings would remain alive and dynamic, rather than becoming rigid or dogmatic traditions that lost their power to inspire and transform. The emphasis on ongoing growth and adaptation while maintaining essential principles provided a framework that could serve effectively across changing times and circumstances. The balance between stability and flexibility had been one of the key insights that emerged from his years of experience in both learning and teaching. The final transmission of his deepest understanding to his most advanced students took place not through formal ceremonies or elaborate explanations, but through the quality of presence and being that he embodied in his daily interactions and responses to whatever circumstances arose. This transmission of being rather than knowledge represented the most essential aspect of spiritual teaching, the communication of awakened consciousness that could catalyze similar awakening in others who were ready to receive and integrate such influence. As he prepared to release his active involvement in the teaching work that had defined so much of his adult life, Ryota felt profound gratitude for the extraordinary journey that had carried him from desperate seeking through intensive training to mature service and teaching. The path had been challenging and demanding, requiring everything he had to give, but it had also been deeply fulfilling and meaningful in ways that exceeded his original hopes and expectations when he first began seeking relief from his suffering. The peace and clarity he had originally sought as personal refuge from suffering had evolved into a capacity for service that contributed to the healing and awakening of countless others. This evolution demonstrated the true nature of spiritual development, which began with individual need, but naturally flowered into universal compassion and service when properly cultivated and directed. The transformation had been both deeply personal and utterly transcendent, serving individual needs while contributing to the well-being of all life. The legacy he was leaving through his students and the institution they would continue to develop represented not personal achievement, but contribution to the eternal process of human awakening and flourishing. This understanding provided deep meaning and satisfaction while also maintaining